At Azure Sky Sect, in the square, countless sharp rocks floated in midair, surrounded by thick clouds. A man with a fearful expression said that when senior brother Yun Hai competed against a disciple of Hai Lan Zong, he was killed. The crowd clamored, asking, "What? Yun Hai had only been the senior brother for less than a year, and he's already dead?" Everyone gathered in small groups chatting. Someone spoke up, asking how to handle the upcoming Western region competition now. The previous generation's senior brother was killed by an expert from the Renzong. The previous senior brother died in Shanyuan Grotto Heaven. This time, the senior brother was killed while competing with a disciple of Hailan Zong. A man with a helpless expression shouted loudly, "Does heaven want to destroy our Azure Sky Sect?" A woman behind spoke up. Could it be that all 3 generations of our Azure Sky Sect's senior brothers are gone? An elder placed his hand on his forehead, sighed, and replied, "Duan Jingye Guang Fei Shui, Yun Hai. They are all dead. The disciples under the sect master are almost all dead." Suddenly, the sky turned dark and gloomy, and a streak of light suddenly flashed. Countless lightning bolts struck down, and black birds swooped down from the sky. Thick, dark clouds obscured the moon, and from them demons surged forth, spreading fear among living beings. He looked up at the sky, sweat staining his face, and anxiously exclaimed, "This is bad, this formation. It must be experts from the Mo Dzong." Countless flashing lights appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up anxiously and terrified. What is that? The Mo Dzong? It really is the Mo Dzong shaking the 4 directions. A woman with a worried voice, slightly fearful, spoke. "I heard that the people from the Dzong are ruthless and kill without blinking an eye." A disciple exclaimed in panic, "Do you intend to massacre our Azure Sky Sect?" A group of people carrying a coffin flew down from the sky. They landed in Azure Sky Sect, an incredibly powerful aura suppressing everyone. A masked person said, "Nala of the Mo Dzong invites Anjing of the Azure Sky Sect to come forth and accept the challenge." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. "Nala, I didn't expect it to be him." The image of Nala appeared in the elder's mind. His face was drenched in sweat as he worriedly said, "Rumor has it this person is extremely bloodthirsty. Countless Third Realm experts, those at the 3 flowers gather at the summit stage, have died at his hands. Why has he come to Azure Sky Sect?" In the center of the formation, a large Bagua symbol appeared. A beam of light shot down from above into the middle of the courtyard, spreading blue light around. The sect master of Azure Sky Sect, Lu Ming, appeared floating in midair, saying, "My Tianqing sect and your Mo men have no enmity or grudge. What is your intention in storming the mountain gate of my Azure Sky Sect this time?" Nala gestured, inviting Azure Sky Sect's Anjing to come out and receive him as agreed. A man with his hair in a bun asked, "Who is Anjing? Have you ever heard this name?" The long-haired man replied, "Does our Azure Sky Sect have such a person?" Everyone in Azure Sky Sect buzzed with discussion. Being invited by the Mo Dzong certainly couldn't be for an ordinary figure. Lu Ming looked at a member of Azure Sky Sect and asked if there was any elder or deacon in Azure Sky Sect named Anjing. The man shook his head and said there wasn't. Lu Ming asked, "Could it be a disciple?" He shook his head and said, "Our Azure Sky Sect is a small sect with few disciples. I remember clearly there are 513 disciples, but none are named Anjing." Lu Ming turned back, his annoyance clear, and said, "Nala, my Azure Sky Sect has no one named Anjing." Nala coldly said, "I'll repeat myself one more time. Invite Anjing of Azure Sky Sect to show himself. Please leave." Nala coldly said, "I'll repeat myself one more time. Invite Anjing of Azure Sky Sect to show himself. Otherwise, don't blame us for acting without mercy." Lu Ming frowned angrily, his voice full of disdain. Although Azure Sky Sect is not a major sect, it's not a soft persimmon that anyone can just squeeze. Nala growled, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. At this moment, a giant dark purple hand appeared. Nala was enveloped in a purple sphere. Nala waved his hand forward, saying, "Then today, I will crush you, the persimmon." That giant hand advanced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming clasped his hands together, a flash of light appeared, and he roared angrily. He created a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, piercing through the giant purple palm, spreading black energy around it. The entire hand was completely melted by the blue beam of light. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face showing astonishment. It shattered into black fragments that fell down. Lu Ming began to retreat backwards. The giant hand reached for Lu Ming. Nala said, "If Anjing doesn't come out today, Azure Sky Sect doesn't need to exist anymore." The people of Azure Sky Sect saw Nala using his power to create countless giant hands. They said, "They are too arrogant to think they dare to intend to annihilate our Azure Sky Sect." Everyone raised their hands in unison and shouted together, "We'll fight them to the death!" A purple glow emanated from around Nala. He raised his hand and said, "Hitting a rock with an egg. Overestimating your own strength." The giant hand rose again, surrounded by shimmering purple lights and powerful black lightning bolts. The people of Azure Sky Sect covered their faces with their hands, saying the pressure was too strong. Everyone knelt down, covering their eyes to avoid seeing the blinding light. Lu Ming said angrily, "Damn it! To think that my Azure Sky Sect, established for over 700 years, will truly be destroyed here." At Azure Sky Sect's sect gate, Nala said, "Old man Lu Ming, I'll give you 10 more breaths' time." Nala said if Anjing didn't appear, Azure Sky Sect would be annihilated. Lu Ming frowned, saying angrily, "Damn it, you clearly want to eradicate my Azure Sky Sect? No need to find excuses." Nala raised his hand and said, "Then all of you can die." That giant hand was covered in countless white rays of light, causing the people of Azure Sky Sect looking up to gasp in astonishment. Lu Ming's face was covered in sweat. He desperately closed his eyes, bowed his head, and whispered, "It's over." A beam of blue and gold light appeared in the sky, blocking the giant hand with its power. Nala looked up at the sky and asked, "Huh? What is this?" In the sky were countless brilliant golden lights, and prominent among them was a radiating blue beam. That beam of light reduced the giant hand to mere remnants of black energy. Suddenly a green dragon appeared in the sky, startling Nala's group. Nala's men panicked and fled from the dragon's head. Someone shouted in terror, "Not good! Run!" A white beam struck down, surrounded by shimmering blue circles. Then Nala's group staggered and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Nala was also injured, coughing up blood that covered his hands. The people of Azure Sky Sect laughed and asked, "What's happening here?" The sky was no longer gloomy but clear again. Everyone in Azure Sky Sect wondered who had intervened. Lu Ming also asked joyfully, "Was it a great expert who saved our Azure Sky Sect?" A blue light radiated around Nala, his hands stained with blood. His mask, covered in blood, shattered and fell off. Nala was fully revealed. Before his eyes, a green orb appeared. Then a leaf appeared in the center of the orb, radiating brilliant light from around it. Nala saw the leaf before him and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed, "Just a leaf? Unbelievable." Lu Ming suddenly asked, "What is one leaf suppresses demons?" Everyone in Azure Sky Sect looked at each other in surprise, asking in amazement, "Heavens, who could that be? Could it be that our Azure Sky Sect still has an expert of this caliber?" Nala's trembling hands emitted purple energy. He said, "There's an extraordinary expert in Azure Sky Sect. We should retreat." Behind the rocks, purple and black energy swirled up. A black beam appeared in the sky, surrounded by brilliant purple vortexes. Lu Ming stroked his beard, a puzzled expression on his face, asking, "Since when did our Azure Sky Sect have such an expert?" Inside Azure Sky Sect, in the library pavilion, Anjing was sweeping, thinking to himself that this world was truly too dangerous. A cockroach crawled past his feet. Anjing crouched down, looked at the cockroach, and said, "According to ancient records, every 3,000 years, there will be a great calamity. The last great calamity passed over 2,900 years ago. It seems this one is approaching soon." He imagined a scene of countless brilliant golden lights shining down, followed by many people flying down with those lights. Anjing recounted that during that great calamity, countless experts of the 7th and 8th realms fell. Even 9th realm experts appeared, and even they found it difficult to escape this catastrophe. Anjing thought of himself meditating, smiled, and said, "I've only cultivated for 3 years here at Azure Sky Sect." He thought of looking in the mirror, smiled, and told himself, "Even though I have a stable system, outstanding talent, roam freely, rarely seen since ancient times, suave and elegant, like a jade tree in the wind." Anjing pointed at the cockroach crawling on the floor, saying, "These things are indeed quite useful." He placed his hand on his chin, musing, "Even so, when facing a great calamity that can sweep the world, my strength is still too weak. No, I must definitely cultivate for another 3 years at this Azure Sky Sect." Countless brilliant purple lights appeared around Anjing. He extended his hand forward, resolutely saying, "No, 2 times, 3 years, 3 times, 3 years. Wait until my strength surpasses the 9th realm. Only then can I survive for the next 3,000 years." He laughed, stretched, and said, "Ah, these past 3 years, I've never told anyone what's in my heart. Only you. I only told you. Now that I've said it, I feel much lighter." The cockroach also stood up, looking at Anjing. Then he ruthlessly stepped on the cockroach. Anjing said, "Sorry, little roach, but you knew too much." At this moment, the cockroach had gone to meet its ancestors. Poor little roach. At the mountain gate of Azure Sky Sect, Nala angrily asked, "Who was that? With just 1 leaf, that person forced us to retreat." A masked subordinate asked if it might be the Grand Elder, Taishang Zhanglao, of Azure Sky Sect. If that person hasn't passed away, sat and transformed, they might have reached the 4th realm strength. Nala said angrily, "No, the person just now didn't just have 4th realm strength. It's definitely not that simple." A subordinate in a white mask suddenly said, "Azure Sky Sect is just a 3rd-rate sect. Could they possibly have an expert who reached the 5th realm, the primal golden core stage?" Nala clenched his fists, trembling slightly. "I'm not sure either, but that person is incredibly terrifying. If he had followed us, we would surely have died today." A loud voice asked, "Are you talking about me?" Hearing that voice, Nala's group was so terrified their hair stood on end. They looked in that direction and saw a person standing there. One of them immediately asked, "Who's there?" Anjing stood there smiling, looking towards Nala. Nala's group asked, "Who are you?" Nala, his clothes stained with blood, wondered when this person had appeared. A person in a mask, clothes stained with blood, looking like a menial disciple from Azure Sky Sect. Nala's face showed surprise. He pointed forward and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Anjing smiled, holding out his hands, and said to Nala's group, mistakenly called Azure Sky Sect menials, "Haven't you already seen?" Nala frowned and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. A menial disciple couldn't possibly approach me so silently like this." Nala, drenched in sweat, asked, "Was the person who acted just now you?" Anjing clenched his fist, raised it slightly trembling, and said, "It was me." He thought of himself holding the broom, cursing the one who caused this chaos, making the sect extremely messy, with trash scattered everywhere. Anjing was furious, eyes wide, sweat covering his face, angrily asking, "Do you know how long I have to sweep?" He angrily held up 5 fingers, saying, "You come once, and I have to spend 5 days cleaning up." Hearing Anjing, Nala and his 2 companions were suddenly stunned. Nala's face turned purple. Cleaning up? Could this person really be a menial disciple? Anjing asked. "Speak. Why did you come to Azure Sky Sect looking for me?" Nala retorted, "This is a secret of the Mo men. On what grounds should I tell you? Let me tell you. If Anjing doesn't appear, a Mo men elder will come here personally." Nala, looking slightly annoyed, said, "Crushing your Azure Sky Sect is as easy as crushing an ant. I advise you to step aside. Don't waste our time." Anjing laughed and said, "No need to say more. I didn't come here this time to ask for the whole story." Nala frowned annoyedly, asking, "Then what do you want?" Anjing frowned in annoyance, saying, "To pull out the weeds by the roots." Then countless white tornadoes suddenly appeared, surrounding him, Nala. Those tornadoes rushed forward, causing Nala's men to panic, scatter, and scream, "Ah!" He, Anjing, turned and left, yawned, stretched, and said, "It's over." Nala's group was sucked into the tornadoes. Nala screamed, "No!" Afterwards, a cloud of dust and smoke rose up, forming a perfect circle. Later, Sect Master Lu Ming's daughter, Lu Yunir, asked worriedly, "Father, were the people from the Mo men really scared away by a mysterious expert?" Lu Ming stroked his beard and replied, "That person forced the 3rd realm Nala to retreat with just a single move. Their strength is truly terrifying." Looking at the ruins before him, Lu Ming wondered aloud, "Could it be that our Azure Sky Sect has a Grand Elder in seclusion that I don't know about?" Then Lu Ming told Lu Yunir, "That's right, Yunir. Go investigate and see if our Azure Sky Sect has anyone named Anjing. Lu Yunir nodded, unable to help thinking. The person with the most profound strength in our Azure Sky Sect is the Grand Elder. Pondering further, Lu Yunir felt confused. Even the Grand Elder couldn't force Nala to retreat with just a leaf. So, who exactly is helping our Azure Sky Sect? At Azure Sky Sect, the scripture pavilion, Anjing was holding a secret manual and stood motionless for a moment. Then the Myriad Things fusion system displayed a notification. High-grade mortal level 7-star sword art, cultivated to perfection, automatically fusing into the host's soaring heaven sword art. Anjing summarized, after 3 years of fusion, both the soaring heaven sword art and the soaring heaven immortal method I created myself have reached the immortal martial level of Tianqing Sect, and I have completely fused everything. My name is Anjing. 3 years ago, I transmigrated into this martial world and joined Azure Sky Sect, becoming a menial disciple responsible for cleaning the scripture pavilion while possessing the Myriad Things fusion system. As the name suggests, the Myriad Things fusion system allows combining items of the same type in the world to create higher-grade items after fusion. For example, fusing sword arts, from Tai Xing sword art and San Wen sword art into the new 7-star sword art. Fusing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, from Xuanling fruit and Zhu fruit into Xuanling Zhu fruit. Fusing Dharma artifacts together will create the 9-yang sword. Just like that, in the scripture pavilion of Azure Sky Sect, I continuously fused various low-level Dharma arts, unaware that 3 years had passed. Anjing wondered, what realm has my cultivation reached? Nala is merely a 3rd realm expert. Defeating him is insignificant. After Anjing made up his mind, he realized his cultivation was still not high enough. Before reaching the 9th realm, he still couldn't leave the mountain because the world outside was truly too dangerous. Suddenly, a beautiful hand gently pushed the door open. Outer Sect Deacon Elder Liu Jiao, still holding a broom, angrily shouted, "Menial 27. Anjing didn't know what else to say in the face of Liu Jiao's irritation at this moment. Then Anjing calmly asked, "Deacon Elder, what matter do you seek me for?" Liu Jiao simply threw the broom hard down next to Anjing and glared, shouting loudly, "Well done! Hiding here slacking off, are you? I've been looking for you for half a day. Don't you know what incident happened in the sect? Right now, the sect is in chaos. Hurry up and get lost to clean up for me." Anjing picked up the broom from the ground, then quickly left without saying much more to Liu Jiao. "Yes, I'll go right away." Outside, the ruins from before had been repaired, restored, and were currently being cleaned. Liu Jiao asked Lu Yunir in surprise, "Yunir, do you mean there's an expert in our sect who repelled the Mo Dzong expert?" Lu Yunir confirmed, "Yes, this person used only a leaf to repel Nala, who is at the 3rd realm cultivation level. It's highly possible this is some senior from our Azure Sky Sect." Hearing this, Liu Jiao was deeply shocked. Heavens! A single leaf could repel Nala? How terrifying must that expert be? Lu Yunir said somberly, "A senior with such profound cultivation. I'm afraid they might have just been passing by. If that person were truly an expert of our Azure Sky Sect, how wonderful that would be." Liu Jiao said excitedly, "If this senior is one of our Azure Sky Sect, that would be truly great. Then who would dare look down on us anymore? Especially those folks from Yuhi Men. Lately, they've become increasingly arrogant, completely disregarding our Azure Sky Sect." Lu Yunir immediately said, "Yuha men can be ignored for now, but Nala of the Mo Dzong is the real problem. They didn't find the person named Anjing. They will definitely return." Then Lu Yunir suggested, "I need the disciple register list for Azure Sky Sect for the past nearly 100 years to check if anyone is named Anjing." Liu Jiao immediately said, "Wait a moment. I'll have someone fetch it for you." Looking thoughtful, Liu Jiao continued, "However, I feel perhaps the people from Mo Dzong were mistaken. With the formidable strength of the Dzong, how could they get involved in such matters?" Unsure if her anger nerve was struck again, Liu Jiao suddenly yelled at Anjing, "Menial 27! Haven't you eaten yet? Working so carelessly. Sweep faster. When you finish sweeping later, take the Azure Sky Sect register and give it to Elder Lu Yunir." Anjing replied loudly, "I know, Deacon Elder." Lu Yunir gently advised Liu Jiao, "Let it go, Senior Sister Liu. There's no need to be so strict with a menial disciple. Liu Jiu explained, Yunir, you don't know. These menial disciples start slacking off the moment I'm not around. After speaking, Liu Jiao also reluctantly left. Oh, let's go. Let's get the register list. Lu Yunir could only sigh. Lu Yunir smiled and asked Anjing, What's your name? You've been at Azure Sky Sect for a few years now, right? Anjing feigned innocence and replied, I've been a menial disciple at Azure Sky Sect for 3 years, since I was 27. Lu Yunir mused, 3 years. Your time at Azure Sky Sect isn't short. If a powerful enemy attacks the sect in the future, would you be afraid? Anjing answered frankly, not afraid at all. Lu Yunir repeated his answer in surprise, not afraid at all? Then Lu Yunir cheerfully and proudly patted Anjing's shoulder. Worthy of being a disciple of our Azure Sky Sect. Very good. Anjing still spoke softly. Elder Lu is joking again. I am merely a menial disciple. Late in the afternoon, someone arrived in front of the scripture pavilion. Elder Zhang Cho of Yu Hemen smirked sinisterly. This must be the scripture pavilion of Azure Sky Sect, right? His face couldn't be more smug under the blue sky. Zhang Chu gloated. During the day, Azure Sky Sect encountered trouble. The sect must be in utter chaos. This is the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the scripture pavilion of Azure Sky Sect. Zhang Chu was full of anticipation, wondering if he could find the spirit-level Dharma art, the rumored Tianqing heart method. Then Zhang Chu pushed the door open and silently sneaked inside. Zhang Chu hastily entered, quiet as if afraid of being discovered. Inside, Zhang Chu looked around and felt relieved. Indeed, there was no one here at this time. Malice flashed in Zhang Chu's eyes as he reached out to search. These are all hundreds of years' worth of records from Azure Sky Sect. Even if I don't find the Tianqing heart method, these are all rare Dharma arts. Suddenly a sound was heard. Someone else was in here. Hearing the sound, Zhang Chu jumped in fright. Then Zhang Chu frantically looked around and exclaimed, What sound was that? Is someone there? Zhang Chu shouted loudly, Come out! Clop, clop, a woman stepped out. A beauty dressed in black and wearing a mask. The masked beauty chuckled dryly. Humph, humph. Zhang Chu's face darkened, already mocking others, forgetting he was no different. Like a little mouse, hiding the head but showing the tail. Who are you exactly? The masked beauty retorted mockingly. You say I hide my head but show my tail? Then what are you sneaking around here for? You old man don't look like someone from Azure Sky Sect at all. You must have taken advantage of the chaos to come here and steal cultivation methods, right? Zhang Chu, furious, circulated his energy and roared, Courting death! That attack struck right where the masked beauty was standing. Fortunately, she agilely jumped up, dodging the blow. The masked beauty landed lightly on top of a cabinet. Then the masked beauty warned coldly, Old brute, do you really think I'm not your match? If we alert the people of Azure Sky Sect, neither of us can expect peace. Zhang Chu resentfully ground his teeth. Yet Zhang Chu stubbornly circulated his energy, intending to fight to the end. Truly hateful. Anjing sighed. Coming is one thing, but why must you fight every time, scattering scriptures everywhere like this? The two of them froze, looking towards the source of the sound. Zhang Chu asked in panic, Who's there? Anjing silently approached with the broom. The masked beauty sighed in relief. Turns out it's just a menial disciple of Azure Sky Sect. Zhang Chu glared. Stinking brat, how long have you been hiding here? Anjing casually replied, About 3 years or so. Then Anjing pretended innocence, saying, I still remember this masked lady. Last time, she was dressed exactly the same as now. The first time inspecting the 7-star sword art, mid-grade mortal level. The masked beauty was instantly frightened. You even know this? Anjing added. Even you have been here twice. Annoyance clear on his face, Anjing questioned coldly. Tossing everything to look for evidence? Previously, I saw the token you wore at your waist. It belongs to an elder of Yu Hemen. You're considered a figure of some standing. Why are you so fixated on thievery like this? Zhang Chu, exposed, became flustered and angry, trying to shift blame. Nonsense! Don't you dare falsely accuse this old man! Anjing smirked contemptuously. The first time you came was 3 months ago. You intended to go straight to the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, but were blocked by the formation. In the end, you could only steal a high-grade, mortal-level formless water art from the 2nd floor and flee. Am I right? Anjing asked mockingly. It was true. At that time, Tang Chu had been bound entirely by the formation, but his hand still tightly held the high-grade, mortal-level, formless water art scroll. Tang Chu tried to suppress his embarrassment with fury. Unexpectedly, this brat knows so clearly and thoroughly. Finally, Tang Chu sensed something was wrong and interrogated, "Who exactly are you?" Anjing enthusiastically introduced himself again. "Me? I'm a menial disciple of Azure Sky Sect." Tang Chu laughed like a petty villain. Just a menial disciple dares to speak so arrogantly here. Then Tang Chu rushed forward, intending to deliver a finishing blow to Anjing. Anjing wasn't passive either, creating a barrier to block Tang Chu's attack. Tang Chu refused to yield, trying to pour in more power. Suddenly Tang Chu froze, his dantian shattered. Tang Chu broke out in sweat, his face pale. "What? Impossible! Spare me!" Tang Chu begged, but it was too late. Tang Chu's physical body gradually dissipated. The sword fell. The masked beauty was horrified seeing the previous scene. Only two people remained inside, facing each other. The space suddenly became silent. Oh, another pile of trash. Anjing calmly took the broom and swept up the mess. The masked beauty immediately knelt down. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The masked beauty earnestly begged, "Senior, please spare my life." Anjing still replied calmly, "I am just a menial disciple of Azure Sky Sect. You don't need to perform such a grand ceremony. I dare not accept it if you do." The masked beauty pleaded, "Senior, I was wrong. I won't dare come here to steal Dharma arts anymore. I only hope Senior will show great mercy and spare my life." Anjing said coldly, "Stand up. I ask you, why did you come to the scripture pavilion of Azure Sky Sect to secretly read the scriptures?" The masked beauty asked pitifully, "Senior, if I just tell you, will you let me go?" Anjing turned back to sweeping without saying anything more. Seeing this, the masked beauty became anxious and quickly said, "I'll explain now. Azure Sky Sect is the most ancient sect on the Yuan River branch. Legend has it that Azure Sky Sect holds dozens of spirit-level Dharma art scrolls. Out of momentary excitement, I came here." Anjing nodded. "So that's how it is." The masked beauty explained further. The Yuan River branch refers to the sects built near the Yuan River, including dozens of sects, like Azure Sky Sect and Yuhi Men. Although Azure Sky Sect's strength is weak, it has a long history and possesses high-level cultivation methods within the sect. This made me greedy. After speaking, she repeatedly kowtowed, begging, "Senior, this lowly one is willing to serve like an ox or horse. I only beg Senior to spare my life." Anjing said calmly, "You may leave." The masked beauty asked again in surprise, "Senior is really letting me go?" Anjing turned back to sweeping again, still saying nothing. The masked beauty stood up trembling. Before leaving, the masked beauty still tried to add, "When I came here, I passed through Yuhi Men. I heard the young master of Yuhi Men wants to form ties with the young master of Azure Sky Sect, using that opportunity to profit from Azure Sky Sect." Then she reminded Anjing, "If Azure Sky Sect doesn't agree, I'm afraid Yuhi Men won't give up easily. Senior must be careful." The Myriad Things fusion system displayed details: name, Anjing, Dharma arts, Ghost Valley sword art, high-grade classic level, fusible, Great Luo heart method, mid-grade spirit level, fusible, Dharma artifacts, 3 Yang sword, mid-grade spirit level, fusible. Anjing then picked up the sword from the ground. The Myriad Things fusion system displayed 3 Yang sword, D-grade spirit level, can be upgraded. Fuse, Anjing examined the sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, Tang Chu's flying sword artifact is spirit level. Then Anjing chose to fuse. Anjing was full of excitement, especially since he had previously fused a large amount of spiritual energy. This time, he could finally upgrade. That sword gradually fused into a new, more exquisite and powerful sword. Fusion complete. System displayed. Fusion successful. 3 Yang sword has been upgraded to high-grade spirit level. Anjing couldn't help wondering, next, to upgrade this 3 Yang sword to an immortal artifact, how many more Dharma artifacts will be needed? The second day, at the menial disciples' quarters of Azure Sky Sect, Liu Jiao stood outside banging on the door, shouting, "Menial 27! Liu Jiao boomed, "The sun is already high in the sky. Where did you go last night? What were you doing, huh?" As if twisting his heart, liver, lungs, Liu Jiao's voice was like a loudspeaker. "Hurry up and get lost to sweep the scripture pavilion for me." At the scripture pavilion, Anjing was working while yawning repeatedly. The scripture pavilion has 6 floors in total. Floors 1, 2, 3, and 4 all contain mortal-level Dharma arts, while floors 5 and 6 contain spirit-level Dharma arts. Outside, Lu Yunir was practicing her cultivation. Lu Yunir sighed wearily. Oh, the highest-level Dharma art of our Azure Sky Sect is ultimately only D-grade spirit level. Lu Yunir told herself, continue. When Anjing is finished, I'll go out. Just then Anjing, saw Lu Yunir practicing. It seemed Lu Yunir was not doing well. She was trembling and sweating profusely. Anjing's gaze suddenly caught something. Huh? Bai Jie? Anjing looked at the book in surprise. Then Anjing pondered. Lu Yunir is just the most diligent person in Azure Sky Sect, but unfortunately, her aptitude is slightly lacking, making this Dharma art completely unsuitable for her. Then Anjing circulated his energy. Guess I'll help her out a bit. Swish, swish. The scene looked like sweeping, but it was actually powerful streams of spiritual energy awakening Lu Yunir. Lu Yunir was quickly overwhelmed by these streams of spiritual energy. Then Lu Yunir woke up with a start, panting, her heart full of terror. So dangerous. Just now I almost suffered chi deviation. Luckily that sound woke me up in time. Lu Yunir turned and asked Anjing, was that you? Anjing replied, I came here to sweep. Lu Yunir immediately retorted, the 6th floor of Azure Sky Sect is the core of the sect, where the most precious Dharma arts are displayed. Ordinary disciples are not allowed entry, let alone menial ones. Are you just the cleaner here? Suddenly, Lu Yunir clapped her hands together once. Lu Yunir said naively, I know. It must be Liu Jiao slacking off again. Anjing deliberately reminded her, the sweeping sound just now was a bit loud. It disturbed the elder. Lu Yunir replied softly, just now, thanks to you. If I hadn't woken up in time, I would surely have suffered backlash and been injured. Then she decisively closed the book and stepped outside. Lu Yunir trembled, leaning on the shelf. It's because I was too impatient. Lu Yunir left sadly. Recently, the Mo Dzong experts attacked the mountain gate, along with the pressure from Yu Heimen, making my mind chaotic. Anjing returned and rearranged the items on the shelf. Suddenly, a person from Azure Sky Sect appeared. This person wondered, is this the legendary ancient sect, Azure Sky Sect? This person was Bai Jie. Bai Jie looked up, observing for a moment. His eyes sharp, Bai Jie was full of anticipation. I wonder what surprise this Azure Sky Sect can bring me. Beikai announced loudly, Zhou Jianmen's Bai Jie has come to pay respects to Azure Sky Sect. The disciples whispered, who's that? Daring to challenge our Azure Sky Sect seems like Bai Jie from Zhou Jianmen. A disciple couldn't believe it and asked the person next to him, what? It's him? The scene made me, Anjing, sigh, truly too noisy. In the main hall of Azure Sky Sect, the seniors gathered as if in an emergency meeting. Lu Ming hadn't expected it. That madman Bai Jie actually came here. Lu Yunir asked cautiously, could it be the genius sword cultivator from Zhou Jianmen? Lu Ming replied, Bai Jie is the #1 genius of Zhou Jianmen. Since childhood, he has shown astonishing talent. Furthermore, Bai Dong diligently nurtured him, causing Bai Jie's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. After Lu Ming recounted, 3 years ago when he started venturing out, he challenged dozens of sects around the Yuheng River. Undergoing 97 battles without a single defeat, he is truly a super genius in the entire Yuheng River area. A disciple expressed his thoughts. This Bai Jie, in the future, he might have a chance to reach the 4th realm. His prospects are limitless. Then that disciple added, Sect Master, this person's talent is astonishing. I heard he has already touched the threshold of the 3rd realm. Another disciple asked worriedly, our sect's disciples. I'm afraid they are no match for him. What should we do now? Should we accept the challenge? It seemed Lu Ming had made a decision. Since he has come, we just need to go out and welcome him. Lu Ming went out to meet Bai Jie. Bai Jie greeted first. Zhou Jianmen's Bai Jie pays respects to the seniors of Azure Sky Sect. Lu Ming invited him, worthy of being Zhou Jianmen's genius. Since you've come from afar, why not come inside the sect for a cup of tea? What do you say? Bai Jie refused bluntly. No need. My purpose in coming to Azure Sky Sect, Senior must already know. Lu Ming's solemnity completely contrasted with Bai Jie's arrogant attitude. I know a little about you. Are you here to challenge? Bai Jie, arrogant and filled with killing intent, I heard Azure Sky Sect is an ancient relic land. The Tianqing sword art within the sect is a spirit-level Dharma art, its immortal vitality surging like a rushing river. Then Bai Jie got straight to the point. Furthermore, I heard that Azure Sky Sect's young master Lu Yunir is cultivating this Tianqing sword art. Today, I came here wishing to experience it. Lu Yunir sighed softly. Lu Yunir said somewhat humbly, I am currently advancing to elder rank. I'm afraid I cannot compete with your excellency. Bai Jie replied calmly, No matter. Wait until all disciples of Azure Sky Sect have been defeated. Then you can compete with me. The people from Azure Sky Sect roared indignantly. Damn it! They completely disregard our Azure Sky Sect, truly arrogant and conceited. A disciple stepped forward and said to Lu Ming, Master, let me exchange a few moves with him. Lu Ming stroked his beard and said, All right, be careful. Wu Yang stepped out proudly, saying, Azure Sky Sect, Wu Wang requests guidance. Bai Jie smiled smugly. Zhoujianmen, Bai Jie. Wu Yang took a breath and said, Draw your sword. Bai Jie quickly replied, No need. Hearing this, Wu Yang angrily drew his sword, saying, You truly are arrogant, Qing He Man Yuan. After speaking, he pointed his sword towards him and rushed forward at extreme speed. He narrowed his eyes. His fist curled, radiating immense magical power. One moment dodging Wu Yang's sword tip, the next striking straight at his face. He showed extreme disappointment. Bai Jie said loudly, I went easy, while the other guy was sent flying dozens of meters. He smugly raised his hand, saying, Too weak, truly disappointing. The atmosphere was now dead silent. Everyone was astonished, looking from him to the disciple lying defeated on the ground after a fight that lasted only 5 seconds. Everyone was worried, pointing at him and saying, This Bai Jie is too strong, worthy of being the once-in-a-century genius of Zhujian men. They looked at each other, shouting in terror, so scary. Seeing them so frightened, Lu Yunir helplessly spoke up. Let me go then. Seeing his daughter say this, Lu Ming turned, his expression worried, calling, Luer, you... She looked at him with determined eyes, saying, Wu Yang was defeated in one move. The others will surely not be Bai Jie's match either. Only I have a chance to defeat him. After speaking, she immediately stepped out, her face expressionless. Seeing her come out, he said, This is more like it. Let me broaden my horizons regarding the reputation of an ancient sect. Lu Yunir drew her sword, saying coldly, As you wish. The sword was now fully drawn. Bai Jie rested his chin on his hand, saying, Indeed, you have some strength. Compared to that guy before, much stronger. Wu Yang had woken up with a swollen face, angrily shouting, Damn it! My name is Wu Yang! On this side, Lu Yunir had already flown high, slashing sharp sword strokes towards him. Bai Jie just chuckled lightly, saying, Just some petty tricks. He extended his arm, blocking all sword tips flying towards him, thus causing quite a few large explosions, and the wind blew increasingly stronger. Yunir frowned and said, Still haven't drawn your sword? She continued swinging her sword towards him, slashing continuously without stopping. Bai Jie easily dodged this move without exerting much effort. But no matter how fast, he couldn't avoid being caught by her. Bai Jie, after being hit by the palm strike, his face darkened, annoyed. Very well. You are indeed worthy of me drawing my sword. On this side, she was still vigorously swinging her sword continuously. He used his own sword to block her sword tip. She frowned in frustration at being unable to defeat him. Bai Jie drew his sword and slashed towards her, but luckily she managed to dodge in time. The two swords crossed, forming an X shape in midair. Both continued to rush at each other. He sneered, Slow! Too slow! Lu Yunir landed lightly on the ground, while he still smugly mocked, Your sword is too slow. His sword radiated demonic power, covering the entire blade. Bai Jie pointed his sword tip towards her, slashed fiercely, and said, If this is all you have, then everything can end now. The move flew past her, cutting down all the surrounding trees. Lu Yunir saw the scene before her and exclaimed in fear, So powerful! Before she could regain her composure, he attacked again, forcing her to struggle to defend with the sword in her hand. At this moment, cracks began to appear on her sword. It seemed it could no longer endure. My sword! Yunir cried out in despair. The sword had broken in two, losing its power to resist. She was astonished, mouth agape, exclaiming, It broke! Yunir trembled with anger, shouting loudly, "I haven't lost yet! Continue!" Suddenly, Lu Ming sighed and spoke up. "Enough. You are not his match." Hearing him, Bai Jie quickly turned and replied, "There's nothing surprising. I haven't even used my full strength, and Elder Lu has already lost." He smirked sinisterly and continued, "If the elder won't do, then how about the sect master steps up?" Liu Jiao clenched her fists, roaring angrily, "Insolent! Brat Bai Jie, you are too arrogant!" The people behind her also shouted in unison, "You are insulting our Azure Sky Sect, daring to speak so arrogantly. Don't blame us for attacking together." Hearing this, he smirked slightly and replied, "I was just joking." After speaking, that person immediately flew away on his sword, leaving everything behind. The initial excitement turned into disappointment, then quietly departed. Outside Azure Sky Sect, it was late at night. He lay beside a fire, eyes looking up at the sky, muttering to himself, "The sect master of Yu He Men really tricked me, saying Azure Sky Sect had a genius. Unexpectedly, they're all a bunch of trash." He continued dejectedly, "Wait until I cultivate for a few more years. Perhaps then I'll be strong enough to challenge the sect master of Azure Sky Sect. At that time, I'll demand they show me the Tianqing sword art." Suddenly, a strange figure appeared, asking, "Is that so?" Suddenly, a strange figure appeared and asked, "Is that so?" Hearing the voice, Bai Jie instantly jumped up, turned, and shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out and face me." From the darkness, a tall young man stepped out. It was Anjing. Bai Jie pointed at his face and shouted loudly, "Who are you?" His face hardened as he thought, to appear beside me without making a sound. This person is definitely not simple. Anjing smiled lightly and replied, "Who I am isn't important. The main thing is, I want to find you for some practice." He began performing magic, simultaneously leaving the sword art in your hand. Bai Jie frowned and replied, "Good, very good. Unexpectedly, among the disciples of Azure Sky Sect, there's someone like you. You seem much stronger than Lu Yunir." He forcefully drew his sword, saying, "Let me see your strength. Zhou Jian's secret art." The fight was extremely subtle. After speaking, he pointed his sword towards him. He easily caught the stream of sword chi with his hand. Looking at the sword chi in his hand, he just smiled without saying anything more. Bai Jie saw the scene before him and exclaimed in astonishment, How could this happen?" The sword tip gradually dissipated in Anjing's hand. He said softly, "Is this your sword?" Slow, too slow. Angrily, he raised the sword high, shouting, "Jiujian's secret art! Jiazi mi, false self-secret!" After speaking, he swung his sword, cutting down all the surrounding trees. Anjing waved his hand, creating a circle to protect himself. Bai Jie couldn't believe his eyes, jaw dropped in astonishment. Suddenly, he was caught by something and pulled back sharply. He reached out and snatched the sword from Bai Jie's hand. Holding the sword, Anjing said to Bai Jie, "You are both weak and slow." Anjing held the sword and said, "Now watch my sword." He created a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Bai Jie stood watching, stammering in fear, Sky, it's bright." In the main hall of Azure Sky Sect, many people were gathered. Lu Ming asked unhappily, "Where is Yunir?" Lu Jiao also said unhappily, "I don't know." After the competition ended, Elder Lu was nowhere to be seen. He sighed tiredly and said that Bai Jie is indeed very skilled. If only our Azure Sky Sect had such a disciple, how good that would be. Hopefully, Yunir can recover after this blow. Hearing him, everyone couldn't help but feel dejected. Suddenly, everyone simultaneously looked outside, towards the source of a strange light. Seeing it, Lu Jiao shouted, "What's going on? What is that? Could it be the people from Mo Dzong have come to kill us again?" Everyone rushed outside to see what was happening. Wu Yang pointed to the sky, saying in panic, "Heavens, look, the sky has become bright." Lu Ming also looked, sweat pouring, saying, "This is sword light. This sword light is too powerful. This is a sword immortal taking action, a true sword immortal." Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. No one could utter a word. On this side, the two of them still stood there, silently looking at each other, neither speaking. Bai Jie was still panicked, looking towards the light and asking, "What?" The light gradually faded. He swallowed hard. Bai Jie looked at him, the person holding the sword, and said, "Sword immortal. This is definitely a sword immortal." Anjing took out the Jiujian secret art book. He looked at him and said, These two items, consider them the price for your life. Bai Jie looked away with difficulty, saying, Is Senior a member of Azure Sky Sect? Anjing didn't answer his question, but just said coldly, Get lost. Remember, as a person, you must know humility. He clasped his hands, bowed slightly, and replied, Yes. Bai Jie quickly left, glancing back and saying, The people of Yu He Men indeed didn't lie to me. As Bai Jie walked away, he kept looking back at him, saying, There is a great expert in Azure Sky Sect, moreover a peerless sword immortal. The next morning he, Anjing, was standing outside, holding the book and sword from last night. He sat alone, muttering, Even if a mosquito is small, it's still meat. High-grade spirit level Dharma, Artifact 3. Yang Sword still needs 100 more spiritual energy points to upgrade. Do you want to fuse with the D-grade spirit level Flying Sword? High-grade spirit level Ghost Valley Sword Art is short, 10 spiritual energy points for upgrade. Do you want to fuse the mid-grade spirit level Jiujian Secret Art? The system asked. He was observing something. The book and sword were floating, myriad things merging together in fire. Anjing pressed the confirm button, shouting, Fuse! The book and sword gradually dissipated, blending into each other. Fusion successful. Obtained high-grade spirit level 3 Yang Sword. Fusion successful. Obtained D-grade immortal level sword. Art, Ghost Valley Sword Art. Myriad Things Fusion. Name, Anjing. Dharma. Arts Ghost Valley Sword Art. D-grade spirit level. Correction based on previous line should be immortal level. Fusible. Great Luo Heart Method. Mid-grade spirit level. Fusible. Dharma Artifacts. 3 Yang Sword. High-grade spirit level. Fusible. He looked at the information displayed on the system, gave a faint smile, and said, The sword art has reached immortal level, but the heart method is progressing too slowly. Perhaps I need to find another way. Scene changes to a bustling city. In a crowded eatery, people were discussing animatedly, Have you heard? Bai Jie just failed his challenge against Azure Sky Sect. A long-haired man said, True or false? Bai Jie is a sword path genius, monstrous enough to continuously challenge 7 major sects without failing. Everyone was buzzing about this news, excitedly discussing, Right. How could Bai Jie possibly lose? Someone sitting far off spoke up. Who defeated Bai Jie? Could it be the sect master of Azure Sky Sect personally acted? A waiter came out saying, According to Bai Jie's account after returning to Zhujianzong, it seems it was a young disciple of Azure Sky Sect. In a spacious room, people were chatting lively. Someone asked, Azure Sky Sect actually has such a monstrous disciple? The young man beside him continued, A thin camel is still bigger than a fat horse. It seems the ancient sect truly cannot be underestimated. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 2nd floor, Tang Wenfung and Tang Chu were sitting and chatting together. Wenfung frowned and said, Father, Bai Jie lost. This means Azure Sky Sect really did hide its strength before. So what about our plan? Before Wenfung could finish, Bai interjected, The plan doesn't change. No matter how strong Azure Sky Sect is, they cannot surpass the Mo Dzong. Behind us is the Mo Dzong. Wenfung smiled smugly. Father is right. Bai frowned, gritting his teeth. Help Mo Dzong find the person named Yuan. And at the same time, our Yu He men will take this opportunity to seize Azure Sky Sect's heart method to strengthen ourselves. Neither of these tasks can be neglected. Wenfung shot up, slammed his hand on the table and said, Father, who exactly is Anjing? Why is the Mo Dzong so determined to find this person? Bai frowned, shook his head. I'm not entirely clear either, but it seems related to the demon queen, Mo Hao, of the Mo Men. Wenfung exclaimed in surprise, The demon queen? Didn't she pass away 300 years ago? Bai pondered thoughtfully and began to recount, 300 years ago, the demon queen was the #1 expert of the Mo Men. All 3 branches of the Mo Men, heaven, earth, human, were led by the demon queen. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. At that time, the demon queen's fame was as dazzling as the midday sun. No one could compare. Wenfung still said confusedly, I heard that every time the demon queen appeared, she wore a bronze mask. No one ever saw her true face. He half believed the rumors people whispered that she was incredibly ugly, hence the mask. I don't know if that's true or not. Bai waved his hand, shook his head. Who knows? It's best we don't pry too much into the affairs of the Mo Men. We just need to obtain Azure Sky Sect's heart method. That's enough. Elsewhere, a secret meeting was in progress. Lu Ming sat in the central position of the room. He began, "The matter of Bai Jie being defeated. You all must have heard, right?" People sitting on both sides started looking at each other, everyone wearing heavy expressions. They slowly lowered their heads and nodded slightly. Lu Ming frowned angrily. "Everyone is rumoring that the one who defeated Bai Jie is a disciple of our Azure Sky Sect. Who do you think it is?" Lu Yunir stood up, her expression solemn, saying, "That day, all disciples of Azure Sky Sect were present at the scene watching the battle. No one could have silently left to fight Bai Jie." Another person also stood up. "Elder Lu is right. If our Azure Sky Sect truly had such a formidable disciple, how could we possibly not know?" Yunir stood silently looking at that person. Her face creased, biting her lip, then said, "Perhaps this disciple has always hidden their true strength." That man shook his head. "Impossible! How could our Azure Sky Sect possibly have such a monstrous disciple existing? Moreover, Azure Sky Sect has absolutely no need to hide its strength." That person continued giving his opinion, asserting it must be because Bai Jie was too arrogant and conceited that he provoked an enemy from outside. That enemy didn't want to reveal themselves, so they used Azure Sky Sect to deal with him. Lu Ming sighed and recounted, "Do you remember the mysterious person who dealt with the Mo Dzong? Several days have passed, and we still haven't clearly investigated who that person is. Perhaps both these incidents were caused by the same person." He stood up abruptly, ordering loudly, "Investigate thoroughly for me again. See if any disciple was absent from the scene at that time." Lu Zhou stood up and asked, "Sect Master, do the menial disciples need to be investigated?" Lu Ming said softly, "Ignore the menial disciples. They either have poor aptitude or have never cultivated. It couldn't possibly be done by a menial disciple." Lu Zhao nodded slightly. "It was my overthinking. Indeed, it couldn't possibly be a menial disciple." A pair of slender legs swung gently, playfully dipping into the water surface. It was Yun'er. She was sitting relaxing beside a clear, cool lake. She thought to herself, who exactly defeated that Bai Jie? Could it really be a disciple of our Azure Sky Sect, as everyone rumors? Her face slightly melancholic, she said, "If that person were truly a disciple of Azure Sky Sect, how good that would be." After speaking, she quickly waved her hand, shaking her head as if denying her own thoughts. "Lu Yunir, oh Lu Yunir, stop daydreaming. How could such a person be at Azure Sky Sect? If they really were at Azure Sky Sect, everyone would have discovered them long ago." Suddenly, there was the rustling sound of a broom sweeping nearby. Yunir turned in surprise. "It's that menial disciple." She cheerfully asked him, "Are you responsible for sweeping this area?" Anjing smiled and replied, "That's right. I've been sweeping here for one shichen, 2 hours already." He pointed into the distance and said, "Leaving this place, the scripture pavilion, the back courtyard, the rear mountain, I sweep them all." Yunir was surprised, eyes wide. "Sweeping here for one shichen already?" She frowned, thinking, "I was so careless. Someone was here for a whole shichen, and I didn't even notice. Luckily, that person is a disciple of Azure Sky Sect." Having thought it through, she gently lifted her foot from the water and said, "Then you must be working hard." As she spoke, she moved closer to him and asked, "You've been a menial disciple at Azure Sky Sect for 3 years. Let me speak to Elder Liu Jiao and recommend you to become a nominal disciple of Azure Sky Sect. What do you think?" Anjing replied regretfully, "Let it be. My cultivation is insufficient, and I cannot break the sect's rules. Currently, the cultivation world is divided into 9 major realms. Only upon entering the first realm, Huangting Foundation Establishment, Huangting Juji, is one considered to have officially begun the path of cultivation and become a disciple of Azure Sky Sect. This is the rule of Azure Sky Sect." Yunir said, "Your heart is truly calm, isn't it? No intention of striving at all." Her voice held a hint of sadness. "If I could be like you, surely I wouldn't have these worries anymore." Hearing this, Anjing recalled past memories. 3 years ago, when he had just transmigrated to this world where martial arts were revered, upon joining Azure Sky Sect, he was often bullied by fellow disciples. When he was sitting dejectedly by the riverbank, Yun'er kindly approached. She asked him, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" At that time, he was startled to see her, jumping up in panic, shouting, "Senior Sister Lu!" Yunir gently patted his shoulder and said, "No need to be so formal. You must be a little unaccustomed after leaving home to come here, right?" Anjing rubbed his head, stammering, "No, it's not that." Yunir smiled brightly at him. "From now on, Azure Sky Sect is your second home. If anything unhappy happens, you can find Senior Sister Lu." Returning to the present, Anjing asked her, "Is Senior Sister Lu still thinking about the battle with Bai Jie?" Yunir replied sadly, "I'm wondering who exactly defeated Bai Jie. Is this person a disciple of Azure Sky Sect? If so, who are they and what do they look like?" Anjing rubbed his chin. "I think he must look very ugly. Otherwise, why would he have to hide from everyone?" Yunir quickly waved her hand, shaking her head. "That's not certain, junior brother. Don't speak nonsense. That person's cultivation is higher than mine. If he heard that, it wouldn't be good at all." Anjing smiled, gently replying, "Rest assured he won't mind." Yunir continued, "Actually, what I'm really worried about is why the Mo Dzong keeps coming to our Azure Sky Sect, searching for that person named Anjing." Yunir said resentfully, "Doing that is clearly fabricating things, deliberately finding fault to cause trouble for us." Anjing thought to himself, "I also don't understand why they are looking for me." The river where the two stood had beautiful scenery, full of the sounds and sights of colorful nature. Yunir sadly muttered to herself, "Tell me, if the people from Mo Dzong really attacked our Azure Sky Sect, what would you do then?" Hearing this, Anjing picked up his broom. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Lu, even if you've forgotten, I won't forget the words you once told me. Azure Sky Sect is my second home." He placed his hand on his chest, his voice full of determination. "For Senior Sister Lu, for this family, junior brother will definitely resist with all my might against the Mo men." Hearing this, Yunir also smiled. "Junior brother, rest assured. Senior sister will absolutely not let a menial disciple like you face the Mo men. Senior sister will definitely protect you." Hearing that, Anjing smiled. "The sect is in peril. Why still distinguish between you and me?" Yunir laughed agreeably. "Right. Junior brother, I still don't know your name." Anjing said, "Senior sister, if I told you my name is Anjing, would you believe it?" Yunir was surprised. "I didn't expect that someone as quiet as you also knows how to joke." She waved her hand. "The Anjing the Mo Men Dzong wants to find is definitely some major figure. How could it be a little menial disciple like you?" Hearing this, Anjing just smiled brightly. He said, "Senior sister, from now on, just call me 27. He thought to himself, "I knew you wouldn't believe it. Then don't blame me for not telling you." Yunir smiled radiantly, her blushing face looking adorable. 27? All right then. A while later, Anjing was sweeping a room, murmuring to himself, "I wonder what tricks this Mo Dzong intends to pull next. They couldn't find me. They surely won't give up easily." As he thought, he reached for a juicy red apple, saying cheerfully, "Cleaning the kitchen has another benefit, being able to freely enjoy rare fruits like this." He opened his mouth wide to enjoy the apple, not forgetting to criticize, just that the quality is a bit poor. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered outside the door. Anjing quickly hid behind the wall, whispering, "Is that fat mouse here again?" He placed the apple back in the pot, then quickly hid behind the clothes rack. That dark shadow turned out to be Lu Jiao. She opened the door, looked into the kitchen, and giggled. She looked left and right, hitched up her skirt, ran quickly towards the pot and said, "It's so late. Surely no one is around." Liu Jiao exclaimed joyfully, "This is truly my paradise." She rubbed her hands, anticipating the food in the pot on the stove. She said greedily, "I wonder what else there is. My lovely darlings, wait for me to come and favor you." Anjing, hiding behind the shelf, sighed, thinking, "Sneaking food again." He recalled previously, every time Liu Jiao entered the kitchen, she would secretly eat and never clean up properly afterwards. The next morning, she would even scold him terribly. Liu Jiao was still engrossed in the food. She slowly opened the pot lid and exclaimed, "Ah, this aroma is wonderful." The aroma from the pot filled the room, engrossing her so much she didn't notice the bite mark on the red apple. She held her cheeks, looking greedily at the apple. Ju fruit. This is Ju fruit. Although only 10-year-old, it's a rare delicacy among mortals. She licked her lips and said, "Little darling, I won't be polite anymore." After speaking, she slowly bit into the juicy red apple. It was so delicious she had to jump up, wiggle her hips, exclaiming in amazement, "It melts the moment it touches the mouth, spreading throughout." Anjing could only watch helplessly, thinking, as expected, there are gluttons everywhere. He slowly retreated backwards. When he bumped the wall, suddenly a strange light appeared. He asked puzzledly, "This place also has a formation?" He was surprised. Activating the formation, a blinding light flared up. Anjing looked in surprise. "This is a teleportation formation." Lu Jiao, enjoying her food, suddenly heard the commotion, paused and asked, "Who's there?" She ran to where Anjing was hiding. Surprisingly, Anjing had disappeared. Liu Jiao saw the empty space before her and muttered, "No one's here? Could I have seen wrongly?" At this very moment, in the forbidden area of Azure Sky Sect, a person was tightly bound by chains in the center of a giant rock. Around him were tangled chains, interspersed with fluttering yellow talismans bearing red characters. He seemed to sense something and let out a soft grunt. The man chuckled softly and said, "Excellent. Finally, someone has entered the forbidden area." Turns out he was Yuan, a being with 2 horns growing on his head and eyes as deep red as a demon's. He burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! 300 years. Finally, someone has come," he roared loudly. "Tianqing Zi, you imprisoned me for 300 years! Shi Yuan licked his lips and continued, "Just let me absorb a little blood and I can restore my strength and break the formation. With my 5th realm strength, in this Yuheng River area, which sect dares to be my opponent?" Anjing had now entered a vast stone cave. He looked left, then right, then said, "Just now we activated the formation and were teleported here. Where exactly is this place?" Anjing had only taken a few steps when suddenly a voice echoed from the fog ahead. "Eat his flesh." Suddenly, dozens of red-eyed ghouls appeared, staring intently at Anjing as if he were a delicious meal. They whispered among themselves, "Such fresh food. A face so young. It's the first time I've seen one." Anjing looked at them puzzledly and exclaimed, "Evil creatures!" With just a slight wave of his hand, he could block an attacking evil creature, moreover causing its soul to scatter. The ghoul hit by him gradually dissipated into the air. Seeing this, the remaining ones clamored, asking, "Who are you?" Anjing didn't answer, only asked back, "What is this place?" As he asked, he waved his hand, destroying several more evil creatures. The others, far from being afraid, dared to threaten him. "Brat! You don't know what this place is, yet you dare barge in? Ha! If so, then just die here." Anjing didn't say much. He just raised his hand, forming a giant palm in midair, shouting loudly, "So much talk!" A few seconds later, his giant hand had destroyed almost the entire group of surrounding evil creatures, sending them flying far away and causing them to completely dissipate. He frowned thoughtfully, then said, "This place is different from others. The evil qi here is very dense." In the ancestral hall, Yunir and Lu Ming stood with hands clasped before the ancestral tablets. Lu Ming prayed, "May the ancestors of Azure Sky Sect in the immortal realm watch over and protect our sect." After speaking, he and Yunir lit incense and placed it in the incense burner. Suddenly black smoke from behind the tablets. Yunir shouted in panic, "Father, look!" Lu Ming paled and said loudly, "Evil qi, this is evil qi, not good. Something happened in the forbidden area." Yunir asked confusedly, "Father, what evil qi?" Lu Ming explained to her, "That is a powerful evil path expert, who was sealed by the founder ancestor of our Azure Sky Sect." He continued worriedly. According to ancient records, his strength had reached the peak of the 4th realm. Yunir gasped in amazement. "What?" Lu Ming said urgently. "Quickly go to the entrance of the forbidden area and check. If this evil demon escapes, our Azure Sky Sect will be destroyed." Anjing was exploring the stone cave, walking and saying, "The deeper I go inside, the denser the evil qi becomes." Suddenly, he discovered something in the middle of the room. A group of evil creatures saw him approaching and rushed to attack, roaring, "Flesh and blood! Fresh flesh and blood! Don't fight over it, this is mine!" Anjing shouted, "Get lost!" He waved his hand, dispersing the evil creatures attacking him, causing them to instantly vanish. Seeing his terrifying power, the evil creatures hastily fled, screaming in terror, "So scary! Run!" "Who is this? Hasn't Azure Sky Sect declined?" Unexpectedly, there's still an expert of this level. Seeing him, Yuan frowned. "This brat? You're quite good. You do have some strength." Anjing asked puzzledly. Who are you? Shi Yuan replied, Me? My name is Ji Yuan. Anjing asked again. You are Zi Yuan? He thought. In the ancient records of Azure Sky Sect, 300 years ago, the Yuheng River appeared, a peerless evil demon named Zi Yuan. This peerless evil demon cultivated by absorbing others' cultivation. His strength was incredibly profound and unpredictable. At that time, even the Dailing sect of Yuheng River was destroyed by this peerless evil demon. In the end, the founder ancestor of Azure Sky Sect acted, sacrificing his life to seal this peerless evil demon within Azure Sky Sect. And later, the place where he was sealed became the forbidden area. Anjing pondered deeply. Unexpectedly, the kitchen had a formation linked to the forbidden area, causing me to accidentally intrude here. Shi Yuan said excitedly, I've been locked up for so many years. Unexpectedly, someone still remembers my name. Anjing leisurely approached. Imprisoned for 300 years, yet you haven't turned to dust. It seems you've reached the fourth realm, yin-yang convergence. The fourth realm among the 9 major realms, also known as yin-yang convergence, or the saint realm. Upon reaching this realm, a cultivator can achieve a lifespan of 1,000 years, transcend the cycle of life and death, possess the ability to fly through the heavens and burrow into the earth, comprehend profound magical arts, and make even ghosts and gods shy away. Cultivators at this realm, if they don't act, it's fine, but once they do, they can contend with an entire nation. Shi Yuan said, That's right, brat, aren't you afraid? Anjing chuckled lightly. Why should I be afraid? Zi Yuan began to recount. 300 years ago, your Azure Sky Sect's founder ancestor was also at the fourth realm. To seal me, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Anjing asked, Aren't you still sealed right now? Shi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Turns out it's because of this seal that you don't feel afraid, right? Shi Yuan continued, Then now I'll let you know. 300 years have passed. This seal has gradually been broken. Currently, I have recovered 2 levels of strength. As long as I absorb your flesh and blood, I can instantly shatter the seal. Anjing wasn't scared at all. Instead, he calmly said, So that's how it is. No wonder you're so overjoyed. Shi Yuan continued, After I break the seal, just cultivating for a few more decades, not only can I fully recover my strength, but I might even break through to the 5th realm. Shi Yuan gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, I want to massacre the entire Azure Sky Sect. No, the entire Yuheng River. Well, are you afraid? Anjing said little but showed no fear. Ji Yuan said angrily, Brat, are you an idiot? Aren't you afraid of anything? You will die. Everyone at Azure Sky Sect will die. Do you know that? Everyone at Azure Sky Sect will die. Do you know that? Shi Yuan rolled his eyes angrily. You think this is a joke? Now I'll show you whether this is a joke or not. After speaking, the bindings and chains on Zi Yuan glowed with purple light. A cloud of black smoke flew towards Anjing, but strangely, he still didn't move at all. Shi Yuan laughed loudly. Indeed, an idiot! Doesn't know how to dodge! But you couldn't dodge anyway. The black smoke grew denser as it flew towards Anjing. He immediately performed magic, creating a layer of water rings for defense. Shi Yuan shouted angrily, Brat, you're quite good! Seems you have some strength. Kill him for me! Dozens of black smoke clouds surged towards where Anjing stood. He gently created a defensive barrier, easily stopping them from getting closer. Zi Yuan struggled and threatened, If you think just this can stop me, then you are too naive. After speaking, he tightly gripped the chain in his hand. He yanked hard, causing the pillar connected to the chain to rip out of the ground. He swung the pillar around in the air a few times. Zi Yuan breathed heavily and shouted, Brat! You will surely die! Brat! You have no escape! After speaking, he threw the pillar towards where Anjing stood. Anjing immediately created a protective barrier. The pillar was blocked and then shattered into pieces due to the immense force of Zi Yuan's throw. He was furious, clenched his fists, and said, You! His voice trembled, unable to believe it. Anjing calmly walked towards Zi Yuan and said, Is this your strength? Zi Yuan replied fearfully, stammering, If I weren't sealed and imprisoned, how could I only exert 2 levels of strength? Anjing chuckled dryly, his voice full of contempt. Is that so? But I haven't even used 1 level. Zi Yuan questioned him in amazement. Who exactly are you? Anjing crossed his arms and replied with a smile, I am just a menial disciple of Azure Sky Sect. The nether spirits trembled, looking fearfully at Anjing. Who is this person, so formidable? Could it be that after several hundred years, Azure Sky Sect has produced another peerless figure? Yuan angrily waved his arms. No, impossible. Are you joking with me? You absolutely cannot just be a menial disciple. Anjing shrugged, his face full of challenge. However, I am just a menial disciple. Yuan shouted loudly. No matter who you are, I am not afraid. Today you must die. He gently used 2 fingers to create a swirling vortex of dark purple magic seals. The vortex grew larger and larger, sucking all the nether spirits inside. They continuously begged Yuan, Don't! Please, sir! Don't do this! Lord Yuan, please spare us! At this point, Yuan had lost all reason. He madly absorbed everything, roaring, Become my power! Anjing stood below, watching Yuan float, a bit of interest rising in his heart. He absorbs the surrounding nether spirits to increase his own power. Interesting. After absorbing the nether spirits, Yuan became stronger, radiating a powerful aura. The ceiling pillars began to shake, talismans scattering everywhere. Finally, all the ceiling pillars collapsed. Yuan erupted with arrogant momentum, originally planned to wait another 2 years before absorbing them, escaping this binding. Yuan spread his arms wide. This way can help me recover about 70–80% of my strength. But now, with your flesh and blood, escaping the shackles earlier isn't a bad choice either. Anjing nodded, feeling some empathy for Yuan. Dying earlier or living here another 3 years actually isn't much different. Hearing Anjing's mockery, Yuan became enraged and demanded to kill, sharp-tongued brat. Today, this great lord will take your flesh and blood. He controlled the ceiling pillars to attack Anjing. Instead of panicking, Anjing smiled with interest, drew his sword, and said only one word, slash. Then Anjing swung his sword. The ceiling pillars were instantly flung far away. The sword strike hit the pillars, causing them to shatter and vanish into nothingness. Not stopping there, the sword edge continued swinging down, aimed straight at Yuan. He panicked slightly, feeling something was wrong. Fortunately, this guy dodged Anjing's slash. Yuan looked down from above. Anjing stood in the center, surrounded by blazing, shaking fire, his might unparalleled. Seeing no chance of victory, Yuan immediately ran away. This person is much stronger than imagined. Anjing smirked. Want to run? Don't even dream of escaping. He continued to swing a slash towards. When Yuan turned back, the blade was already close. He broke out in sweat, yelling, No, don't! The slash sent Yuan flying into the ceiling flames. He screamed in agony, No! The slash sent Yuan flying into the ceiling flames. He screamed in agony, No! Anjing stood below, watching everything turn to ash, and sighed, Oh, is that all the skill there is? Just then, Lu Ming and Lu Yunir arrived. Lu Ming pointed ahead and said, Where this is the place. Suddenly the ground shook violently, causing both of them to stumble, unable to stand firm. Lu Ming worried. Damn it, such a huge commotion. Could it be that this fourth realm evil demon is about to emerge? If that happens, not only will the Azure Sky Sect be destroyed, but the entire Jade River area will be in danger. Seeing her father so uneasy, Lu Yunir was a bit confused. Is a fourth realm evil demon really that powerful? From within the cave ceiling Yuan, countless brilliant red lights suddenly shot out. The two, Lu Ming and Lu Yunir, used their sleeves to shield themselves, avoiding the red lights touching them. Yuan flew out from the mountain cave, his whole body burned by fire, his mind hazy, only able to plead for mercy. Only after he flew away did Lu Ming and Lu Yunir dare to open their eyes. They looked around, but everything had calmed down. There was no more commotion. Lu Yunir didn't understand and turned to ask Lu Ming, Was that sound just now from the evil demon? It must have been. He had definitely heard Yuan's voice. Lu Yunir asked again to be sure. That evil demon was just begging for mercy, right? Lu Ming stroked his beard. Yes, I heard it too. There must be some reason behind this. Lu Yunir suddenly had an idea and happily said to Lu Ming, Father, there must be someone. Someone is secretly protecting us. It must be. Lu Ming, sweating profusely, thought about the events that had happened so far. That mysterious person defeated the Devil Sect Master, defeated Bai Jie, and suppressed the Fourth Realm evil demon. These things are not something an ordinary person could do. His daughter, eyes sparkling with hope, asked, Father, this person is becoming more and more mysterious. Don't you have any clues at all? Lu Ming analyzed while stroking his beard. carefully considering all possible individuals, but still couldn't determine who it was. However, it was certain that this person was incredibly powerful and, moreover, held no ill will towards our Azure Sky Sect. If that person really agrees to help us, wouldn't our Azure Sky Sect have hope? Lu Ming closed his eyes and sighed, but if they don't want to reveal themselves, we can't force them. Forcing them would only displease them. Hearing this, Lu Yunir's heart grew heavy too. Father, I understand. Outwardly, she showed no reaction, but inwardly she felt very troubled. Who is this person, really? What do they look like? Not wanting his daughter to cause trouble, Lu Ming said, "Let's go. Don't disturb this senior anymore." He turned to leave, saying, "Fortunately, thanks to this senior, we escaped this great danger." Before leaving with her father, Lu Yunir turned back towards the cave, saying words of thanks and gratitude to the senior. Then she ran after her father. Inside the cave, Anjing was unaware the other two had arrived, focusing all his attention on the stone platform before him. Anjing stepped onto the stone slabs one by one, extremely relaxed. He was a bit curious about what was in front of him. What is this? In front of Anjing were countless books scattered messily on a stone slab. After examining them, Anjing picked one up and whispered, "Ocean Listening Art, a mid-grade spirit-level mind method." I didn't expect this to actually be a mid-grade spirit-level mind method. Anjing stared in surprise at the technique manual in his hand, then recalled, "I've cleaned the Azure Sky Sect's library for 3 years, yet I never found any spirit-grade mind methods. But now there's a mid-grade spirit level 1 right before my eyes." He didn't overlook the other technique manuals like the Heaven Covering Art and the Origin Returning Mind method either. Anjing excitedly slammed his hand on the stone slab, saying loudly, "Anyway, these are all spirit-grade mind methods. There's even a high-grade spirit level 1. Could these be the lost mind methods of the Azure Sky Sect?" The Azure Sky Sect lay at the foot of a towering mountain, surrounded by other incredibly majestic peaks. The Azure Sky Sect in the Jade River region was originally an ancient and powerful sect, but for some unknown reason, the sect's mind methods were lost, causing the Azure Sky Sect to decline regrettably. Later, the Azure Sky Sect was suppressed and bullied by other forces, its disciples constantly killed without reason, leading to the tragic situation today. Anjing thought seriously, "I'm currently lacking a mind method. If I can fuse these mind methods into the Daluo mind method, I might be able to raise the Daluo mind method to the immortal grade." He let out a sigh and opened the system. System interface, all things fusion. Name, Anjing. Technique, Seal, Sword Art. Ghost Valley, low-grade immortal, fusible. Mind method, Daluo mid-grade spirit, fusible. Magic weapon, 3 Yang Sword. High-grade spirit, fusible. System displayed requirements. Daluo mid-grade spirit mind method needs 300 more spirit power to level up. Fusion options available: Ocean Listening Art, Origin Returning Mind method, Heaven Covering Art, and 9 Revolutions Art. Anjing didn't hesitate and pressed Fuse. System reported, fusion successful. Obtained Daluo mind method, low-grade immortal. Seeing this, Anjing was filled with joy. In the forbidden area behind the Azure Sky Sect mountain, amidst the gloomy night sky, a huge formation suddenly appeared, accompanied by resounding thunder and lightning. The disciples in the sect saw it and were extremely panicked. "Look quickly! A heaven and earth phenomenon appeared behind the mountain." The news spread quickly, and more disciples gathered. They constantly discussed, could a rare treasure have appeared? Or is it some magic weapon left by the founder? Anjing, unaware of the commotion he caused outside, continued to meditate peacefully in the mountain valley. System interface, all things fusion information. Technique, Seal, Sword Art, Ghost Valley, low-grade immortal, fusible. Mind method, Daluo, low-grade immortal, fusible. Magic weapon, 3 Yang Sword, high-grade spirit, fusible. He felt the spirit power in his body. Immortal grade. The mind method reached immortal grade, so the cultivation speed is 10 times faster. Is this the benefit of an immortal grade technique seal? Anjing looked at his hands full of spirit power. The faster his strength increased, the greater the challenges he faced. Early the next morning, the sect disciples were still buzzing with discussion. Did you guys know about the phenomenon in the forbidden area last night? One said, who in the Azure Sky Sect doesn't know about this? I heard the magic weapon of our Azure Sky Sect founder emerged. Another was surprised. Such a shocking heaven and earth phenomenon. Could it be a high-grade spirit-level magic weapon? Anjing also heard the story after returning, a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the technique seal he fused into low-grade immortal last night to cause such a big commotion. The atmosphere was suddenly broken. Liu Jiao strode forward forcefully, ordering, "Stand still for me," followed by Lu Yunir. Liu Jiao, frowning and hands on her hips, shouted loudly, "Since everyone is here, listen carefully to my words. Elder Lu's vermilion fruit was stolen last night. Which shameless petty thief did this? Step forward immediately." The disciples looked at each other in confusion, and Jing was speechless and helpless. Tsk! The thief crying, "Stop, thief! Isn't she the shameless one?" He imagined Liu Jiao holding the vermilion fruit, craving it so much her eyes turned into heart shapes. The disciples looked at each other, hastily denying, "Not me. I was busy cleaning the front hall last night. Elder Liu, not me either. I was cultivating in the Heaven Moon Hall last night." They were all flustered, hands and feet clumsy, sweating as if they had bathed. Seeing this, Liu Jiao frowned and gritted her teeth. What's wrong? Dare to do it but not dare to admit it? Suddenly, Liu Jiao pointed towards Anjing, who was standing silently, and shouted, "Number 27, where were you last night?" Anjing respectfully answered, reporting to Elder, disciple was sleeping. Liu Jiao saw her chance and sneered, "Sleeping? Does anyone witness it?" Anjing looked disdainful, glanced away, shook his head and said nothing. Seeing herself being scorned by a mere handyman disciple, Liu Jiao turned shame into anger. She pointed straight at Anjing. "Normally you're greedy and lazy. Tell me the truth, did you steal the vermilion fruit?" The commotion caused Lu Yunir, standing nearby, to frown in annoyance. Anjing was so helpless, he put his hand to his forehead, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Greedy and lazy. She's talking about herself, isn't she? "Enough noise!" Liu Jiao turned to Lu Yunir and said, "Senior Sister Lu, in my opinion, we absolutely cannot leave such a precious heaven and earth treasure in the kitchen anymore. There's always a risk of rats stealing it. Look, sister, this is his first offense. How about Senior Sister Lu forgives him this once?" Falsely accused, Anjing was flustered, but no disciples nearby helped him. Anjing felt a bit awkward. "Although I usually sneak snacks, I really didn't eat anything last night." Liu Jiao turned and snapped, "Shut up! Do you know stealing sect property violates the rules? Still dare to argue? Watch your skin." Lu Yunir felt tired, stepped forward, and waved her hand to mediate. "Let it go. It's just one vermilion fruit. If a sect disciple ate it, then it's done. Just don't do it again next time." Towards Lu Yunir, Liu Jiao's expression changed instantly. She smiled cheerfully. Senior sister is truly magnanimous, with the heart of a bodhisattva. Inwardly, Liu Jiao sighed in relief. Luckily, this number 27 took the blame. She pointed at Anjing. "Aren't you going to thank Elder Lu? If I catch you next time, I definitely won't spare you." Anjing flushed with anger, but couldn't refute, only swallowing it down. "You're the thief, and you're pretending to be the good guy too." Liu Jiao said bluntly, "What are you still standing there for? Say it." Anjing could only respectfully thank her. "Many thanks to Elder Lu for your magnanimity." Inwardly, he sighed. "Fine, I'll take the blame. Avoiding this trouble is better than inviting more." On the night the heaven and earth phenomenon occurred, a group of people far from the sect also witnessed the event. Tang Wenfung was astonished. What was that strange sight? Tang Chu also couldn't remain calm. Could it be a treasure about to emerge? The person beside him spoke seriously. "It might not be a treasure. He is the great elder of the Earth Sect, Mo Dzong." Hearing this, Tang Chu turned to ask, "Could it be that great elder knows something else?" Mo Dzong stated confidently, "This is an immortal technique appearing in the world. That is the 6 paths immortal light that only an immortal grade technique seal possesses." Mo Dzong stated confidently, "This is an immortal technique appearing in the world. That is the 6 paths immortal light that only an immortal grade technique seal possesses." Tang Qiubai's expression turned grave. Perhaps the Azure Sky Sect possesses an immortal grade technique seal. Immortal grade technique. Seal, surpassing spirit grade. It's known that the cultivation speed of an immortal grade technique seal's mind method is 10 times faster than a spirit grade 1. In the entire Jade River area, no sect possesses an immortal grade technique seal. Mo Tianxing looked towards the phenomenon and nodded slightly. Probably, even in the Devil Sect, immortal grade technique seals rarely appear, let alone a divine grade technique seal with 9 halos. Of course, that's just a rumor. Tang Wenfung asked worriedly, do divine grade technique seals really exist in the world? I always thought they only existed in legends. Mo Tianxing explained, yes, they exist, but let alone you, even I have never seen a divine grade technique seal. Tang Wenfung frowned. It's hard to imagine how powerful a peak divine grade technique seal would be. Tang Qiubai glanced at Tang Wenfung behind him and smiled sinisterly. Don't dream of heaven-sent things like divine grade technique seals. But if we can enter the Azure Sky Sect this time and obtain the immortal grade technique seal, then our Jade River Sect can become powerful again. Mo Tianxing chuckled, an immortal grade technique. Seal is already a rare sight, worthy of the oldest sect on the Jade River, truly unexpected. Only a place with such outstanding people and spiritual energy could have the person the Devil Queen seeks. Tang Wenfung reported solemnly with a determined voice, Great Elder Mo, rest assured. Even if we have to overthrow the Azure Sky Sect, shake heaven and earth, we will find Anjing. Hearing this, Mo Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. Good. You find Anjing. When the time comes, my Earth Sect of the Devil Sect will look after you in the Western Region competition. Hearing about being looked after, Tang Wenfung's eyes lit up. He quickly said, Many thanks to Great Elder for your support. At the Azure Sky Sect in the steward's room, Liu Jiao sat leisurely, facing Anjing, who stood straight. Liu Jiao held a bunch of grapes, about to pick one, then started scolding, You brat, you have some nerve, daring to steal even Elder Lu's things. She popped the freshly picked grape into her mouth, savoring it deliciously. Anjing quickly explained, Elder Lu, you know I didn't do it. But in his heart he thought, the thief crying, Stop thief. Hearing this, Liu Jiao was displeased, her face stern, still talking back. Then she waved her hand. Fine, let it go. I've guided you for 3 years. This time, I'll help you get through this. Though she said that, she sneered inwardly. This number 27 is usually dull and looks foolish, the most suitable person to take the blame. His thoughts weren't much different from hers right now. He thought to himself, how can an elder be so shameless? After speaking, Liu Jiao, looking like she had just done a good deed, reminded Anjing, Hey brat, don't you even know how to thank me? Anjing didn't want to argue and had to concede, How does Elder Lu wish for this disciple to thank you? Disciple truly has nothing to offer. A thought also crossed his mind. I just wish I could tell her straight. Well, different words, same meaning. She placed the grapes she had been enjoying back on the plate. Liu Jiao beckoned with her finger. Come here and massage my back. I've been eating a bit too much lately. Then, her eyes glanced behind her as she sighed, a bit tired. Hearing this, he complied, yes. He tried a light punch, worried she wasn't satisfied, and asked, Is this okay? Receiving his back massage, Liu Jiao's face clearly showed comfort. She quickly replied, Yes, yes, right there. A little harder. Before finishing, she continued, Anjing, from now on, follow me. Be obedient. Do whatever I say. This elder will give you delicious things. He thought, I don't need to follow you. I can get delicious things myself. But when he spoke, he said, Elder Lu is right. Suddenly, both heard the sound of fireworks exploding outside. Anjing was startled and asked, What's happening? Hearing this, Liu Jiao knew something was wrong. She quickly stood up and ran out, saying, This isn't good. Worry flickered in her eyes. She continued, Something happened at the main hall. She immediately used magic to fly away. On the other side, a group of people dressed entirely in black stood on a railing, the man in the middle commanding the formation. The black-clothed people behind them emitted a faint golden light, slowly descending to the ground. Hearing the noise, one of them panicked and shouted, Who are you? How dare you barge into our Azure Sky Sect? The middle-aged man in the yellow robe spoke with disdain. Have Lu Ming come out. You are not qualified to speak to me. He created a giant illusory hand, emitting a brilliant stream of power. That hand caused the area in front to explode, emitting a powerful shockwave sound. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "Who is this person? How can their strength be so powerful?" Lu Ming approached and shouted, "Tang Chu Bai!" That middle-aged man was indeed Tang Chu Bai. He pretended to greet Sect Master Lu, long time no see. Tang Wenfung, his cunning face staring intently in that direction, seemed to recognize someone. He thought to himself, "This woman is Lu Yunir, truly as rumored a national beauty." He thought, if the Azure Sky Sect agrees, it would be a good thing. Lu Ming lost patience and angrily asked, "Sect Master Tang, you have ill intentions, don't you?" Around them, pillars destroyed by the illusory hand were crumbling. Hearing this, he replied, "I came this time for a happy occasion. Why call it ill-intentioned?" Hearing this, Lu Yunir's face showed a hint of displeasure. She said, "If you have something to say it directly. Don't beat around the bush." Tang Chu Bai stopped beating around the bush and said, "My son, Wenfung, has always admired Elder Lu of the Azure Sky Sect in his heart and cannot forget her. I, Tang, came here today to get closer to Elder Lu of the Azure Sky Sect." Beside them, people murmured in confusion. "Tang Wenfung wants to marry Elder Lu?" Lu Yunir looked at Tang Wenfung, saw him frowning, his face showing a lewd expression, his eyes fixed on her. One of the senior brothers shouted, "The Jade River Sect truly has ambitions. We absolutely cannot agree." Others heard and agreed. That's right. Agreeing would be pushing Sect Master Lu into the tiger's mouth. Lu Ming frowned and tactfully replied, "This matter cannot be taken lightly. I still want to consider it further before giving Sect Master Tang an answer." He waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead and think carefully, Sect Master Lu. We will wait here." Lu Ming tried to find a reason to refuse, but something seemed off. Tang Chu Bai didn't let him refuse. What's not right? I, Tang, am fine, as long as I get Elder Lu's answer. I hope Elder Lu won't disappoint me, Tang. Hearing this, Lu Yunir was stunned, unable to believe it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, thinking, "It seems today, Tang Chu Bai won't let this matter go easily." He immediately found an excuse. "My humble daughter is untalented and lacks virtue. I fear she is not worthy of young Master Tang." His face hardened, replying, "Oh? It seems Sect Master Lu looks down on our Jade River Sect." Lu Ming tried to explain. Sect Master Tang exaggerates. "This matter naturally requires mutual consent. How can you call it looking down?" Those words enraged him. He roared, "Old man, you have guts. How dare you disrespect my son Wenfung?" Those words enraged him. He roared, "Old man, you have guts. How dare you disrespect my son Wenfeng?" He had already calculated in his mind. It seems Tang Chu Bai came deliberately to cause trouble today. Tang Chu Bai flew up using his skill, impatiently saying, "Lu Ming, don't waste words. Today, I want to see what gives you the right to look down on my son Wenfeng." Lu Ming shouted to Lu Yunir, "Stand back! This Tang Chu Bai is a third realm master." Tang Chu Bai dove down from the sky. He landed right where Lu Ming was standing, forcing him to retreat to avoid it. Tang Chu Bai slightly rotated his ankle. He unleashed a thunderous move, roaring, "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Ming quickly created a shield, and the attack and defense collided, creating a shocking tremor. As a result, Tang Chu Bai was sent flying straight out. Lu Ming was vigilant, thinking, Tang Chu Bai's strength has improved dramatically. Yunir also called out in fear, "Father." He waved his hand, reassuring, "I'm fine." Then Lu Ming cautiously said to Tang Chu Bai, "It seems Sect Master Tang came today with a premeditated plan." He massaged his wrist, pretending ignorance. "What plan? I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyone who looks down on my Jade River Sect deserves death." At this point, Tang Chu Bai immediately unleashed the Jade River immeasurable magic weapon. Jade green light shone brilliantly from his hand. A deity entirely azure blue appeared. Everyone there was surprised to see that figure, exclaiming in unison, "So powerful! This is the mid-grade spirit-level technique of the Jade River Sect, truly terrifying." That giant deity began to move. Lu Ming also prepared to draw a sword to fight him. The sword obeyed his command, shooting out swiftly, aiming straight for the giant hand preparing to attack the opponent. But such a small weapon couldn't do anything against that size. It immediately broke in half. The hand slammed down right where Lu Ming was standing. Then it rose and slowly dissipated. Lu Ming coughed up blood flowing continuously. Lu Yunir ran to his side, shouting in panic, "Father!" She supported her father, who was now exhausted and collapsed. One hand clutched his robe for balance, the other covered his mouth to catch the flowing blood. Tang Bai showed no mercy, immediately ordering his subordinates, "Kill them for me." He roared like a beast, "Use all your strength to find the disciple named Anjing for me." The subordinates charged forward in unison, their eyes glaring, mouths repeating only the word, "Kill." They rushed up, shouting, "Let's go!" On Lu Ming's side, the disciples also took their stances, replying grimly, "Meet the challenge." One from Tang Chu Bai's side struck, slashing at the neck of one of Lu's disciples. Many fell, some attacking, some dodging. Seeing this, someone from Lu Ming's side shouted encouragement, telling everyone to hold on a little longer. Tang Wenfung here was also fighting with all his might. He turned and scolded his fellow disciples, "But don't kill those who surrender." That person trembled like a leaf, only able to cry out, "I—" Liu Jiao immediately intervened, "In your dreams." As she spoke, she knocked down one of Tang Chu Bai's subordinates. She gritted her teeth, stating firmly, "Even if I die, Liu Jiao will never surrender to your Jade River sect." Lu Yunir moved to the front line, facing the enemy while saying, "The Azure Sky sect only dies standing, never lives kneeling." Wenfung sneered mockingly, "Still stubborn?" He thrust his sword straight towards Liu Jiao, who was engrossed in fighting. She quickly blocked the blow, but unable to match his strength, Liu Jiao's sword was knocked away, spinning in the air. Tang Wenfung asked mockingly, "Now what?" He pressed the blade to her neck, challenging, "Try speaking nonsense again." The sharp blade close to her neck made Liu Jiao inevitably panic. Seeing this, the fighting disciples also worried, shouting in unison, "Elder Liu!" But Liu Jiao seemed unafraid. She spat directly in his face, accompanied by the defiant word, "Tui!" Wenfung was caught off guard, unexpectedly hit. Liu Jiao resolutely spat out each word, "This old lady will never surrender." Wenfung, annoyed, wiped the spoils from his face, muttering, "Good, very good." Enraged, he decided to execute the woman before him, shouting, "Then die!" Lu Yunir was terrified, shouting while blocking an opponent's attack, "Don't!" The other disciples were equally scared but couldn't react in time, only watching with mouths agape. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed past them, stunning everyone. Feng's sword, hindering his movement, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "What was that?" His face paled and he retreated backward. Then the man named Tang was forcefully pushed far away. With a look of disbelief, he frantically asked, "Who?" On the tiled roof, a figure dressed stealthily like a ninja appeared, standing proudly with arms crossed. That person stood before everyone, hands supported, everyone curious about his identity. Who is he? Could he be a hidden master? Tang Wenfung waved his hand, shouting, "Who are you?" The figure replied, "An unimportant person. Leave quickly. I don't want to massacre too many." Those words seemed to touch the pride of the Tang family member. He forced a smile but seemed incredibly angry. His subordinates were stunned, thinking, "Is this person crazy? Unexpectedly, someone from this Jade River area is more arrogant and conceited than us." Then they threatened loudly, "How do you want to die?" As for Lu Ming's disciples, they wondered, "Who is this person?" Someone replied, "Unclear, but it seems like they're helping us." Wenfung pointed his sword at the nameless ninja, threatening, "Now, if you kneel and beg me, maybe I'll leave you a way to live." He shook his head, replying wearily, "Sigh, why must it be like this?" That gesture made him tremble with anger, concluding, "Since you want to die, then this young master will grant your wish." As Wenfung finished speaking, he leaped onto the roof. He forcefully swung his flame-covered blade. Lu Yunir, watching from below, shouted in fear, "It's Tang Wenfeng's heavenly fire sword. Dodge!" He laughed loudly, announcing, "Too late." Suddenly his smile vanished. The mysterious figure had blocked his blade with 2 fingers. Everything became silent. Wenfung hovered in midair, hand still gripping the hilt. Everyone below marveled. So strong, blocking such a powerful strike from Tang Wenfung with just 2 fingers. Liu Jiao couldn't believe her eyes, hesitantly asking loudly, "How is this possible?" Lu Yunir suddenly realized something. Wenfung grimaced, uttering a sound, "You—" He tried with all his might to pull the sword back but failed, making him think in shock, "Damn it! How can he do this, and I can't even pull it out?" The ninja figure calmly said, "Let's end everything here." He snapped the blade with one hand. Then he flung the broken blade at Wenfung's neck. The blade grazed his neck, leaving behind utter horror. Wenfung leaned back, the sword slipping from his hand, spinning a few times in the air. He fell to the ground, eyes wide with terror. The entire courtyard fell strangely silent. Tang Qiubai's subordinate trembled, pointing upwards, stammering, You! Tang Qiubei rushed to Tang Wenfung's side. He tightly held his son's motionless body, wailing in panic. Fanger! One antagonist said. Heavens, killed Tang Wenfung in one move. Another continued, so strong. Could it be a fourth realm master? Lu Ming was equally surprised, having to admit, this person's strength surpasses even mine. Lu Yunir suddenly exclaimed, her eyes focused only on the mysterious ninja figure. I know! He's the mysterious master hiding in our Azure Sky Sect. Hearing this, Lu Jiao exclaimed, What? He's the master who defeated Nala? All of Lu Ming's disciples rejoiced. One young man marveled, Amazing! Turns out our Azure Sky Sect still has masters like this. His friend beside him added, Heaven is protecting the Azure Sky Sect. Another said, Truly, heaven will not destroy our Azure Sky Sect. On this side, Tang Qiubei slowly laid Tang Wenfung's body down, growling, I don't care who you are. Today you killed Wenfeng, my son. You must die. The mysterious figure replied, It was you who killed the Azure Sky Sect disciples first. The man named Tang looked up, repeating, Them? His eyes were bloodshot, every nerve taut with rage boiling from the depths of his heart. He roared, like these useless trash. Add all of them together, they're not worth even one finger of Wenfung, my son. Lu Jiao pointed straight at Qiubei, scolding, Tang Wenfung is the useless one. Coming to my Azure Sky Sect, even we didn't bother paying attention to him. She continued, Let me tell you, even a handyman from my Azure Sky Sect could kill him. The ninja figure lowered his head, thinking, Could my guess really be right? Tang Qiubei gritted his teeth, angrily shouting, Today you must die. Even gods and immortals cannot save you. He leaped high, instantly unleashing his power. Lu Ming, standing below, shouted a warning, Senior, please be careful. Tang Qiubei's strength is profound and unpredictable. Lu Yunir also watched nervously. Lu Jiao, however, cheered enthusiastically, Kill him! Kill that old man Tang Qiubei! Qiubei slapped hard at the ninja's face. That person's head emitted a tremendous source of power, quickly repelling the Third Realm Master far away. He panicked for a moment, then quickly calmed down, stepping forward steadily. Yet Tang Qiubei still thought cautiously, Too strong. It seems I must use my full power. Correction. Despite this, Tang Qiubei still thought carefully. His strength is too great. It seems I must go all out. Saying that, he immediately deployed the magic technique he just used against Lu Ming. Qiubei spread his arms wide, shouting, Jade River Immeasurable! The giant deity reappeared, towering and majestic. It began to make a move, its right hand raised high, ready to strike down. Lu Ming panicked, crying out without thinking. The deity's right hand was almost upon the ninja. One disciple admired, Tang Qiubei truly lives up to his name as the sect master of Jade River Sect. Just one palm strike is so powerful, even fellow disciples exclaimed, so strong. Lu Yunir, however, was restless with worry. Tang Qiubei spoke forcefully, Go straight ahead, don't look back. The deity's huge hand approached, intending to engulf Anjing's body. Seeing this, Anjing made his move. He used his index finger to shoot out brilliant golden rays of light. The light ray was so powerful it pierced through the deity's body. Its heartbeat suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Tang Qiubei felt as if struck by lightning. The smile on his face instantly froze. Then the deity gradually faded and disappeared. Old Qiubei unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene fell silent again. The crowd below looked up, overwhelmed by Anjing's recent ultimate technique. They trembled and stammered, Just one finger? Then they cried out in admiration, So strong, unimaginably strong, who on earth are you? Liu Jiao said joyfully, Excellent, I knew he could do it. Tang Qiubei panted wearily, wondering, what realm is his strength actually at? Following that, Lu Yunir also pointed towards him and asked, Who is he, really? Old Qiubei still hovered in the air, wondering aloud, why the fourth realm? Then he gave a cunning smile, threatening, Ha ha ha! Even if you are a fourth realm master, today the Azure Sky Sect cannot escape destruction. Hearing that warning, everyone was surprised, exclaiming in unison, Could it be? Anjing stood straight, calmly saying, "It's been long enough, all of you come out here." Soon after, Mo Tianxing led soldiers out, laughing loudly. Someone in the crowd screamed in fear, "It's the Devil Sect!" People below exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually masters from the Devil Sect." Lu Yunir turned to look at them, confirming these were indeed Devil Sect masters. Lu Jiao was stunned, asking in confusion, "The Devil Sect came again? What do they want?" Even Anjing was surprised, asking himself, "Could they have come looking for me?" Even Anjing was surprised, asking himself, "Could they have come looking for me?" Anjing just calmly shook his head, replying, "Who I am is not important. Tang Chu Bai stays. I can give the rest of you a way to live." Hearing this, the soldiers shouted angrily, "Really think you're invincible? Too arrogant! Someone from this Jade River area dares to look down on our Devil Sect's Earth Sect. He's the first." Tianxing raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "Ha ha, you really make this great elder laugh." Tang Bai angrily pointed and yelled at him, "Are you crazy? Do you know who is in front of you? He is the great elder of the Devil Sect's Earth Sect, Mo Tianxing." Hearing about his background, Yunir screamed in panic, "What?" Liu Jiao retreated backward in fear. Then she suddenly asked again, "He is Mo Tianxing, the one who destroyed 3 sects in one night?" Lu Ming's mood sank. He asked softly, "What is your excellency's purpose in destroying the Azure Sky Sect today?" "My Azure Sky Sect and the Devil Sect have never interfered with each other." Old Tianxing replied seriously, "Hand over Anjing, and our Devil Sect's Earth Sect will leave immediately." Hearing this, the common folk whispered among themselves, "The Devil Sect people are really stubborn." Lu Ming explained, "Our Azure Sky Sect has no one named Anjing. Could your excellency be mistaken?" Tianxing angrily retorted, "Impossible! Today you must hand over Anjing. Otherwise, the Azure Sky Sect will surely flow with blood and cease to exist." Lu Yunir was scared, clenching her fists, thinking, "Who on earth is Anjing that he could cause masters from the Devil Sect's Earth Sect to hunt him down here?" Old Ming angrily gritted his teeth. "My Azure Sky Sect has searched inside and out 10 times. We really cannot find this person." He threatened, "If your excellency insists on making things difficult, then our Azure Sky Sect has no choice but to fight to the death." The other old man asked back, "Fight to the death?" He smirked and said, "Are you even worthy?" After speaking, his face darkened as he looked at Anjing. "You have no choice but destruction." The common folk were terrified, turning away, unable to watch. Lu Jiao's face was furious, teeth gritted, hands clenched to restrain herself, only managing one word, "You." Then Anjing drew his sword and said, "Is that so?" His sword suddenly enlarged, shooting straight into the sky. Everyone looked up, wondering, "What grade is this sword? Fiery sword aura, overwhelming heat wave." Mo Tianxing said, startled, "What is this?" Tang Bai looked up at the sword and said, "This magic weapon is full of spirit energy. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Unexpectedly, the Azure Sky Sect possesses such a magic weapon." He ordered, "Great Elder Mo, kill this person, seize the sword." He looked at them, replying, "Talking is useless, watch this." Hearing this, old Tianxing frowned. "Then I have no choice but to let you die." Then he began casting magic, causing nearby water to gather around him. Suddenly, ocean waves rose unexpectedly, surprising everyone. Lu Ming loudly reminded, "Azure Sky Sect disciples, fall back quickly." Everyone reminded each other, "Retreat! Too strong! Retreat quickly!" Anjing held the flaming sword firmly. Then suddenly he leapt up, swinging his sword powerfully towards that vast ocean. Anjing swung his sword, the steel blade tearing through space, sending water splashing everywhere. Following that, he swung another slash, terrifying Chubai's group. The water spray shot high, causing the old man's face to break out in sweat. He trembled. His strength is truly terrifying. After admiring his ability, Tianxing smiled with satisfaction. Interesting. But deep down, he thought resentfully, this person's strength is truly extraordinary. Anjing replied, "Only about 30% stronger than Yuan, but enough to handle this." Then he stood straight, facing old Tianxing. Lu Yunir was slightly surprised, turning to ask her father, "Father, will he win?" Lu Ming shook his head, "I don't know." Then Tianxing raised his hand, loudly challenging again. That hand grew larger and larger. Anjing said disdainfully, "Just cheap tricks, yet you dare to show off." Then he raised his hand, creating an azure vortex. That blue vortex unexpectedly pierced through the old man's hand. He screamed in astonishment, "How is this possible?" Seeing his impressive fighting ability, Chu Bai praised, "Your strength is truly formidable." Rage erupted. Old Tianxing roared, "Since it's come to this, I won't hold back anymore." He used both hands to create a white tornado, drawing heaven and earth into the vortex. Seeing the enemy unleash a powerful move, Anjing thought, "I also want to know the extent of my own strength." He told himself, "You have to try harder. Let's see if you can touch my limit." Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared. Old Chu Bai warned loudly, "Devil Shadow Clone, be careful. This is a high-grade technique seal of the Devil Sect." Mo Tianxing grimaced, angrily shouting, "Even if you beg for mercy now, it's too late." Then the ghost's huge hand moved closer to him. That hand emitted a powerful beam of light shining directly at him. Seeing him stand motionless, old Chu Bai mocked, "Scared stiff, are you?" The sword emitted a brilliant blue light. Suddenly Anjing raised his sword to block. He swung his sword fiercely at the opposing ghost shadow. Tianxing unexpectedly yelled, "You!" Then he was thrown backward, coughing violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping, "How could this be?" Those witnessing the scene also stood dumbfounded, saying, "This..." Chu Bai ran towards the old man, calling out loudly, "Mo!" Ignoring the elder, he trembled while calling his name, then retreated. It turned out Tianxing was dead. He was likely so enraged he had passed away. The soldiers surrounding him asked, "Is Great Elder Mo really dead? How could this happen?" The soldiers surrounding him asked, "Is Great Elder Mo really dead? How could this happen?" Lu Jiao rejoiced, shouting, "We won! We really won!" The villagers lavished praise. "Unexpectedly, our Azure Sky Sect has such a talented figure, truly too strong and formidable." Yunir happily asked again, "Did we really win?" Having just witnessed the fierce battle, Lu Ming panted, wondering, "Too formidable? Who on earth is he?" That Anjing proudly thought, "This is the great elder of the Devil Sect's Earth Sect? I haven't even used my strength, and he already fell." Then he turned to the soldiers, warning, "Go back and tell the people of the Devil Sect, if you dare offend the Azure Sky Sect, you won't be so lucky next time." Hearing this, that group hastily told each other, "Let's go quickly." Then, they disappeared into the water vortex. He approached the Lu family. Lu Ming spoke up, "Senior, how should we deal with Tang Chu Bai?" Anjing asked, "What do you think?" Lu Ming's face darkened, brows furrowed, teeth gritted. "Anyone who dares offend my Azure Sky Sect, if not punished appropriately, the world will think our Azure Sky Sect is easily bullied." Chu Bai knelt in fear, trembling, head bowed to the ground. He confessed his guilt and pleaded, begging the Azure Sky Sect's master to be magnanimous and spare this old man's life. Old Ming resolutely shook his head, nervously stroking his beard. "No, absolutely cannot spare him. This Tang Chu Bai is vicious and vengeful. Now his son, Tang Wenfung, has been killed by us. Later, he will definitely stop at nothing to take revenge." Hearing those words, Chu Bai boiled with rage, eyes blazing, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. He shifted his target to the young lady of the Lu family, shouting, "Old man Lu Ming, you are truly vicious. If you want me dead, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." Lu Ming was stunned and warned his daughter, "Be careful." He rushed towards Yunir, roaring madly, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Yunir screamed in fear. "Ah!" A slash flashed past. He lost balance and stumbled. Attacked unexpectedly, he said furiously, You, slashing down at his neck, and Jing said, "Don't know your own limits." Then Chu Bai fell motionless. Worried, Lu Ming immediately turned to Lu Yunir and asked, "Yunir, are you all right?" Yunir, standing beside him, replied, "I'm fine, father. Luckily, thanks to this senior." Her eyes shone brightly, seeing the peaceful scene. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt relieved. He didn't forget to bow and thank Anjing. The kindness Senior has shown the Azure Sky Sect today, we will never forget in our lifetime. If Senior has any instructions, just say the word. Even if we have to charge into a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, our Azure Sky Sect will absolutely not refuse. Anjing paid him no mind, just turned away, waved his hand and said, "I don't need you to charge into mountains of blades or seas of fire for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately left. The space became silent then. Lu Yunir stood aside, unable to resist, asking curiously, "Senior, where are you going?" Anjing, about to leave, paused slightly, then said in a low voice, "Naturally returning to where I came from." Finishing his words, he leaped into the air. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming was extremely excited. He looked up, following Anjing's direction, and praised, truly a peerless master. Lu Jiao appeared from nowhere. She slowly approached and asked, Sect Master, is this person a senior of our Azure Sky Sect? If a master like this protects us, the Azure Sky Sect doesn't need to be gloomy or worried anymore, Lu Jiao said excitedly. After listening, Lu Ming raised his hand to stroke his beard and replied, I don't think so. The mind method he displayed is completely different from our Azure Sky Sects. Lu Jiao became even more curious and continued asking, Then it's really strange. Why did he help us? Last time it was Luo Ying. Perhaps he helped then too. Truly strange. It makes one more and more curious. Helping the Azure Sky Sect repeatedly? Could it be someone we know? Lu Yunir felt something was a bit unusual. The next morning, the sky was clear. Birds chirped, and Liu Jiao stood before the city gate. Suddenly she yelled, Assemble! Assemble! Hearing the call, several people inside immediately ran out. Everyone felt tired, yawning widely, and started complaining. Busy until the Cho hour, 1:03 a.m. last night. Didn't they say we could rest an extra shichen 2 hours today? Another replied, Yeah, why wake us up so early? What trick is Lu Jiao planning now? Anjing thought sleepily. Liu Jiao, who had been standing there, angrily pointed straight at their faces and yelled, Sleep? What sleep? Can't you see the sun is already high? Busy for so long last night? I know you all worked very hard. The Jade River Sect and the Devil Sect attacked, causing severe damage to our sect's disciples. Luckily, a senior intervened. Thanks to that, our Azure Sky Sect was preserved. But external enemies can still attack at any time, not to mention the competition with the Western region is about to start. To strengthen the number of disciples for the sect, today I will select some people from you handyman disciples to join the ranks of outer disciples. Really? That's great. A chance to become an outer disciple. 2 years. I finally waited for this opportunity. The people present in the room became noisy and excited, discussing. Anne just stood aside, arms crossed, observing. Outer disciple? Forget it. Being a handyman is more comfortable. After a while, seeing the noisy crowd, Liu Jiao cleared her throat. Ahem. Yes, I personally selected for this matter. Naturally, it can't be fake. Now, everyone stand properly. I'll start the selection. There are only 3 spots, so you must cherish it. As she spoke, she pointed to the selection list for outer disciples. At this moment, everyone stood seriously in neat rows. First, Liu Jiao pointed towards Handyman 21 and said, Handyman 21, you are usually quite diligent. Moreover, you try very hard to cultivate. Although you haven't reached the first peak yet temporarily, there's still a chance in the future. The first spot is yours. Handyman 21 was overjoyed upon hearing he was chosen. He clasped his hands respectfully and replied happily, Yes, Elder Lu. Next, Liu Jiao looked towards the green-haired young man and continued, And you, Handyman 14, I highly regard your diligence. This person is Wu Ming. Upon hearing the praise, his cheeks immediately flushed red. He stammered words of thanks to Elder Lu. Anne had been thinking all this time, but couldn't understand Liu Jiao's selection criteria. He wondered internally, what are Liu Jiao's criteria? Doesn't she consider their strengths? Lost in curiosity, Liu Jiao's gaze suddenly swept over Anjing. Seeing Liu Jiao's sharp gaze, the others became extremely tense. They stood straight, not daring to move. Anjing, however, seemed to sense something and quickly hid. He hid behind a man with long hair, praying inwardly, Don't see me, don't see me. However, Liu Jiao still mused to herself, This brat looks decent, and he has a good heart. But being assigned as a handyman is somewhat a waste of talent. That thought passed, and Liu Jiao didn't hesitate, pointing straight at Anjing and declaring, Finally, you're the one, handyman number 27. Anjing was truly confused. He couldn't believe it and asked back, Me? Seeing his strong reaction, Liu Jiao replied, Yes, it's you. What? Don't you agree? Anjing didn't know how to respond and just made an excuse. My aptitude is dull. I fear I cannot become an outer disciple. As he spoke, he scratched his head, showing clear helplessness. Suddenly, Liu Jiao moved closer to Anjing. She leaned in even closer and probed. Is your aptitude really dull? Becoming an outer disciple, even entering and exiting the sect gate requires reporting then. Freedom is restricted. However, Anjing wasn't scared now, just thinking quietly. He turned slightly to avoid her, thinking that being a handyman wasn't fun. Lu Jiao thought he was lacking confidence, so she placed a hand on his shoulder and encouraged, "It's okay. You are just a rough stone. This elder can also polish stone into gold." Hearing this, and really didn't know what else to say. Then, Lu Jiao spoke to console those not chosen. "You don't need to be sad either. As long as you perform well, this elder can make an exception and promote you to outer disciple. Elder Lu, rest assured. Long live Elder Lu. We will definitely brave mountains of blades and seas of fire for the Azure Sky Sect." Hearing this, those guys were delighted, surrounding Liu Jiao to flatter her. Meanwhile, the three chosen earlier had arrived somewhere. Handyman 21 was overjoyed. "Today, I finally became an outer disciple." Wu Ming was no less moved, tears streaming down his face, showing extreme happiness. "This is great, really, truly great." In contrast to the other two, Anjing looked at the item in his hand and sighed dejectedly. Sigh. Seeing his brother looking so weary, Handyman 21 approached. He put his arm around Anjing's shoulder and asked, "Number 27, why the long face?" "Such a good thing happened. This is the good fortune we accumulated from our previous lives." Wu Ming nodded repeatedly in agreement. "That's right. I heard that just becoming an outer disciple allows cultivating the Azure Sky Sect's mind method to the third layer. Moreover, there's a chance to participate in the Western region competition this time." Wu Ming brought his hand to his mouth, then spoke to the other two. As the handyman put his arm over Anjing's shoulder, Anjing looked up, puzzled. "Western region competition? What's that?" He handyman thought for a moment, then replied, "You don't know about the Western region competition? It's the grandest event in the Western region." He handyman thought for a moment, then replied, "You don't know about the Western region competition? It's the grandest event in the Western region, and the entire Western region has dozens of branches like this. Among them are some ancient sects from the upper reaches of the Spirit River, incredibly powerful. Within their inner sects, there are even masters who have reached the 5th level of the primordial golden core realm." Anjing frowned slightly, asking again, "I naturally know the Western region you're talking about. But what is the Western region competition?" "The Western region. This ancient land has dozens of rivers, many branches of the ancient Spirit River, and countless ancient sects lining those sacred rivers. Each sect has existed for thousands of years, some even tens of thousands. Their inner sects are profound, gathering many masters. The Jade River is just the weakest among dozens, perhaps even a remote branch." Handyman 21 carefully explained, "The Western region competition is a contest for young masters under 100 years old from the entire Western region. It's said the top 100 receive rewards, and the top 10 get a chance to comprehend immortal-grade technique seals or possess immortal-grade magic weapons." Anjing felt intrigued, exclaiming, "Oh, immortal-grade technique seals, immortal-grade magic weapons?" Suddenly a voice called, "Handyman number 27, come here immediately." Anjing hurried over. "Greetings, Elder Liu. May I know what instructions you have?" Lu Jiao looked at him and replied, "Follow me." Lu Jiao turned and walked ahead, saying as she went, "Lately, the sect gate seems a bit restless. People's hearts are unsettled. The inner disciples have also suffered considerable losses." Anjing stood there listening, understanding nothing. Then he quickly followed her. She continued, "You must cultivate diligently, reach the 1st realm soon. Don't disappoint my promotion and nurturing." Anjing replied, "I understand, Elder Liu. I will definitely cultivate diligently and revitalize the Azure Sky Sect." She seemed pleased. "Very good. I praise disciples with ambition like you." Liu Jiao led Anjing into a room. Reaching the door, Anjing hesitated, not daring to enter. Seeing him stand silently outside, Liu Jiao said, "What are you standing there dazed for? Come in." Anjing seemed confused. "Why am I coming in here?" Liu Jiao urged impatiently. "What else? Hurry up and come in." Anjing had no choice but to enter. She lay stretched out on a long couch, leaning against the armrest. Liu Jiao ordered, "You, come here. I have something to ask you." Anjing approached. Reaching a certain distance, he stopped and bowed slightly. "Elder Liu, if you have anything to ask, please do." Liu Jiao cleared her throat sternly. She asked him, "What kind of woman does a normal man like?" Hearing the question, Anjing froze on the spot. Then he gave a sly smile and said, "What? Could it be that Elder Lu already likes someone? That person is truly unfortunate. Not seeing him answer her question, Liu Jiao said irritably, "Say something!" Anjing forced a smile, his face pale, saying this issue was too complex. How could he possibly know? He then remembered the gentle, ladylike image of Lu Yunir. She got angry. "So are you a man or not?" He flusteredly replied, "Of course." She asked again, "If so, then why don't you know?" Anjing described that men definitely like gentle, virtuous women. Liu Jiao saw a new idea and asked him for specific examples. You could take, for example, a woman who knows how to cook. Liu Jiao wondered, how to cook? Anjing nodded and continued, "The ancients often said, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach." Liu Jiao said excitedly, "That makes perfect sense." Anjing hesitantly asked, "Elder Lu, who have you set your eyes on?" Liu Jiao excitedly recounted, "Naturally, he's the great hero, the one who has saved our world many times. If I knew who he was, I would definitely marry him." She fondly remembered the image of the cool masked man, then thought, "A man like that is the ideal husband in my heart. From today, I must strive to become the type he likes, so he might notice me among the crowd." Anjing felt a bit scared. She put her foot on the couch. She waved Anjing over. Liu Jiao is preparing to cook. Later, Anjing will be the taste tester. Anjing panicked. "Me again?" Liu Jiao walked past him. Hearing him say that, she frowned slightly, her tone sharp. "What? You don't want to? Eating food cooked by this elder is your honor." Liu Jiao kept walking, ignoring Anjing, who stood confusedly watching from behind. Liu Jiao picked up the ladle from the fish, looking into the wok. Anjing also stood behind, quietly observing her. Brows furrowed, she told herself, "Don't be nervous. Don't worry." Anjing, seeing this, scratched his face and said, "Elder Lu, I'm not nervous." Hearing that, Liu Jiao turned and glared at him. "I was talking about myself," making him jump. Then she started flailing her arms and legs, making Anjing freeze, watching her antics in astonishment. He felt helpless, putting his hand to his face, looking utterly dejected. Then he quickly sneaked away while Liu Jiao was still engrossed in cooking. Anjing sat down at the table again, his expression slightly fearful, thinking, thick smoke billowing. A moment later, Liu Jiao suddenly brought out 2 plates. On them were 2 pieces of burnt black meat and slammed them on the table. She gave a bright smile. "Try it and see?" Seeing this, Anjing quickly stood up, forcing a smile. Elder Lu seems a bit nervous. Liu Jiao, with an angry face, said, "Stop talking nonsense! Hurry up and check!" Anjing grimaced with fear. Wiping his face with a handkerchief, he rolled his eyes and said slowly, "Elder Liu, I told you to capture a man's stomach, not destroy his stomach." That made her even angrier. Liu Jiao slammed her hand on the table and yelled, "Are you going to eat it or not?" The kitchen door suddenly creaked open. Lu Yunir walked in asking, "What are you 2 doing?" The 2 looked towards her in surprise. Liu Jiao smiled, turning to tell her, "It's nothing, I was just practicing." Yunir looked suspiciously at the thing on the table, wondering, "What is this?" Her face filled with panic. "Are you practicing making poison? This smell seems like a potent toxin." Hearing those words from Yunir, Liu Jiao's expression changed. Tears welled up internally, leaving Yunir stunned. Seeing this, Anjing quickly and smugly said, "Elder Lu, you came looking for Elder Lu for something, right? Then I'll take my leave first." Seeing him about to leave, Yuan said, "Tomorrow at the Sect Square, the new outer disciples need to have their spirit roots checked again. At that time, the Sect Master and I will personally come to see if any outstanding disciples were missed. After all, the Western region competition is approaching." She continued, "This time concerns the honor of the Azure Sky Sect and even the Jade River area." Liu Jiao also nodded in agreement. "Now, I will go inform the new disciples." Yunir patted Anjing's shoulder. "Junior brother, you're different now. You've become a new disciple too. Go prepare quickly. Don't be lazy." Hearing that, Anjing bowed his head. "Yes, I'll go right away." At the Sect Square, thousands of new disciples gathered. The great elder stood beside the glowing green spirit stone, solemnly announcing, "Today, we will conduct the spirit root check for the new disciples." He looked at them and continued, "The so-called spirit root is the means by which cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The higher the spirit root, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy, and the better the cultivation efficiency." The great elder continued explaining, Spirit roots are divided into 3 grades: Dharma, Spirit, and Immortal. Each type of spirit root is further divided into 3 levels: high, mid, and low. He added, those with low-grade spirit roots can receive 1 origin spirit pill, mid-grade receives 10, high-grade receives 100. The disciples below buzzed upon hearing this. 2 were chatting. One said, origin spirit pills, those are precious pills that can speed up cultivation. The person next to him chuckled, even low-grade roots can get one? A handyman joyfully raised both hands asking, Elder! Elder! What about immortal grade spirit roots? Hearing his question, the great elder waved his hand, releasing numerous origin spirit pills flying into the air. He replied cheerfully, you can have as many origin spirit pills as you want. The 6 disciples below cheered enthusiastically. Amazing, the short-haired disciple in the middle repeated. As many as you want? Really looking forward to it, the disciple with a bun wondered. What kind of spirit root aptitude do I have? Anjing witnessed this scene, hand to his chin, muttering, immortal grade spirit root. It seems my spirit root is also immortal grade. The great elder sighed wearily. Immortal grade spirit roots are truly rare. Even in the entire Jade River area, the number of people possessing immortal grade spirit roots is not large. Moreover, those with immortal grade spirit roots are all monstrously old masters. Hearing this, those 3 became confused, silently praying, immortal grade, immortal grade, immortal grade. Yunir appeared and said, if the Azure Sky Sect can truly produce an immortal grade spirit root master, then the Azure Sky Sect will escape the fate of being bullied by others, and can truly rise. The great elder spoke. Although I think so too, Elder Lu, that is impossible. She didn't care, looking up at the sky and saying cheerfully, who knows? Maybe heaven will bless our Azure Sky Sect? The great elder didn't dare argue further. He raised his hand to signal, now, begin the spirit root check. The trembling feet of a condemned prisoner slowly approached. He clasped his hands praying, heaven protect me, please, heaven protect me. Seeing this, Yunir used a reassuring tone. This junior brother doesn't need to be nervous. Just place your hand on the checking stone. He sighed, replying, yes. Then he reached out and touched the stone. The stone lit up, glowing bright red. The great elder shook his head slightly. Low-grade Dharma-type spirit root. Anjing below didn't understand. He curiously asked the person beside him, how do you distinguish spirit root aptitude? The handyman turned back to answer him, place your palm on the stone to check. He explained in sequence, the colors of the flash in order, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white, corresponding to the 3 types, Dharma, Spirit, Immortal. Anjing understood. He thought, in other words, as long as there's purple, black, or white, it's an immortal root. Seeing him stand still, the handyman waved dismissively. Stop thinking about it. The entire Jade River area only has 1 or 2 cultivators with immortal spirit roots. Those are rare geniuses in the world. It's already great if we can have a spirit grade root. Another person stepped up, touched the stone. Dharma grade, low level. The next person too, Dharma grade, mid level. Yunir placed her hand on her chin, pondering. Could it be there are really no spirit grade roots? Yes, I will help you, the great elder announced. Next person, Wu Ming, step forward. He swallowed nervously, gently placing his hand on the stone. Surprisingly, the stone suddenly showed green color. Wu Ming was astonished seeing that green color. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Is this real? He, great elder of Azure Sky Sect, said excitedly, that is a low-grade spirit root. Lu Yunir rejoiced. Excellent. Finally, a disciple with fairly good talent appeared. The great elder of Azure Sky Sect walked over to greet him. Your name is Wu Ming, right? Wu Ming replied, yes, disciple's name is Wu Ming. The great elder called Wu Ming over, stand beside me. Wu Ming replied, yes. His friend Handyman 21 said to Anjing, Wu Ming is really lucky. Possessing a low-grade spirit root, isn't that like ascending to the clouds in 1 step? It was Handyman Service number 21's turn. He stepped forward. The great elder said, high-grade Dharma root? Not bad either. Anyone else not checked yet? Only then did they realize only 1 scene was left unchecked, likely meant Anjing. Lu Yunir reminded, Junior brother, why haven't you checked yet? Anjing just replied, yes. Calm on the outside, but worried about being exposed inside, thinking, I won't be revealed this time, right? Or maybe before I'm exposed, I should just admit it myself. Lu Yunir encouraged junior brother, no need to be nervous. The great elder of Azure Sky Sect added, just place your hand on it. Now, and felt like he was floating in the universe. He placed his hand absent-mindedly on the stone to check. Handyman 21 said, normally, 27 is a quiet pumpkin, nameless, affecting no one. Who knows what the result will be? Wu Ming said proudly. Whatever the result, it can't surpass mine. However, the testing stone showed no reaction at all. Huh? Why is there no reaction? Anjing thought, could the checking stone be broken? Or does my talent exceed the stone's measurement capacity? Everyone murmured, wondering, what's happening? Why is there no reaction at all? The great elder asked. Brat, could it be you have no spirit root? Anjing withdrew his hand, utterly embarrassed. Lu Yunir encouraged. Try again, junior brother. Number 27. Anjing agreed. Okay, but the result was the same. Nothing changed. Anjing touched it with both hands, still no reaction. A great elder of Azure Sky Sect sighed dejectedly. It seems he truly has no spirit root. The words of Handyman 21 were like a realization from the bottom of society. Without a spirit root, cultivation is extremely difficult, basically, a waste. Wu Ming said, even if your aptitude isn't as strong as mine, just being normal would be fine. It's not easy to be chosen by the elder. What a pity. The great elder didn't think he was waste material. Since you are the disciple chosen by Elder Liu, then continue cultivating in the outer sect. However, you won't receive the prescribed amount of pills. Those with spirit roots continuously mocked Anjing. Turns out he has no spirit root. Such poor aptitude is really rare. Among people like this, it's only him. What's his name? Don't know. Seems like an outer disciple chosen from the handyman. The great elder said, all right, except for number 27, the rest follow me to receive your pills. Anjing could only leave sadly. Wu Ming patted his shoulder. Number 27, from now on, follow me. I have many precious pills. I'll share some with you then. Handyman 21 also said, that's right, I'll share some with you too. We came to the Azure Sky Sect together initially, considered fated. We'll protect you from now on. Anjing respectfully replied, it's all right. Thank you, senior brothers. Senior brothers, please go quickly to receive your pills. Wu Ming and Handyman 21 bid farewell to Anjing, then we'll go. Don't be polite with us in the future. Anjing stood watching his senior brothers' backs as they left, and quietly watched his senior brothers' backs as they slowly disappeared, and stood watching their backs as they slowly walked away. Seeing this, Lu Yunir comforted, junior brother, don't be discouraged. Anjing actually didn't care about this issue. Senior sister, actually, I'm fine. Because I think this checking stone definitely has a problem. It couldn't even recognize my immortal grade spirit root. Lu Yunir recounted, actually, senior sister didn't have a good spirit root initially either. But thanks to father's constant encouragement, I never gave up trying. Now I pass that encouragement to you. I hope you can be like I was then. Keep trying. The worst result is just arriving a little late. I believe in you. Thinking nothing inwardly but still politely thanking her outwardly. Thank you, senior sister. I will try. Suddenly, Anjing's sharp attention noticed something. He hastily bid farewell to Yunir and senior sister. I'll go first. Lu Yunir said warmly, go on. If you encounter any problems in cultivation, you can find senior sister. Yunir caught a glimpse of the pitiful scene. In this spirit root check, no genius with outstanding aptitude appeared in the Azure Sky Sect. Lu Yunir softly exclaimed, huh? Many rays of light flashed from the stone slab. A few pieces of the stone had cracked off, huh? Yunir was surprised. The stone slab was originally extremely hard. Even an ordinary flying sword would struggle to leave a mark. Why did it suddenly crack? Before she could react, the checking stone shattered. Lu Yunir was bewildered, heart sinking. Could this be related to junior brother's check just now? Lu Yunir clenched her fists. She was filled with determination. That junior brother. I've met him many times, but I still don't know his name. This can't be. I must find out what exactly happened. She lightly used her sword to fly up amidst the panic of the two senior brothers. As she flew up, she whispered softly, cannot let junior brother's future be delayed. In another scene, Anjing was walking when two people from behind called loudly, Number 27, wait for us! He turned around blankly, seeing the two senior brothers panting from exhaustion. Suddenly someone approached. Seizing the opportunity, the handyman rushed over and hugged him, saying joyfully, "We've been looking for you half the day. Turns out you brat were here." That Wu Ming took this chance to hold the medicine bottle in his hand, proudly explaining, "This is an origin spirit pill. Others only got one, but the elder saw my aptitude wasn't bad and gave me two, one for each of us." Handyman 21 put his arm around his shoulder, smiling expectantly. Seeing this, he could only force a smile. That's not quite right. Hey. Inside, he felt a bit guilty, because this origin spirit pill was no longer useful to him. This is just a pill synthesized from earth spirit pills. Its effect is very limited. Even the higher-grade heaven spirit pills are only temporarily effective. Handyman 21 knew nothing but still enthusiastically tried to persuade him, "No need to be shy. The three of us all came from Handyman Disciple 21, so we share blessings and endure hardships together." Wu Ming also happily patted his chest, affirming, "That's right. From now on we are brothers. We two are your big brother and second brother." Anjing frowned, looking at them doubtfully. "Big brother and second brother?" Wu Ming pointed to himself. "Quick, call me big brother." Handyman 21 added, "Call me second brother too." He could only cover his face, helpless, not knowing what to do. From afar, Liu Jiao approached. Witnessing the scene, she yelled loudly, "What are you three doing?" Wu Ming jumped, quickly replying, "Nothing." He abandoned his two good brothers and ran to her side with a flattering expression, smiling, "Nothing. We were just discussing how to thank Elder Liu for her kindness in promoting us. Without Elder Liu, we would still just be handyman disciples now." She crossed her arms, replying with satisfaction, "Very good. From now on, cultivate seriously. Protect my Azure Sky Sect. That is the greatest repayment to me." Hearing this, he turned into an obedient cat before its master, constantly wagging his tail, spewing flattery. "Elder Liu not only has the insight to see jade within stone, but is also righteous. Truly a shining example for us to follow. So admirable. Elder Liu not only has the insight to see jade within stone, but is also righteous. Truly a shining example for us to follow. So admirable, I have prepared delicious food for you." Hearing that, he bowed, wagging his tail in farewell. She walked away cheerfully, unable to hide her joy, whispering softly, "Tomorrow I must try a new dish." Anjing and the senior brother beside him could only watch helplessly as Wu Ming acted so cheerfully. His eyes shone with infatuation, thinking of the delicious food, the image. Sees Liu Jiao shyly bring food, making him both excited and dreamy. Am I overthinking this? Could Elder Liu actually be interested in me, even cooking for me personally? Suddenly, Anjing gently pats Wu Ming on the shoulder. He clenches his fist encouragingly. "Don't overthink it. Elder Liu Jiao has noticed you, big brother. Keep it up." These words make his face flush red. Scene change to the records building. As Lu Yunir enters, she thinks, this place must have the list of all disciples. She quietly steps inside. She slowly approaches and calls out, "Second elder," startling him awake. The second elder rubs his eyes, looks at her brightly, and asks, "Yunir, why have you come here?" She smiles back, "Elder, I want to check some records." The elder gestures warmly towards the distance and says, "All the records of our Azure Sky Sect are over there. Just go and look." It seems she wants to know the exact location revealed. "I want to look up information about a chores disciple." The elder strokes his chin, his eyes thoughtful. A chores disciple? He can't believe his ears and looks at her curiously. A chores disciple is worth you investigating personally? Does that person have something special? She thinks of Anjing, her heart fluttering slightly. At 27, what's so special about him after all? The elder finds her reaction even more confusing and calls out, "Yunir." Snapped back to reality, her face flushes red, trembling slightly. She quickly and awkwardly explains, "It's nothing, I was just a little curious." Not keeping her waiting, he points to the side and says, "The list for chores disciple 21 is on the left side, first floor down." She follows his directions, places her hand on a shelf and confirms, "This is the shelf." She takes a book from the shelf and whispers softly, "I remember that junior brother is number 27. Finding the correct chores disciple file, she exclaims, "Found it!" Her face lights up as she searches for his information. It seems she found it. Original name, Anjing, age 15, resides in Heavenly Water City. He is a direct descendant of the An family, holding the position of Chor's disciple number 27. Finding number 27, she suddenly realizes his real name and becomes suspicious, Anjing. Memories suddenly flash in her mind. Nala of the Demon Sect Earth Branch invites Anjing of the Azure Sky Sect for a meeting. Hand over the seal artifact, and our Demon Sect Earth Branch will leave immediately. Panicked, she drops the book, stepping back with a look of doubt. Could he be that Anjing? The scene shifts to night. The moon is high, yet someone is carrying a coffin on their back. It's an old man struggling with a coffin on his back. He stops, trembling and whispering, finally arrived. He gasps for breath from exhaustion, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He looks up, asking himself, is this the Azure Sky Sect? Each footstep leaves an imprint on the ground. He walks with heavy steps, moving forward, leaving deep, heavy footprints behind him. His eyes glance back with awe, thinking this coffin made of 9 heavens mystic stone is truly too heavy. He forcefully sets the coffin down. Exhausted, his whole body trembles, and he gasps for air. Seemingly finished, he sighs deeply, thinking to himself, finally completed the task. Task done, he turns to leave, but glances back reluctantly. Suddenly, a sound makes him jump and shout, "Who's there?" Just then, Anjing stands at the entrance, his clothes obscuring his face. Moonlight shines from behind, enhancing his imposing aura. He approaches the old man and says, "Your mysterious excellency trespassed into my Azure Sky Sect, carrying a coffin. What exactly is your intention?" He approaches the old man and says, "Your mysterious excellency trespassed into my Azure Sky Sect, carrying a coffin. What exactly is your intention?" Calmly, he asks sternly, "You are from the Demon Sect." His gaze is steady, fixed on the person opposite him, as if he already knows the answer. He continues, "You lot are truly lingering ghosts." The old man crosses his arms arrogantly. "So what if you're a mysterious expert? I warn you, don't meddle in unrelated matters." He turns to leave with a scowl, adding a parting shot, "Otherwise, you'll bring disaster upon yourself." As if things aren't settled, he angrily flies up high and shouts, "Did I give you permission to leave?" He places his hand on the old man's shoulder. Suddenly, the old man vanishes, leaving only an afterimage before him. He is surprised, doubtful. What? Vanished. Now the old man has dashed outside, looking back smugly at him and saying, "Just relying on your strength to keep me here? Even if those Jade Emperor old monsters acted personally, they couldn't stop me." Hearing this, his face shows clear displeasure as he says, "Then take another look." He begins to channel the energy within his body. His body glows, shooting out at incredible speed. He extends his hand forward and launches an attack. He unleashes a giant glowing hand that slowly moves towards the old man, causing him confusion. The old man laughs smugly, disdainfully, petty tricks. Still confident, he releases streams of purple energy around himself with satisfaction. "You want to catch me with just this?" It seems ineffective. The hand continues moving closer, making the old man panic. What is this? The giant hand closes tightly around him, causing him to exclaim in panic, "What? What is happening?" He struggles to escape the grip of the hand. The more he struggles, the tighter the hand grips. The old man strains, his face purpling, veins bulging. He grits his teeth in astonishment, misjudged. "I didn't expect your strength to be this immense." He slowly approaches the old man, interrogating, "Tell me, what is your mission? What is your purpose for coming to the Azure Sky Sect late at night?" Although restrained, the old man maintains his composure. With a confident smirk, he says, "You think you can imprison me?" He takes a deep breath. Then shouts, "Boundless demonic energy, explode!" A torrent of pitch-black energy erupts, causing the giant hand to gradually dissipate. He looks at him, laughs arrogantly, and warns, "Ha ha ha, my demonic energy is extremely poisonous. If you ignore this and don't interfere, the entire Azure Sky Sect will be destroyed." Seemingly understanding the situation, he unconsciously blurts out, "Not good." The energy flow within him begins to gather. He waves his hand, and a brilliant green light emanates from it. A barrier forms from it and gradually expands. He whispers worriedly, "Cannot let others get involved." The barrier is quite sturdy, successfully blocking the black energy trying to penetrate. Freed, he shoots up into the sky but doesn't forget to bid farewell. Mission accomplished, this old man takes his leave. He stands within the barrier, watching the old man's retreating figure disappear, silently remarking, "Runs fast indeed." Now that everything is over, people realize there was an intruder. Enemy attack, putting everyone on alert. Who's there? The coffin inside has also emitted a rather mysterious signal. He turns around and says, "We should go too." After speaking, a green aura envelops his entire body, then slowly fades away. The coffin starts to shake, emitting strange sounds. A mysterious crow flies out from nowhere, perches on the lid, and pants, phew phew, suffocating me to death. Having said that, the crow slowly flies up, gradually vanishing into the air without a trace. The coffin, for some unknown reason, closes automatically. Hearing the loud commotion, the elders quickly fly to the room. The three who just entered are stunned by the scene before them. Lu Ming is bewildered, wondering, "Strange, I clearly heard fighting just now, but now it's completely silent." Suddenly his eyes fall upon the coffin in front of him. Confused, he shouts, "Where did this coffin come from?" Scene changes again. Anjing walks calmly, but his mind is filled with confusion. Why did people from the demon sect appear here, and even deliver a coffin? He walks on, curiosity lingering in his mind. Could it be related to the demon queen? He walks alone silently through the night. Suddenly, he sits down by a fence, hand raised to his chin in thought. He silently wonders what that demon queen looks like, whether she is beautiful or not. Suddenly, the crow from before appears out of nowhere, perched by the window, confidently saying, "The demon queen is very beautiful, the #1 great beauty." He smiles unconsciously before he can process it. He blurts out, "#1 beauty?" Suddenly he senses something unusual. He looks straight ahead and immediately sees a crow, wondering, where did this crow come from? He looks at the crow, puzzled, thinking, when did this crow appear? The crow, seeing him stare for a long time, caws a few times. Then it spreads its wings and flies towards him. The crow gently lands on his shoulder. Perching on one leg, it strikes a happy pose and introduces itself. "Master, I am your crow." He turns to look at its demeanor, speechless. His eyes begin to scrutinize it. Annoyed, he says, "My crow isn't this black." Disregarding the master-servant bond, he coldly throws it away, shouting, "Get away!" Thrown like that, it struggles to flap its wings to maintain balance and avoid falling. Suddenly, it flies back and lands gently on his arm. It points at him and calls master. Helplessly, he asks, "Black Crow, why are you following me?" It shyly turns its head away and makes a sound. Seemingly tired, he yawns widely, then dismisses it, saying, "Forget it." Elder Liu Jiao is learning to cook. He takes the crow back to his room, intending, "Next time I'll bring you over for soup. I need some nourishment, too." Dawn breaks in the kitchen. Wu Ming sits dazedly, his mind wandering, thinking about the beauty. He recalls Elder Lu's appearance when entering the kitchen, her charming face captivating him. He wonders curiously if the special dish Elder Lu prepared for him is ready yet. Suddenly, Chor's disciple 21 excitedly enters and says loudly, "Wu Ming, have you heard the strange news?" Disciple 21 recounts the events of last night. In the main hall of the sect, a mysterious coffin suddenly appeared. The sect master and elders tried to open it but failed. Furthermore, they couldn't move it anywhere. Wu Ming hears this but replies nonchalantly, "Cultivation matters have thousands of strange things. You get used to it." Disciple 21 rubs his chin, full of doubt. How strange. Dozens of large question marks appear above his head. Disciple 21 turns to Wu Ming sitting on the chair. "Right. Have you seen the Azure sect's ranking list yet?" Wu Ming tilts his head, confused. "What list?" "I haven't seen it. What's my rank?" Disciple 21 now knows this kid has no idea about keeping up with information. Disciple 21 has to explain it to this clueless guy. The official disciple list of the Azure Sky sect is a ranking based on factors like strength, cultivation level, aptitude, contributions, etc. of the disciples. The higher a disciple ranks, the more pills and magic tools they can receive from the sect. Disciple 21 summarized everything in the simplest terms possible. Suddenly, he pats his chest and grins at Wu Ming, saying, "You're ranked 215, I'm 397. Compared to the new disciples, our ranks are already quite good." Wu Ming seems dissatisfied with his rank. His demeanor becomes tense. He unconsciously clenches his hand into a fist. Still not in the top 100, what's there to be happy about? A soldier who doesn't want to become a general is not a good soldier. Wu Ming springs up, determination burning fiercely. One day, I will top the list, so everyone can clearly see the brilliance of the genius named Wu Ming. Disciple 21 sees his fiery spirit and doesn't have the heart to crush his beautiful dream. Suddenly, the door pushes open. It's Anjing carrying a bird on his hand, just in time to witness their conversation. Anjing also gives a thumbs up in approval, saying, "You guys have ambition." Disciple 21 claps Anjing on the shoulder and says, "Of course." He looks at Anjing, comforting himself. "Don't be discouraged, 27. Although you're only ranked 454, you have a lot of potential for growth. In the upcoming assessment days, I will support you." Anjing remained silent throughout, listening to Disciple 21's words. Wu Ming pats his chest, adding, "No need to be discouraged. Let the two of us handle the assessment task in the coming days." He sees the other two are willing, so he decides to go along with them. Anjing shrugs, thinking to himself, "It's just a disciple assessment task, easy as flipping my hand. Guess I saved myself some trouble." Anjing shrugs, thinking inwardly, "It's just a disciple assessment task, easy as pie. Well, I'll just consider it less hassle for me then." Just then, the bird on his shoulder suddenly flaps its wings and flies up. It flies in front of Chor's Disciple 21 and speaks. There are 454 disciples in total, ranked last, can't even retreat half a step if you wanted to. Chor's Disciple 21 stares wide-eyed as the bird unexpectedly opens its mouth and speaks human language. It adds that although 27 is a bit foolish, if he's willing to endure hardship as a little brother, it probably won't be a problem. One person, one bird stare at each other. This bird, how did it say exactly what was in my heart? The bird smiles brightly, delighted at having just tricked a fool. Disciple 21 senses something is wrong and quickly waves his hands frantically. "No, 27, don't misunderstand." Anjing was just smiling dismissively. The bird shifts its target to Wu Ming. This time, Elder Lu Jiao specially cooked for me. Wu Ming stares at it in surprise. The bird takes the chance to get closer, seemingly aware of its imposing appearance with its long feathers. Wu Ming jumps back in alarm. His face suddenly flushes red. Angrily, he tries to grab the creature, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting, you damn bird?" But the crow quickly dodged away. Wu Ming is furious, determined to catch this bird today, and now he has an ally. Disciple 21 also gets mad. That's right, take it down. Both are driven mad by this bird's teasing. The two team up to grab Anjing's crow, not letting it escape. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Liu Jiao holds a plate of food, looking at the chaotic scene with annoyance, saying, "What are you doing?" The crow shifts its target to her, saying, "Hey beauty, want to play with a bird? My master raises a big bird." Liu Jiao's eyes widen in astonishment at the talking bird. Anjing shrinks into a corner, trembling. If only he had known, he wouldn't have raised this thing. Now, he truly regrets his decision. The crow continues to circle Liu Jiao. She tries to shoo it away, but somehow feels helpless against this bird of unknown origin. Anjing scratches his head, admitting, "This is my bird." Suddenly finding his words awkward, he quickly waves his hand. "No, that's not it. This is a pet I raised." Anjing is practically digging his own grave. Liu Jiao angrily points straight at his face. "Now get back to cultivating for me. Today, you have no part in this matter." He looks at the food she brought. It's strangely blackened. Anjing subconsciously gulps. "Yes, I'll go right away." He feels that if he eats that stuff, he might die early. The crow continues circling Liu Jiao. "Why not play with the bird?" it asks slyly. Liu Jiao glares at the crow, looking ready to make mincemeat out of it. She grabs the bird's neck tightly, stopping its flight instantly. "Go back to your master," she says, then throws it straight towards its owner. Facing an angry Liu Jiao repeatedly shooing him away, telling him to leave quickly, Anjing silently picks up his pet and retreats quietly. Only when he's safely outside does he breathe a sigh of relief. "Consider this your great contribution." The bird seems to understand and lets him gently pat its head. Anjing thinks to himself, even a dog wouldn't eat the food Liu Jiao cooked. Even now he feels a chill run down his spine. The bird suddenly squawks loudly. The food Liu Jiao cooked, even a dog wouldn't eat. Anjing is startled that it can repeat exactly what he was thinking. He lets it go, instinctively stepping back full of doubt. "Do you know how to read minds?" Anjing breaks out in a cold sweat. This black bird said exactly what he was thinking. It makes him start to guard against his own pet. The bird suddenly speaks, repeating his inner thoughts. This black bird can actually say exactly what he's thinking. Anjing looks at the creature and points. It seems it only knows how to mimic other people's words. Lu Yunir approaches from a distance, sees him, and calls out, "Anjing." He subconsciously turns his head upon hearing the call. "Senior Sister Lu, were you calling me?" Anjing, sweating coldly, suddenly freezes. Something's not right. Senior Sister just called my name. Lu Yunir frowns, confused. "Junior brother, is your name Anjing?" Faced with Lu Yunir's question, Anjing chooses to evade, not answering. Anjing hesitates. "Senior Sister, did you need me for something?" Anjing becomes more tense than ever, thinking to himself, "How does Lu Yunir know my real name? Did she investigate me?" Lu Yunir asks him, "I remember people from the demon sect came looking for someone named Anjing. Was that you?" He waves his hand dismissively at her. "Senior Sister, how would I know? I was just a chores disciple initially." Hearing Lu Yunir's answer, she frowns, puzzled. Really don't know about the demon sect people? Currently, she has many questions about her junior brother. Anjing shrugs, looking innocent. The demon sect's power is so great, how could I possibly be involved with them? He thinks back and remembers the image of a coffin bound in chains. Truly, he has no connection to the demon sect. It's just that someone from the demon sect brought a coffin last night. Why would that be? Later, I must investigate clearly. Lu Yunir replays everything in her mind. Junior brother is just a chores disciple, hasn't even reached the first realm. How could he be connected to the demon sect? In the end, she concludes it's probably just a coincidence of names. Lu Yunir recalls the silhouette of a mysterious person dressed in black. She turns to look at him and asks, "Junior brother, have you ever met anyone strange within the sect?" Anjing is confused. Strange person? Images of Wu Ming and Chor's disciple 21 unconsciously pop into his head. Lu Yunir sees he might be thinking in the wrong direction and explains, "I mean the expert who saved our Azure Sky sect from danger. I suspect he is hiding around here. In her memory, he was dressed in black from head to toe, only revealing his eyes." Anjing quickly clarifies, "Aren't I just a chores disciple?" Then hastily adds, "Normally cleaning, I've never seen any expert." Lu Yunir hears him and sighs in relief. Seems like I overthought it. Without suspicion, she encourages, "Junior brother, you are now an initiated disciple. Even though you rank last, don't lose heart. You must try your best to complete tomorrow's assessment." Hearing this, he nods. "I understand, senior sister." Lu Yunir doesn't stay long, bidding him farewell. "All right, I'm leaving. You're busy." As soon as he turns away, Lu Yunir immediately changes her mind. Right now, he has completely let down his guard. Her purpose is to probe his true strength. Lu Yunir suddenly launches an attack from behind Anjing. Anjing immediately detects this. He wonders, Lu Yunir sneak attacking me? But this time, Anjing guesses her intention. No, more accurately, Lu Yunir is probing me. He pretends to stand still, enduring the blow from Lu Yunir. Seeing no resistance from Anjing, Lu Yunir feels something is off and withdraws her power. But this surprises him. Lu Yunir loses her balance and falls onto Anjing. She slowly sits up. Lu Yunir asks worriedly, "Junior brother, are you okay?" Then thinks to herself, "I must have been mistaken. It seems junior brother really just shares the same name as Anjing." Lu Yunir, "Oh, Lu Yunir, you really think too much." He smiles as if nothing happened. "Senior sister, I'm fine." Anjing shyly suggests, "Maybe senior sister should get up first." Lu Yunir immediately stands up, then gently explains her previous action, "Junior brother. Don't misunderstand. I was just asking casually." She searches inside her sleeve. Lu Yunir takes out a medicine bottle and gives it to Anjing. "Take these pills as an apology gift for my misunderstanding. Indeed, I was mistaken. There are so many people in this world. He just happens to share the name." Anjing accepts the bottle of pills and bows his head in thanks. "Thank you, senior sister." He doesn't mind her probing. She truly is a kind senior sister. A bird flies over, strangely singing, "Senior sister is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted." It perches on Anjing's arm and chirps merrily, "Whoever can marry her is truly blessed for 8 lifetimes." Hearing this, Lu Yunir blushes from embarrassment. Anjing, however, is mortified and quickly covers its beak to stop it from saying more. He speaks up to avoid the awkward situation, senior sister. There's still the assessment tomorrow. I'll go cultivate first. With that, he runs off quickly, leaving Lu Yunir standing alone. Junior brother An is indeed very diligent. She finds Anjing pitiful. If not for his poor aptitude, perhaps in the future, he could have become a pillar of the Azure Sky Sect. A few days later, Anjing and the Black Bird go to a secluded place. Inside the room, an old coffin lies bare in the space, mysteriously sealed. Anjing looks at this coffin. It said that even the sect master and elders working together couldn't move or open it. He wonders, what secret lies within this coffin? The bird perched on his shoulder guesses if there's a zombie inside. He doesn't care, he just wants to open it. Whatever is inside, he must see. He pushes the lid with all his might but still can't open it. Anjing tries to think. This coffin is incredibly heavy. The lid seems to hold a mysterious technique. He concludes that opening this coffin is likely not simple at all. Suddenly, the chains start to loosen, and the lid automatically pops open. Anjing is surprised. It opened by itself. As the lid slowly opens, he still doesn't understand. Didn't the sect master and elders try their best yet still couldn't open the coffin? Seeing what's inside, he is even more astonished. Inside is an incredibly beautiful girl, looking like she's peacefully asleep, not a corpse. He gets closer. This is it? The bird beside him also cries out, "There's such a beautiful woman in this world." He agrees, indeed, there is such a beautiful woman. Suddenly he seems to remember something. Could this woman be the demon queen? He shakes off his pity. Unfortunately, she has passed away. Anjing ponders for a moment, wondering, why did the demon sect people look for me? I heard it was the demon queen who came looking for me. The blackbird thinks if she were alive, perhaps a beautiful romance could unfold. He sighs regretfully. True, she is that beautiful after all. Suddenly angry, he grabs the meddlesome bird's tail, saying, "Romance? What romance?" Terrified, it quickly flies away, leaving Anjing alone in the room. He watches the direction the blackbird flew, finding it very strange. But what surprises him more is its ability to read thoughts. Unbelievable. Elsewhere, while Anjing and the blackbird are fast asleep, a loud shout echoes, 27! Chore's disciple 21 opens the door to his room, shouting loudly, "The assessment has started." He shakes him awake, saying, "Wake up quickly, join the outer disciple assessment." The leader for this assessment is Elder Lu. Lu Yunir stands with the great elder of the Azure Sky Sect on a high peak, seriously watching the noisy disciples chatting below. I tell myself, I can definitely pass the assessment this time. Ha ha ha, the sword technique I practice has improved quite a bit. What about you? Still the same? Wu Ming sees Anjing and the new Chore's disciple arrive and urges them anxiously, "Why are you only arriving now? Hurry up, the assessment is about to begin." Meanwhile, the great elder has started the assessment. The months-long cultivation process has ended. You are all the future of the Azure Sky Sect. But true experts must undergo tempering and baptism by blood. In his hand is a sharp claw. You need to enter the Jade Trip Forest and eliminate a first-tier demonic beast. The mission is complete when you bring back one claw of the demonic beast. Is everyone clear? The disciples below have accepted the mission and understood. The elder clears his throat. Originally, this was just simple training for outer disciples, but because the competition is approaching, some sects by the Jade Trip River decided to hold a joint training session. Wu Ming whispers to the other two that this time, many new genius disciples from various sects are participating in the training at Jade Trip River. He continues, "Bai Jie came to challenge our sect, and geniuses more outstanding than him have died here." Disciple 21 still doesn't get it, so this competition at Jade Trip River isn't a gathering place for geniuses. Anjing thinks, perhaps Bai Jie has seen my appearance before. Seems I need to be more cautious. The great elder stands high above, his voice echoing, silencing the entire space. He begins to explain the assessment location. This training session will take place in the Heavenly Cloud Peak Mystic Realm, which contains many relics and precious resources. Inside the Heavenly Cloud Peak Mystic Realm are rare resources like cultivation manuals, pills, magic tools, and refining materials. Especially, there are some extremely rare ancient pills and magic tools. Hearing this, several disciples get excited. Ancient pills and ancient magic tools? Oh my god, if we get those, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Anjing starts thinking, currently, I lack magic tools and pills. Might as well take a stroll outside to see what realm my cultivation has reached. Lu Yunir sees everyone is excited, but these disciples don't realize the danger at all. Perhaps I need to warn them. She spots Anjing in the crowd. Unexpectedly, junior brother Anjing is also going. With his cultivation level, I'm afraid this trip will be very dangerous. Lu Yunir thinks, loyal people like this to the sect are few. If there's a chance, I should find someone to protect him. The great elder sternly reminds, do not be overly greedy. Inside lie many great opportunities, but also hidden dangers. Remember this. After listening, everyone bows. We respectfully obey the great elder's decree. A gourd flask appears, ready for the journey. The flask grows larger and larger. Everyone is astonished. I heard this magic tool took 13 years to refine. It can travel 3,000 miles in a day, faster than the seventh elder's white cloud flying sword by 1,000 miles. A few people excitedly volunteer. I want to ride. Me too. Everyone quickly jostles. Let me go first. Hurry, hurry. Seeing this, the great elder happily strokes his beard and laughs, saying, don't worry. My gourd can hold over 300 people. Enough for all of you. The black bird appears again, a bunch of fools who've never seen the real world. He annoyedly covers the bird's mouth to stop its nonsense. Didn't I lock you, this black bird, in a cage? How could you possibly get out? At this moment, Lu Yunir says, junior brother, if you don't have a spot, you can ride my mount. She is riding a beautiful creature. Although it can't compare to the great elder's magic tool, it can still fly. The disciples and the great elder fly on the magic tool. Some are happy because the view is amazing, but some feel uneasy. I feel gourd sick, but I'm trying to hold it in. Some people praise the great elder's gourd is truly extraordinary. Beside them, Anjing is still shy riding with Lu Yunir. Lu Yunir is also shy, as this is the first time she's been so close to a male disciple like this. As he rides, he silently assesses, the fierce wind is blocked outside by senior sister's true energy. He thinks smells really nice. Meanwhile, Wu Ming and Disciple 21 on the other side feel uncomfortable. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have ridden the gourd. 27, you beast, move away from Elder Lu a bit. Elsewhere, a group of mysterious people are refining a dark object. The one named Shui Wuyai asks, have all the people from the Jade Trip River sects arrived? One of his subordinates reports, people from the Nine Sword Sect, White Cloud Sect, and Heavenly Star Sect arrived first. The remaining sects are on their way. Shui Wuyai coldly orders, check again and report back to me. The subordinate obediently complies. Yes, sir. It seems he is plotting something evil. What a rare opportunity. A stream of red liquid surges. Under his direction, it's like a cobra, lurking and ready to strike others. It turns out his plot is, this time, I want to catch all the disciples of the Jade Trip sects in one net. When the sun is high, all sects have arrived at the assessment location. People buzz with discussion. The mystic realm is about to open. Everyone is tense. Wonder where the ancient magic tools will be. We'll need to coordinate well later. I just hope I can find 1 or 2 rare pills. Wonder who will come out on top this time. The elder of the White Cloud Sect is talking with the elders of the Nine Swords Sect and Heavenly Star Sect. Have you heard? This time, Jade River Gate colluded with experts from the Demon Sect Earth Branch to destroy the Azure Sky Sect, but in the end, they themselves were wiped out. The Heavenly Star Sect elder pales. Could the Azure Sky Sect have an expert so powerful that even the Demon Sect Earth Branch Masters were defeated? The White Cloud Sect elder exclaims in fear, this person is definitely a top-tier expert, with strength at the 5th realm. We should be extremely cautious of this Azure Sky Sect. With strength at the 5th realm, we should be extremely cautious of this Azure Sky Sect. Another girl interrupts, regardless of whether he is an expert or not. That girl is Elder Lin Yuyu of the Flying Flower Gate. I heard the leader of the Azure Sky Sect team this time is Lu Yunir, followed by 2 maids. A disciple from another sect is astonished upon seeing Lin Yuyu. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuyu of the Flying Flower Gate is her. Those nearby praise her generously. She is truly very beautiful. It's said that 5 years ago, she became the youngest leader, far surpassing even Lu Yunir of the Azure Sky Sect. Someone in the crowd says, these two cannot be compared at all. Lu Yunir couldn't even defeat the genius senior brother Bai Jie. How can she compare to Fairy Lin? That person continues, Rumor has it that this Lin Yu possesses at least an immortal-grade spiritual root. In the future, she could become the top expert of the Jade Trip River. Seeing Lin Yu arrive, the others respectfully bow. Elder Lin, Elder Lin, Elder Lin. Lin Yu asks the elders, "Hasn't the Azure Sky Sect arrived yet?" The White Cloud Sect elder smiles warmly, but is still uncertain about what's coming. She looks up at the sky. They have arrived. Lin Yu watches the Azure Sky Sect group approach. She aims straight for Lu Yunir, saying, "Lu Yunir, this time I have prepared a big surprise for you." Lu Yunir is a bit surprised, not expecting it to be her. At the gathering point, a purple-haired girl stands with hands on hips, shouting smugly, "Finally, the Azure Sky Sect has arrived. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Elder Lu." Ignoring the taunts, Lu Yunir maintains a friendly demeanor. "I arrived late. I didn't expect everyone to be here already. Since everyone has arrived, let's open the mystic realm." Perhaps out of boredom causing rashness, Lin Yu doesn't want to start yet. She says, "What's the rush to start right away?" Standing before the crowd, Lin Yu proposes, "This mystic realm is an opportunity for our major sects to interact, and also a good chance to compete. Anyway, the competition in the Western region is coming up, so why don't we add some stakes?" Stakes? Hearing that, Lu Yunir is certain inwardly, this Lin Yu really knows how to dig her own grave. As for the elders, hearing about a bet, they immediately agree. I agree too. Standing behind Lu Yunir, observing the situation, Anjing can't help but wonder, who is this person? It seems everyone else is very afraid of her. "Shh, quiet down. Do you know who she is?" Those words only make Anjing more curious about her identity. He starts imparting knowledge. She is the Holy Maiden of Jade Trip River, a supreme genius in cultivation with an immortal-grade spiritual root. The Chor's disciples standing below whisper among themselves after hearing this. Chor's disciple 21 speaks up, "So she is Lin Yu." Wu Ming, standing beside him, asks doubtfully, "Is she really as formidable as the rumors say?" Some people seem to recognize her identity as well. She is Lin Yu, the #1 expert of Jade Trip River, expected to be the top in the future. Even in the Western region, she is the leader. After grasping the information, Anjing starts comparing himself. Lin Yu, a genius with an immortal-grade spiritual root? Then doesn't that mean I'm not a genius? Suddenly, he sees the figure of a red-haired person in the distance, making him wonder. This person looks so familiar. He wonders if it's Bai Jie, but how could it be? It was too late that day. It couldn't possibly be him. If it really is him, how could he become a disciple of the Azure Sky Sect? Tens of thousands of why questions explode simultaneously in Anjing's mind. At this moment, the elder of the Nine Swords Sect eagerly volunteers to place a bet. "I'll put up 1 Heavenly Star Stone." Not wanting to be outdone, the elders of the Heavenly Star Sect and White Cloud Sect also join the betting one by one. "I bet 1 high-grade spirit-level pill," one says. "I bet a mystic gold chicken egg," another replies. Standing aside, watching each treasure being brought out, Lin Yu starts provoking. "Elder Lu, why don't you take out your stake? If you don't have anything, you can use yourself as the stake." As if that wasn't enough, she adds another jab. "Luckily, my main disciple doesn't have a dual cultivation partner yet. Following him would be your blessing." Hearing a good offer, Ma Po stands behind, his face showing both eagerness and shyness, saying, "Elder Lin is joking. If I could become Dao partners with Elder Lu, that would be this disciple's fortune." Hearing herself insulted by being treated as a betting commodity, Lu Yunir turns purple with anger, shouting, "You are truly rude." Seeing the prey has fallen into the trap, Lin Yu covers her mouth and laughs smugly. It seems Elder Lu has agreed. Unable to contain her anger, Lu Yunir scolds, "Lin Yu!" With that, she points to the disciples behind her and challenges, "I see your stakes aren't even worth looking at." Many of our Azure Sky Sect's male disciples this time don't have partners either. Why don't you use yourself as the stake? On the opposite side, the Jade Trip River group reacts fiercely. Lin Yu has an immortal-grade spiritual root. Never mind Azure Sky Sect disciples, even in Jade Trip River, no disciple is worthy of her. Lu Yunir must be crazy to dare say such things. Those around also discuss animatedly. The Azure Sky Sect disciples are still fighting for the top spot. It's unclear if they can even survive. Someone dreams of taking a beauty home, but whoever could win such a partner would be blessed by heaven. As for Lin Yuyu, she angrily frowns and questions, Lu Yunir, you really dare to speak? Lu Yunir thinks inwardly, if Lin Yuyu doesn't dare to bet, then consider this matter dropped. Although a bit worried, she still challenges loudly, do you dare or not? But contrary to expectations, Lin Yuyu agrees with a confident expression. Fine, I'll bet with you. The Jade Trip River disciples are stunned to hear this. What? Elder Lin, please reconsider. That's right, don't be tricked by villains. They desperately try to persuade her to retract her words. However, ignoring everyone, Lin Yuyu remains firm in her decision. Don't worry, I am very confident in the disciples of the Azure Sky Sect. She even puts her hands on her hips and praises sarcastically, I think they won't disappoint me. Things exceeded imagination, making Lu Yunir extremely bitter, but unable to do anything after being tricked into the trap. Angrily, she scolds, You! The great elder standing behind worries for her, Elder Lu. The Azure Sky Sect disciples can't help but feel bewildered by the current situation. Disciple 21 scratches his head, worried sick, this time we're in trouble. Wu Ming anxiously tries to find a solution. We must try our absolute best. Anjing also shows annoyance at the opponent's trick. He frowns, thinking, this Lin Yuyu is really too cunning. Seems I'll have to take action this time. He resolves to restore Lu Yunir's honor. As for Lin Yuyu, she says delightedly, Ma Po, whether you can win a peerless beauty like Elder Lu completely depends on you. Hearing this, the disciple bows his head and replies, this disciple will definitely try my best, not to disappoint Elder Lin. Confident victory is within grasp, Lin Yuyu declares, all right, open the mystic realm. Let's not waste any more time. Seeing the time is ripe, the Nine-Sword Sect elder orders the mystic realm opened. The formation activates, the gate slowly opens, an overwhelming aura spreads, forcing even the elders to retreat. Witnessing the spectacular scene, the crowd can't help but discuss excitedly. The spiritual energy is so strong, truly worthy of being the heavenly cloud peak mystic realm. This training session, we must definitely return fully harvested. Thinking about what they'll gain from entering the mystic realm, the Jade Trip River group cheers continuously. The spiritual energy here offers immense benefits for cultivation. Lin Yuyu blesses the disciples go in. May you all have worthy harvests. Just like that, groups of disciples disappear one after another through the gate, everyone eagerly anticipating what lies ahead. Inside the space, Wu Ming and Chore's disciple 21 appear together, hugging each other. The two discuss, this is inside the mystic realm? It really worked. We shouldn't separate. Seeing his method succeed with them being teleported together, Wu Ming smiles contentedly. He tells himself he's so smart. Disciple 21 agrees, indeed, you always have a way. Suddenly he sighs. Too bad for 27, didn't manage to grab onto us. No time to waste, Wu Ming reminds his friend. Stop talking so much. This place has abundant spiritual energy and plentiful treasures. We'll collect some. When we bring it to him then, won't he still be the fool? As soon as he finishes speaking, his eyes light up. He points in one direction and exclaims, look over there, there's purple flame flower. Wu Ming remembers the information taught about herbs. Purple flame flower. It's a necessary ingredient for refining spirit-level pills. Meanwhile, Chore's disciple 21 beside him urges relentlessly, quick, quick, collect it. Suddenly, Wu Ming freezes upon discovering another herb, 100 dry grass. Just started and already secured 2 items. He excitedly shouts, oh my god, we've struck it rich. Not only purple flame flower, but also 100 dry grass. Then, the two split up to harvest, chatting happily while working, sharing the excited atmosphere. Suddenly, a very dangerous-looking green snake appears. Seeing intruders in its territory, the snake lunges forward and bites Wu Ming on the buttock, making him scream in pain. What bit me? Seeing the appearance of the reptile that just slithered away, Disciple 21 runs panicked to his injured friend. That's the 3-step king snake. He panics thinking about the possible consequences. This type of snake is extremely venomous. If the poison spreads, even experts at the 3rd realm would find it hard to avoid death. Wu Ming worries, clutching his wound while crying and begging, quick, help me suck the poison out. Before he can do anything, Disciple 21 suddenly turns pale, exclaiming, "Ah!" Amidst the misfortune, luckily, a ferocious tiger appears out of nowhere, growling constantly, throwing the two companions into a panic. In a peaceful forest, having just teleported, I look around. Then, he exclaims in surprise, "This is the Mystic Realm? A legendary small world?" It's said that whenever a top-level expert passes away, a new small world is formed. There is a precious treasure left behind by someone who ascended to immortality. No one knows exactly what is hidden here, where the scenery is stunning, waterfalls trickle, the sky is clear blue, water is crystal clear, and the forest is full of life. It truly is a Penglai immortal realm. Suddenly, Jing senses something and exclaims, "There are demonic beasts around, right?" He walks to the foot of the mountain and remarks, "This aura is truly extraordinary." At a luxurious villa. Inside, Liu Jiao sits sighing, feeling bored. How dull. Wu Ming, Dai Bin, and even 27 aren't here. There's no one to pass the time with me. Just then, a bird flies over, making Liu Jiao look up, wondering, "Huh? Isn't this the black bird that 27 is raising?" The bird suddenly lands on Liu Jiao's shoulder, making her wonder, why did it fly to me? Suddenly, the bird's call makes Liu Jiao blush. Where is that mysterious person after all? I want to marry him so much. Liu Jiao steps into the courtyard. The bird continues talking, causing the three people standing behind to be utterly astonished. "Hey, isn't that Elder Liu Jiao? It seems the blackbird is talking." At this point, she is so angry she just wants to hit this bird. She shouts, "You rotten bird!" The bird senses the killing intent and immediately flies away. As it flies away, it calls back, "I want to bear him 7 or 8 children." By then, the bird has flown far. Its voice only echoes indistinctly. Liu Jiao below is burning with anger, helplessly watching the bird fly away, unable to do anything. On the other side, in another forest, Mapo, having just found a treasure, shows his joy. Excellent. This is soul-extinguishing bamboo, a mid-grade spirit-level treasure. He picks up the bamboo, admiring it intently. Beside him, Mapo's junior brothers clap and cheer happily. Senior brother Ma is mighty. Although the soul bamboo is only mid-grade spirit level, it's still more valuable than high-grade spirit level treasures. At this moment, 2 people are hiding behind a rock. One with green hair peeks out first, speaking, "Bastard. This is something our Azure Sky Sect discovered." The one next to him chimes in, "You are all robbers." Mapo hears the sound. Startled, he turns to look. After hearing, Mapo bursts out laughing. "When I came to the Azure Sky Sect, Elder Lin instructed me to take care of you Azure Sky Sect disciples." Having said that, Mapo steps forward. The 2 ask in panic, "What do you want to do?" Mapo rolls up his sleeves, ordering his junior brothers, "Beat them for me. Beat them hard. Just don't kill them." A moment later, only the 2 are seen lying motionless on the ground, their clothes bloodstained. Mapo pants, tiredly mumbling, "Beating people is also exhausting. So tired I'm falling apart." One junior brother in the group quietly asks Mapo, "Senior brother Ma, what should we do now?" Mapo turns back to give instructions. "We'll split up to find herbs." And the Azure Sky Sect disciples already agreed with Elder Lin. "Done," he sinisterly adds. "By the way, tell the disciples of other sects that if they are willing to help us, Mapo will surely have generous rewards for them." Thus they chorus, "Yes, we juniors will follow senior brother's arrangements." Back to the current scene, he has just defeated a monster. He looks into the forest, seems like there are herbs over there. He continues walking and discovers 2 stalks of black mystic grass. He exclaims in surprise, "Isn't this black mystic grass? Low-grade spirit-level herb. Better than nothing. After all, even a small mosquito is still meat." Harvesting spirit herbs requires careful technique, can't waste it or lose its value. At this moment, he carefully picks the 2 stalks, explaining that these 2 black mystic grass stalks can merge into one mid-grade spirit-level black mystic flower, but whether they can actually merge is still uncertain. Anjing says, "Merge." Right now, its leaves are merging. A flower resembling a bright red spider lily then appears in his hand. As soon as he picks it up, 2 people, a man and a woman, run over intending to rob him. The man shouts loudly, "Stinky brat! How dare you take my black mystic flower?" Anjing wonders, "Your black mystic flower?" The man threatens Brat, "You still dare to laugh?" If you don't put down the black mystic flower, I won't let this go. Anjing asks, and if I don't, what then? The girl with him also threatens. Right now, Mappo is hunting down Azure Sky Sect disciples. We just need to send a signal. Wait for Mappo's group to arrive and you'll have no way out. Under the provocative gaze, he steps forward, challenging, then you can try. The young man shouts, Stinky brat! You have some nerve! The girl takes out a signal flare, preparing to shoot it into the sky. The girl shouts loudly, I'll fire the signal flare now. And Jing turns his head to look. The signal flare is shot into the sky. Mappo's people see it and shout, Quick, look. That's the signal of 9 gates. Another one says, Let's go quickly. Hurry up, the Azure Sky Sect people might have appeared. The man says, You're finished. You still have time now to think. Give us the black mystic flower. Otherwise, you'll encounter people much crueler than us. At this moment, he feels surprised. Done, he calmly says. The ones who need to run are you, not me. The young man opposite bursts out laughing. Ha 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 ha! How ridiculous! Suddenly, he spits blood from his mouth. The girl shouts, Senior brother. Like her senior brother, she is hit by something, screaming, Ah! And Jing sighs, annoyed. I told you to run, but you didn't believe me. Suddenly, a wild boar monster charges unexpectedly. Its eyes are blood red, blazing with fury, and Jing thinks to himself, Seems this black mystic grass already has an owner. Otherwise, this wild boar wouldn't be so enraged. The girl now trembles as she sits up, saying, This is the purple mystic wild boar, one of the 4 great fierce beasts of the mystic realm. Elder Bai Jie once told me he encountered it too, and warned me to be extremely careful. She asks, Senior brother, what do we do now? Are we going to die here? The wild boar now appears extremely angry, as if wanting to kill them. It charges at Anjing. The senior brother cries and says, We're done for. This brat got gored to death by the boar. It's our turn next. The 2 siblings hug each other and cry, sobbing, Hoo, senior brother, I don't want to die. Suddenly, a clap of thunder booms, tearing the sky apart. It attacks the wild boar. In the light, a giant finger appears. A roar sounds out. The wild boar is knocked down. The 2 who had their eyes shut now, the senior brother peeks open his eyes and asks, What happened? The junior sister is still terrified, eyes shut tight. The senior brother stammers, This? The junior sister opens her eyes, surprised. We're not being attacked by the boar anymore? The wild boar is now lying motionless in a deep pit. It seems to be dead. 2 people from the sect run over worriedly. Senior brother Wang, senior sister Ling, we juniors have arrived. Senior brother Wang, senior sister Ling, are you 2 all right? Are you injured? Wang Xin smiles and replies, It's just a small wound, nothing serious. A junior brother runs to help him up. Then turns to point at the boar below. He is astonished to realize it's the purple mystic wild boar, a famous fierce beast in the mystic realm that only the strong can confront. Wang Xin smirks, continuing, That's right, just as you juniors thought. This purple mystic wild boar's strength is indeed immense. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu and I were injured so heavily. Luckily, in the end, I used a new killing move to barely kill this purple mystic wild boar. Hearing this, his junior brother can't help but be amazed, exclaiming, Oh my God! Xiaoyu hears this and is extremely surprised. She stammers in disbelief, but doesn't expose him. Senior brother Wang. You. The 2 junior brothers excitedly approach to examine it. Senior brother Wang really killed this purple mystic wild boar? It seems truly dead. If this news spreads, will that Mapo group dare to be arrogant in front of our 9-sword sect anymore? Wang Xin continues to act instructive. Juniors, no need to panic. This wild boar is dead. It's enough that you juniors know about this. No need to show off, understand? Hearing this, the 2 reply with great admiration. Don't worry, senior brother Wang. From now on, you are our idol. Whatever you tell us to do, we juniors will obey. Hearing this, he says, All right, you 2 go ahead. Find lots of treasures to strengthen yourselves. After they leave, Xiaoyu dares to approach Wang Xin. She asks cautiously, Why did senior brother Wang lie? He forces a smile, repeating the lie. Wang Xin slyly asks, Just now, a finger from the mysterious senior killed this purple mystic wild boar. You don't tell, I don't tell. Then who would know? You should understand how important a great reputation is in the cultivation world. Not only respected outside, but also valued within the sect and receive more treasures. Xiaoyu continues worriedly, But if that mysterious senior appears, we'll be exposed. Wang Xin immediately reassures, don't worry, absolutely nothing will happen. That senior could traverse the mystic realm and eliminate the purple mystic wild boar. His divine abilities have reached a level unfathomable to ghosts and gods. How could he bother with such trivial matters? Perhaps that mysterious senior left here long ago. Even hearing this, Xiao Yu's heart is still uneasy. She says sadly, I'm still afraid. What if that senior? Wang Xin arrogantly tells Xiao Yu, there's no mistake. That brat from the Azure Sky Sect ran off. Truly hateful. That was a precious black mystic flower. Next time we meet, I'll definitely show him how formidable I am. Elsewhere, on Anjing's side, he looks at the clear lake surface below. He notices the spiritual energy here is extremely abundant, to the point where even fish have turned into spirit fish. While looking, Anjing is suddenly surprised. What is that? Something is flashing. This light isn't coming from the spirit fish. He immediately jumps into the lake to investigate, observing it seems these fish really like being close to humans. The deeper he goes, the richer the spiritual power, the more proficient his water techniques become. Still need to dive deeper. Perhaps the light earlier came from the bottom of the pool. He gently uses his spiritual energy to part the water to the sides. This water is too cold. Maybe I need to use 50% of my strength. Anjing sets foot below. His face shows clear astonishment, as if he just saw something beyond imagination. Before Anjing's eyes is the skeleton of a flood dragon. As soon as he sees it, he immediately recognizes this as a spiritual creature. If it were a true dragon, it could be called a sixth realm expert. Anjing touches its head. Unfortunately, in the end, it couldn't overcome this tribulation. Its bones sunk deep into the cold bottom of the pool. He is amazed to discover something nearby. Anjing immediately realizes it's a screen capable of isolating the pool from the outside, and it's the source of the light. Looking at this method, it's not like an ordinary person. Must be someone proficient in formations. With that, he directly reaches out his hand and opens it. The scene inside shows gems shining brilliantly, making Anjing admire as he walks. Those are night luminous pearls. Using night luminous pearls as guide lights, and so many of them too. Rich person. If they came looking for treasure, then I won't be polite anymore. Saying this, he excitedly grabs the pearls. Right at this moment, the system suddenly displays myriad things, fusion. Host possesses 2 ordinary night luminous pearls. Do you wish to fuse them into a fine-grade night luminous pearl? Anjing immediately reaches out to select fuse. He looks at the glowing pearl with admiration. The night luminous pearl, after fusion, has become larger, its light more brilliant, truly an exquisite piece. Anjing continues to turn back and collect all the pearls. The last one has been collected. Finally finished the collection. Immediately after, he instantly presses to fuse them all. A giant pearl is completed. Anjing smiles with satisfaction. This is the perfect night luminous pearl. The light it emits is truly brilliant. Right at this moment, the surrounding space suddenly changes. He watches in astonishment. What is happening? In just an instant, this place transformed into a majestic landscape with overlapping mountains and winding rivers. Everything carries an unbelievably magical appearance. Anjing gazes at this scene with immense delight. Incredible technique. Just moments ago in a cave, and in a blink, it turned into vast land. He walks around and encounters an old man sitting there. Anjing is silently wary. This person has an immortal-like bearing, an aura like a roaming dragon. His background must be significant. Black Flood Dragon smiles welcomingly. Little friend, welcome to my humble Dao field. My hospitality is lacking, please forgive me. Anjing speaks up asking, fellow Taoists' formation realm is so high, truly rare. Based on your excellency's strength, could you be an expert from Jade Trip River? He turns to pick up the teacup, takes a sip, and remarks contentedly, this tea is truly delicious. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed tea this good. Elsewhere, someone dressed entirely in concealing black steps out. He glances around, then tells himself to watch carefully and not make any mistakes. With that, he turns to report, Elder Shu, this is the mystic realm. Zhue Wuyai laughs heartily with delight. Ha 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 ha, good, excellent. Entering the mystic realm this time is a heaven-sent opportunity. He loudly orders his subordinates, now, immediately split into groups and capture them for me. Wipe them out. Don't let a single one escape. The group of subordinates quickly acknowledges the order and immediately rushes off. Yes, sir. Shui Wuyai on this side laughs smugly. Ha ha ha. Azure Sky Sect, White Cloud Sect, Nine Sword Sect, Flying Flower Gate. I want you to pay blood for blood. Back to Anjing's side. Black Flood Dragon gently says, this tea is a type of spirit tea from East Buddha Mountain in the western region. It takes 3 years to take root, 3 years to harvest, and 3 years to pick. This water is from the heavenly origin well, even more precious as only 1 drop is produced each year. Hearing this, Anjing replies, being treated to such a treasure, I have no regrets. He smiles and says, Your Excellency is an honored guest. Naturally, I must use this tea to entertain you. Anjing shrewdly asks, unexpectedly, we met by chance, yet you already consider me an honored guest? The so-called no feast is a good feast. I fear this tea is not so easy to drink either. Your Excellency invited me for tea. Surely it's not just for drinking, right? Black Flood Dragon smiles meaningfully, saying, just wait and see. On the chessboard, Wu Ming and Chore's disciple 21 suddenly appear, running hastily. Run quickly! We're almost done for! Wu Ming is striving to run at full speed. He shouts orders to Chore's disciple 21. Run! Run faster! Behind, Mapo chases roughly, shouting loudly, You brats can't escape. Surrender quickly. I might show mercy out of consideration. Wu Ming smiles, turning his head to reply, Falling into your hands would be the end for us. If you're so good, then come and catch us. Catching us is real skill. As he speaks, he bumps hard into someone. As for Chore's disciple 21, he's tripped by a rope. Both fall to the ground. What tripped me? Oh dear. That person is Wang Xin with a group from the Sect. He smugly asks, Still want to run? By now, Ma Po has caught up. He smiles arrogantly and says, Run! Keep running! Disciple 21 panics inwardly, damn it. This time we're definitely done for. Wu Ming quickly kneels down to beg, Senior Brother Ma, Senior Brother Ma. We are all disciples of the one lineage Trip River. Previously, your ancestor even came to eat and drink tea at our Azure Sky Sect. Wang Xin loses patience, quickly takes out a portrait, and asks loudly, Brat, stop wasting words. You're also from the Azure Sky Sect. Do you know him? Upon seeing the painting, Wu Ming exclaims in astonishment, This person looks so familiar. Isn't he like the pig in the spirit beast house of our Azure Sky Sect? Disciple 21 beside him says, That's not right. This is clearly a person. Hearing this, Wang Xin angrily shouts, Cut the crap! I asked if you know him or not. The two of them continuously shake their heads, replying, We don't know him. Outside, his junior brothers whisper among themselves, Azure Sky Sect disciples got caught. Not surprising, those weaklings from the Azure Sky Sect, no one can beat them. The person next to him continues, Don't know why they dared to offend Wang Xin. Heard Wang Xin even killed the purple mystic wild boar, one of the 4 great fierce beasts. Truly terrifying. Mapo nearby hears their discussion and feels apprehensive inwardly. Since when was this Wang Xin so formidable? Wu Ming continuously pleads, We really don't know this person. 2 senior brothers, please let us go. Mapo angrily punches him straight in the head, shouting, Shut up, so noisy it's deadly. Wang Xin on this side silently reconsiders. Could that brat be an imposter? Must be. But why impersonate an Azure Sky Sect disciple? Before their eyes, countless fierce beasts suddenly appear, their blood-red eyes staring menacingly. The horde of fierce beasts is too numerous. Xiaoyu panics, recognizing senior brother Wang. Not good. It's a beast tide. There might be the 4 great fierce beasts among them. The group on this side exclaims in terror, 4 great fierce beasts? Ma Po is the first to flee quickly, but doesn't forget to shout loudly, Oh my God, run quickly. What are you still standing there for? A junior brother on this side suddenly shouts loudly, Don't be afraid. He proudly declares loudly, Senior brother Wang of our 9 Heaven Sect once killed a great fierce beast. Why fear scenes like this? The junior brother's words make Wang Xin want to disappear into the earth, because he really isn't that talented. He angrily slaps the junior brother straight across the face. Even if you don't know how to show off, you should at least pick the right time. Having said that, Wang Xin immediately turns to grab Xiaoyu's hand. then pulls her away. Junior sister, let's run quickly. The group quickly tucks tail and flees, shouting to each other as they run, follow senior brother. The two, Wu Ming and Chore's disciple 21, stand watching in slight astonishment. They quickly react, what are you still looking at? Run. Wu Ming is slightly contemptuous. Great, turns out he was just bragging. A fierce beast glares at them, drooling from its mouth. Immediately after, a whole pack charges, attacking the group, creating a bloody scene with sky-rending screams. Ouch! Ah! Don't eat me! I don't taste good. A monster stands on the body of a young man, my leg. Meanwhile, on Black Flood Dragon's side, he smiles excitedly seeing this scene, then turns to say, look there, those fierce beasts crushing humans. How interesting. Anjing frowns and asks him, did you invite me here just to watch a play? He doesn't answer his question but gently asks back, you tell me, who will be the winner? He stands up looking annoyed, replying, I don't care about what you say. Having said that, he immediately turns to leave. You take your time, I'll go first. Anjing stands there, astonished to realize the exit is blocked, like a road with only entry and no return. He glances annoyedly towards the Black Flood Dragon, then asks, is this how you treat guests? Black Flood Dragon smiles suggestively. Let's make a bet. If they can survive, I will introduce my granddaughter to be your mount. He becomes cold as he says, if you lose, I want you to work for me here for 50 years. Anjing annoyedly retorts, you think everyone is like you? How boring. His expression becomes excited, but only for a moment. Anjing whispers into Black Flood Dragon's ear, is your granddaughter pretty? He is speechless at this reaction from him. Scene changes to the group. They are still being frantically chased by the horde of fierce beasts from behind. Seeing the situation is not good, Wang Xin shouts loudly. This can't go on. These fierce beasts will catch up to us sooner or later. Running away is impossible. We must join forces to deal with it. Ma Po turns his head back and asks, Brother Wang, didn't you once kill one of the 4 great fierce beasts? Your strength is immense. Please leave it to you. Hearing this, he quickly says, say no more. Senior Brother Po, we are kindred spirits of the one lineage Jade Trip River. This is the most dangerous moment. You are the leader of the troops. How can you cling to life out of fear of death? The two, Wu Ming and Chore's disciple 21, are left behind. They plead fearfully, Senior brother, save me! Senior brother! Ma Po is slightly angry. Those 2 brats run slow as turtles. Despite saying that, he still turns around, draws his sword, I will save you. Ma Po dashes straight forward, slashing directly at the tiger. Seeing this, the 2 admire greatly. Senior brother is mighty. Senior brother has spirit. Wang Xin on this side also quickly draws his sword, ordering everyone, charge together. Wang Xin raises his sword to direct, forward. Everyone seems emboldened. United, they shout. It's just a few demonic beasts. Charge! Full of fighting spirit, but some also lose their lives encountering the monsters. Some attack while screaming. Some fall, crying out. Ah, help! Ma Po blocks the monster's bite while turning his head to ask, these strange beasts are truly weird. Why did they suddenly become so violent? Wang Xin struggles to block the attack and retorts, how would I know beforehand? The frenzied roars attract everyone's attention. Looking towards the source of the roar makes everyone gasp. It's one of the 4 great fierce beasts, the black gold crocodile. Seeing this, Xiao Yu trembles and retreats. This time we're doomed. Seeing the little girl frightened, Ma Po comforts her. Don't fear the 4 great fierce beasts. We have Brother Wang here. This infuriates Wang Xin. His gaze towards Ma Po looks like he wants to tear him apart. He thinks, again? Still won't stop? But out of pride, disregarding life and death, he once again raises his sword. Fellow brothers! The moment of life and death has come. Let's act together. We can definitely kill this crocodile. As soon as Wang Xin's words leave his mouth, the entire group immediately turns to attack the black gold crocodile head-on. However, realizing their attacks lack damaging power, everyone changes strategy, looking for weaknesses. The one holding the rope shouts, It's no use. Our attacks don't work on the black gold crocodile. The one with the sword says, its scales are too thick, can't penetrate. Ma Po charges in like a moth to a flame, shouting, Kill! Must attack its weak spot. Ma Po's sword shatters into pieces upon contact with the beast's hide, leaving him utterly shocked. What's going on? Can this thing repel my golden-face saber? He looks at the sword and comments, cracked after just one strike. This truly is a low-grade spirit-level magic tool. The black gold crocodile isn't gentle. It immediately lunges to attack a target, causing the victim to panic, screaming for help while running. With just one snap of its jaws, it takes a life, making everyone around scream in panic. Damn it! It followed us all the way here. Taking advantage of the beast's distraction, Mapo quickly stabs its eye with his sword, saying, "This is your weak spot, right? Let me handle it." But he is immediately flung far away by its tail. Wang Xin orders everyone charge, let's kill this monster together. The beast rages, madly spitting fire, causing the surrounding trees to collapse. The surrounding crowd panics, reminding each other, "Careful, it's charging towards you." They urge their comrades, "Don't just stand there watching, go help, restrain it." After fighting for a while, the black gold crocodile gradually weakens. It roars, signaling fatigue. Its movements are no longer as agile as before. Hold on a little longer. Everyone joins forces. We must destroy this monster. A shocking explosion is immediately triggered. The black gold crocodile has been killed. Surrounding it are comrades who died or were injured in the fight. Wang Xin observes the situation, assessing finally the black gold crocodile is dead, but our casualties are also very heavy. Is this the power of the four great fierce beasts? Everyone quickly moves the injured to a safe place for first aid. They remark that this time was truly too dangerous. Surviving was indeed lucky. Another person says, the fighting situation just now was terrifying. Wu Ming also sits down tiredly, sighing, finally killed it. Dai Bin, we almost lost our lives. 21 wipes dirt from his face and says, that's right. This time the black gold crocodile was too strong. But where is Brat 27? Haven't seen him around lately? These words make Wu Ming panic and clutch his head. That's right. Haven't seen him for a long time. Could he have? Applause echoes from afar. Xie Wuyai steps out remarking, truly spectacular. Seems you joined forces to kill the black gold crocodile. It even makes my blood boil with excitement. A junior disciple asks, who are you? Why did you appear in the Jade Trip River mystic realm? Xue Wuyai coldly replies, those who kill must pay with their lives. Instantly, a palm force appears from nowhere. The one who just spoke is shocked, frantically defending himself while shouting, what? What is this? What kind of demonic thing is this? The massive hand crushes the opponent so fast they can't react. Wang Xin grimaces, only able to utter, you! Xiao Yu covers her mouth, trembling and saying, too cruel! Wu Ming and Dai Bin cling tightly to each other, shivering and sobbing. Where did this killing star come from? So terrifying. He's too strong to resist. We're definitely doomed this time. Everyone retreated in fear before the assassin's overwhelming aura. Wang Xin asked, are you from the Zhu Men, blood sect, aren't you? At this question, Ma Fa was also surprised, because they were indeed experts from the Zhuemen. The Zhuemen? An ancient and powerful sect specialized in draining cultivators' blood to enhance their own cultivation level. The sect once had a renowned powerhouse, a notoriously evil figure throughout the central domain. Later, due to excessive cruelty, incurring heaven's and men's wrath, he was expelled from the central domain, ending up in the western domain. Xue Wuyai just laughed and replied, the remaining disciples have all been killed by me. Only you are left. Next, it's your turn to die. Xiao Yu couldn't hold back and had to speak up, pointing at them, you are truly evil. The news struck them like lightning. They looked at each other blankly. Number 27 is dead? The image in his mind excited Xue Wuyai, who said, don't worry, what comes next will be even crueler. Elsewhere, Hejiao watched from afar, smiling faintly at Anjing. See, I told you, they absolutely cannot survive. Anjing looked at the old man with confusion. How did they get into the secret realm? Hejiao sighed and shook his head. The secret realm has existed for many years. They happened to find a crack and arrived before you could enter. But Anjing just replied calmly, I know. Get me out of here. The old man just stroked his beard and smiled. Want to go out and save them? The game between us isn't over yet, fellow Taoist. Please make your move. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the chessboard layout instantly changed, emitting a brilliant golden aura. The old man's action surprised Anjing, who exclaimed, Streams of golden energy quickly enveloped the old man's body, accumulating to form a majestic golden dragon. In just a few minutes, the complete form of the Huanglong yellow dragon appeared before Anjing. After admiring its appearance, Anjing could only exclaim, "Oh dear, you're already dead." He Jiao clenched his fist and said, "That's right, I am already dead. My soul resides in this secret realm." Suddenly he roared angrily, "But I want to live! I have cultivated for over 6,000 years. Just one more step, and I could have transformed into a true dragon. I am unwilling to die like this." After speaking, he flew into the sky, shouting continuously. Anjing looked at him puzzled, and asked again, "So you want my body?" Looking down from above, the old man affirmed, "That's right. This body possesses an immortal-grade spirit root. It's perfectly suited to become my mortal Dharma body." He Jiao let out a roar, shouting. Using the dragon hand, divine palm aimed towards Anjing. Anjing easily dodged the skill and sneered, "Your strength isn't bad, but I wonder if you can force me to use my full power." Suddenly a Huanglong soared up, causing the ground and rocks to shatter into pieces. Witnessing the scene, He Jiao couldn't help but rejoice. Truly arrogant. There are far too many cultivators like this between heaven and earth. He turned his back, his voice full of regret. People are countless. Geniuses are like carps crossing a river. But how few can achieve the Tao? From within the dust cloud, a voice rang out. Perhaps there's no one like that at all. Anjing confidently emerged with a smile on his lips, raising his sword challengingly. Then let's see. He Jiao observed the sword in Anjing's hand, constantly exclaiming, "An immortal artifact. Kid, you are truly wealthy." Hearing the old man's comment, Anjing carefully reminded him, "You've already made your claw attack. Now it's my turn to draw my sword. You need to be careful." The arrogance of youth only made He Jiao burst into laughter. "If you want to draw your sword, you have to ask me first. I find you truly foolish. Don't you know that in this world, even a lion must use its full strength when facing a rabbit?" Annoyed, Anjing swung his sword down, saying, "Know what? It's just that my sword is too fast. Can you block it?" A holy sword beam shot forward swiftly. He Jiao immediately summoned the Huanglong to challenge it. What an arrogant fool. Just a mere human dares to be haughty before this old man. Then he channeled more magical power into the Huanglong. "I want to see just how fast your sword can be." With the command, "Isn't it just the sword energy of a spirit sword? Break it apart for me immediately." An energy sphere formed in the Huanglong's mouth. The dragon's magical power clashed with the holy sword, shaking heaven and earth. But the Huanglong gradually disintegrated before He Jiao's astonished eyes. What? How can this be? The outcome was already clear. Anjing crossed his arms and asked, "Is this enough for you to admit defeat?" The situation put He Jiao in a difficult position. He mumbled in response, You defeated my Jiao spirit with just one move?" Streaks of blood appeared in his eyes as he looked at Anjing furiously. This isn't something a disciple of the Yimai Yuheng sect should possess. He Jiao gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "Just who are you?" The victor always has the right to command the weak. Therefore, Anjing ignored his question and went straight to the point. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is whether you will keep your promise to me." The old man shook his head in response. "That girl's personality. She is the genius of our beast clan, but whether you gain her recognition depends on your fate with her." Anjing just sneered and stepped closer, saying, "Considering your thousands of years of cultivation weren't easy and my immortal sword is missing a sword soul? Old man, consider yourself lucky today, but your shamelessness infuriates me. Spits blood stinking brat, how dare you be so impudent?" Then he reaffirmed, "This old man cultivated for over 6,000 years. If not for my physical body being dead, leaving only the power of my soul, how could you possibly be my opponent?" The old man's words gave Anjing a headache. He lowered his sword and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Come here." The system spoke up. "Do you want to fuse He Jiao's soul with the Sanyang Jian?" Anjing immediately replied, "Yes." A beam of light quickly enveloped He Jiao's main form, pulling him into the holy sword. After the fusion, the holy sword appeared with a new, majestic, and powerful look. Anjing held the holy sword in his hand, carefully observing its transformation, praising it constantly. Mid-grade immortal artifact. I didn't expect this He Jiao would significantly strengthen my Sanyang Jian. Noticing the surrounding scenery change, he exclaimed, "This is the pool from before. The illusion has disappeared. He Jiao's soul has merged into my San Yang Jian. Perhaps the illusion here won't appear again. Suddenly, He Jiao's illusion appeared and reminded him, "This old man's injuries are too severe. I need to hibernate first. If you have spirit treasures to repair souls, remember to leave some for me." Anjing nodded and replied, "All right, I understand." Then he gazed into the distance, thoughtfully saying, "Next, I have to go save people." On Xiao Yu's side, she screamed, "We're definitely dead this time." She turned to ask Wang Xin, senior brother Wang, "What should we do now?" The young man beside her was also terrified, only able to reply, "I don't know either." He turned to ask Ma Fa, "Senior brother Ma, you have the highest strength. Do you have any ideas?" Faced with Wang Xin's question, Ma Fa just crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "No. His strength is deeper than mine. He could even destroy the 4 great vicious beasts." Wang Xin was so annoyed he blurted out crude words, "Why keep mentioning the 4 great vicious beasts?" Looking at the kids in front of him, Shui Wuyai said nothing and immediately launched an attack. "Go to hell." A small red dragon shot straight towards them. Wu Ming held his head and cried, "I don't want to die." Beside him, Xiao Yu also screamed continuously, "Senior brother, save me." Everyone was drowning in despair, calling out to their loved ones for the last time. A beam of light flew from somewhere and sliced the Azure dragon sphere in half. This stunned the attacker, Shui Wuyai. "What?" He pointed towards the distant bushes, shouting loudly, "Someone get out here now!" Wu Ming looked at his hand and sighed in relief. "No problem." The group of rescued people exclaimed in unison, "We're saved!" Then they stared intently at the hazy smoke. Anjing, unsmiling, confidently walked out of the smoke, standing proudly facing the enemy without any fear. This caused the just rescued group to fall back into despair. "It's him!" Wu Ming and number 21 also gaped. "Number 27. Only Ma Fa called out his name. A disciple. A waste from the Tianqing sect. Shui Wuyai laughed loudly. "Turns out it's a disciple from the Tianqing sect." He wondered, "How strange. You didn't run, but willingly came here to die." And Jing just calmly replied, "Let me try. Then let's see what you're capable of." And Jing's challenging tone made the crowd shout warnings. "Number 27, you're crazy. They are Zhumen experts. Run quickly. That's right. Run now." Wu Ming, with his sensitive heart, burst into tears. "I didn't expect number 27 to be so loyal and righteous. He wants to face death with us. He must be afraid we'll be too lonely on this journey." The assassins obeyed the order, targeting Anjing and charging forward. But with a charming smile and a gentle wave of his hand, Anjing released 3 streams of magic, causing the assassins to instantly vanish into nothingness. The scene startled Shui Wuyai, who stammered, What is happening?" Then quickly pointed at Anjing, saying, You. Outside, everyone cheered continuously. "So strong. The Tianqing sect has such a disciple. Who is he?" Shui Wuyai gathered his energy and shouted loudly, "I want to see your true strength." Dozens of fiery red energy streams circled around him. Ma Fa witnessed this scene with terror. This is the secret technique of the Shui Men, a technique that consumes lifespan to increase strength by 50%. Hearing this, Wang Xin couldn't help but be horrified. He exclaimed, "Shui Wuyai really wants to risk his life." Number 21 saw his fellow disciple facing an extraordinary opponent and tremblingly reminded number 27, "Turns out he's a peerless expert." However, Anjing calmly chanted a counterattack spell. From his hand, a blue light formed a ring, flying straight forward. He spoke disdainfully, "This petty trick dares to show off before an expert?" He shouted, "Great might heavenly sword," then launched a powerful palm strike towards the opponent. Wuyai was not to be outdone. He also began summoning a demon with sharp fangs and a bizarre shape behind him. "Blood demon descends. None of you hope to escape." Just like that, the great might heavenly sword and the blood demon clashed, without any hesitation. It seemed the result was decided, but the outcome left Shui Wuyai stunned. What? How can this be? How could he shatter my blood demon? His demonic beast was already destroyed. Wuyai used one hand to shield the light from the great might heavenly sword, shouting questions. "Who exactly are you? Why are you so strong?" From afar, a large jade-green sphere appeared. Then suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. The unwilling spectators, more accurately the disciples of various sects, gathered at a large crater where the jade-green light still burned intensely. Everyone was buzzing, Shui Wuyai is dead. Heavens! What exactly happened? Am I dreaming? Such a powerful blow. Mafa went from fear to horror before the match, leading to stammering. I didn't even see clearly what was happening. Wang Xin was in a similar state. Shui Wuyai summoned the blood demon, but the blood demon was destroyed unexpectedly. Anjing was about to say something when he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. Seeing this, Wu Ming and number 21 panicked, running over while shouting, "Quick, save him!" Number 27, what's wrong? He was now frowning, unconscious on the ground. Good brother Wu Ming was worried sick, perhaps thinking his friend wouldn't make it. He didn't hesitate and repeatedly slapped Anjing's face. "Wake up, don't scare me." Senior brother Ma Fa witnessed this slap strength and felt a chill. His tone trembling slightly, mixed with fear, he asked, "Do you really dare to do that?" Just then, Anjing slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak. What happened to me?" He pretended to look around blankly. "Why am I lying on the ground? What just happened?" Outwardly calm, but inwardly grieving for his handsome swollen face, so angry he wanted to bite someone. "Wu Ming, you brat, you're dead meat." Number 21 saw his friend was alive and praised him joyfully. "You're too amazing. Just now, Shui Wuyai of the Shui men was crushed by your finger. How could you do that? Truly powerful. You can brag about this for a lifetime." Many other sect disciples also joined in, pouring sweet words into the ears of the young man pretending to be innocent. "Senior brother is truly amazing. Today, you've broadened our horizons. That's right. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. The Tianqing sect truly has such a prodigy. So admirable." Xiao Yu's eyes were red at this moment. She turned to ask her senior brother Wang Xin for his opinion. "Senior brother, is he really that powerful? Before, we even wanted to steal his black xuan grass. If he holds a grudge about this, what should we do?" Wang Xin was also worried, but immediately reassured his junior sister, "Don't overthink it. We were just joking with him back then." Both siblings trembled, trying to minimize their presence, retreating step by step gently to avoid making noise, continuously praying, "Don't see us, don't see us." Senior brother Ma ran over cheerfully, clasping his hands to thank Anjing. "Luckily you were here. Otherwise, the entire Yimai Yuheng sect would have perished today." However, Anjing just scratched his head, asking with an innocent expression, "What are you talking about? Why don't I remember anything?" Suddenly his eyes widened as if remembering something, and he immediately told everyone a story he made up. "I remember now. I remember a figure appeared in the sky back then. He said he wanted to borrow my body. Then I passed out. When I woke up, I saw you all here." The three odd jobbers, Wu Ming and Ma Fa, huddled together, wondering what happened. Who was that figure? What exactly occurred? Wang Xin seemed to have discovered something, and quickly explained, "I understand. It must be a peerless expert who possessed this kid's body. Then, this expert saw the Zhu Men people doing evil, so he stepped in and killed Shui Wuyai. Think about it carefully. He's just a disciple of the Tianqing sect." He pointed towards the seated Anjing, his voice tinged with disdain. "Even we are no match for Shui Wuyai, so what could he possibly do?" Xiao Yu, standing nearby, heard this and chimed in. "That's right. Shui Wuyai is a famous expert. Even Martial Uncle Bai Jie is no match for Shui Wuyai." Hearing this profound explanation, everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed. They told each other, "What is this? Turns out a supreme expert saved us. What a waste of emotions. How could a Tianqing sect disciple have such strength?" Only senior brother Ma Fa felt pity, remaining silent. He maintained his dignity and bowed, "Thank you regardless." Then along with the others he left. Anjing seemed to have gotten into character, continuing to feign innocence, touching his forehead and wondering what exactly happened just now. Perhaps convinced by this act, number 21 approached and whispered, "You were possessed by a senior expert who then went on a killing spree and saved everyone." Unlike number 21, his chubby friend Wu Ming put his hands on his hips and glared sideways at the others, constantly reprimanding, "What's this?" Even so, number 27 contributed too, truly a bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves. Anjing could only shake his head, waving his hand as if to comfort the other party. "This matter. Let's just drop it. As long as we are all safe, that's good. At this moment, senior brother Ma Fa also loudly reminded the other brothers that continuing this secret realm trial was too dangerous after the recent incidents. It's best to stop here. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief, agreeing as much as possible. We decided to end it here and return because everything has become too dangerous. Meanwhile, the group of 3 friends from Tian King's sect helped each other up. Anjing was dusting off his clothes when Wu Ming cheerfully brought over a cloth bag, happily asking, "Number 27, did you find any opportunities? These are the herbs I picked. There are dozens of precious spirit medicines inside," Anjing exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, why are there so many?" The chubby friend's eyes widened with delight as he continued showing off. "That's right! We even have a high-grade spirit rank herb, almost immortal rank. We've really struck it rich." But number 21, the odd jobber, was completely different. He sighed sadly. So admirable. Unlike me, who only has a few stalks. The 3 walked side by side. Brother Wu looked at Anjing curiously and asked, "What about you, number 27? Anjing closed his eyes and sighed again, replying helplessly, "Me? I got nothing at all. I was always just running." Witnessing his fellow disciple crying over this, Wu Ming patted his shoulder comfortingly, truly pitiful. Not long after, everyone stood before the magically created portal to return. Ma Fa pointed and said, "That's the exit." Xiao Yu looked at the portal, recalling what they had experienced. Couldn't help but exclaim, this trial was truly soul-stirring. Indeed, senior brother Wang will surely become famous far and wide. After all, he's the man who defeated the 4 great vicious beasts. Then, his gaze turned towards the person he just mentioned. Wang Xin felt like he was struck by lightning, his face darkened, speechless. At this time, Lin Yuyu stood on the other side of the portal, smiling slyly, and said, "Lu Yunir, are you ready?" Yunir suddenly asked worriedly, "Ready for what?" Yuyu glanced at her and continued sarcastically, "Ready to marry my nephew Ma Fan? You are also the daughter of the Tian King sect master. Surely the Tian King sect master will provide a decent dowry, right?" Hearing this, Lu Yunir was furious, shouting loudly, "Impudent! Lin Yuyu, victory and defeat are not yet decided, yet you dare to be so arrogant." The opponent just shrugged, replying confidently, "Do we still need to determine victory or defeat? Isn't it already obvious?" The elder of the Baiyun sect also agreed with this opinion. As I see it, the Tian King sect will definitely fail. Both Zhujian men and Tianqing sect nodded in agreement. Indeed. How could a Tian King sect disciple be a match for the Feihua sect? No need to guess to know who wins and who loses. Only Yunir's father, the head of the Tian King sect, sighed softly. His heart filled with helplessness, he mumbled, "This time we're really done for. Can't do well, I'm afraid." Lu Yunir was also restless now, her heart full of worries. So hateful. Have we really lost already? The portal behind them suddenly changed color. Disciples from various sects helped each other out one by one, stunning her. They cheered, "We're out." Lin Yuyu also hurried over to inquire, "What happened? Why are you all in such a sorry state?" Hearing the question, Ma Fa's expression immediately changed. Full of fear, he quickly recounted, "Elder Lin, we encountered Shui Wuyai, an expert from the Shui men." As soon as Lin Yuyu heard every word clearly, her expression instantly changed, extremely horrified. "What? Shui Wuyai? An expert from the Shui men? His strength is not inferior to mine, perhaps even a top-tier expert." Lu Yunir also hurried over to ask, "How did Shui Wuyai enter the secret realm?" Xiao Yu replied fearfully, "We don't know what method he used, but he tore a path from the edge of the secret realm to enter." Yu stood stunned and silent. Then she looked at Xiao Yu and started questioning what happened next. "Shui Wuyai's strength is not weak. How did you manage to escape?" Ma Fa and Wang Xin looked at each other hesitantly. A thought flashed through their minds. How should we put this? What just happened was too incredible. Thinking back now, it still feels unreal. Little Xiao Yu, like a small spy, carefully recounted the story. A senior expert happened to pass by. He found Shui Wuyai's evil actions offensive, so he possessed the body of a Tian King sect disciple, and then killed the Shui men experts and Shui Wuyai. Yunir felt a bit confused. A senior expert passing by? Even Lin Yuyu was not much different, asking, could it be he entered the body of a Tianqing sect disciple? Then Lu Yunir observed the Tianqing sect disciples and questioned them, trying to find out who had been possessed. Number 21 quickly jumped out to point first, saying, "It's number 27. Even when Zhui Wuyai summoned the blood demon, he was no match for the senior." The disciples of these sects who didn't enter the secret realm earlier and only stood outside started buzzing with discussion. Why choose number 27? The blood demon, really. If true, one could brag for a lifetime. Lin Yuyu secretly assessed Anjing again. This young man seems unremarkable. Could he really be favored by that fortune-teller? Seeing this, Lu Yunir kindly and gently inquired about Anjing, junior brother. Are you all right? Are you injured? How do you feel now? Was your divine sense damaged? Facing this awkward situation, Anjing gave a helpless smile, scratched his head, and replied, "Senior sister, I'm fine. After the senior left, I passed out for a while, but I've recovered now." She sighed in relief, silently thankful that everything was okay. But another voice broke the atmosphere. Lin Yuyu looked at everyone and spoke. "We should be grateful to that senior expert. If he hadn't acted righteously, this could have become a disaster. Our Yuheng sect would likely have suffered heavy losses." Both sect masters stood silently aside, watching intently. They nodded in agreement again. Indeed, it was fortunate to have that senior expert. We don't know which high master he is. To be able to directly enter the secret realm, something ordinary people cannot do. Immediately after, the heads of the two sects showed politeness and respect. The person who just arrived must be a hidden master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so quietly. Regardless, he protected the lives of our sect's disciples. If there's a chance, we will definitely thank him personally. Lin Yuyu quickly dismissed the matter from her mind, excitedly continuing, "All right, since everything is fine, that secret realm assessment still stands. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures collected by the sects will be ranked in order for easy comparison." Hearing this, Lu Yunir immediately questioned, "Lin Yuyu, after being ambushed by the Zhuimen, you still want to compare results?" Yuyu, with a challenging attitude, just sneered and replied, "What? Are you planning to go back on your word? You know you lost, so you're using the Zhuimen as an excuse?" Yunir was provoked but could only grit her teeth and endure. "Fine, if you want to compare, then let's compare." Then, she turned to look at her fellow disciples and ordered, "Bring out the herbs that the disciples have collected." On this side, Lin Yuyu also requested her disciples do the same. "Bring out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you have collected." The group immediately shouted in unison, "Yes, understood!" Bai Jie looked at the harvest before him, carefully sorting each item. 1 mid-grade spirit rank heavenly material and earthly treasure, 3 low-grade spirit rank heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and 10 high-grade Yuan rank heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Wang Xin, who had been silent until now, suddenly beamed and boasted, "Martial Uncle Bai Jie, this mid-grade spirit rank heavenly material and earthly treasure was found by me." Facing the disciples' expectant gaze, Bai Jie couldn't help but praise and encourage him to continue striving. On the other hand, a sect master watched the results intently. He looked at the medicinal materials his disciples brought back, unable to hide his surprise. Perhaps feeling satisfied himself, he clasped his hands behind his back and laughed heartily. 5 low-grade spirit rank heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the rest are all Xuan rank. And on Lin Yuyu's side, the disciples knelt on one knee, boasting their achievements before their master, reporting to Martial Uncle Lin, "These are the heavenly materials and earthly treasures we collected." This very fact caused the other groups to whisper comments, mostly admiration. Even so, with the appearance of a genius possessing a high-grade spirit rank earthly treasure, doesn't it mean the Tianqing sect has already secured defeat? Lu Yunir turned pale with fear, her heart filled with panic. This time we're surely done for. Yuyu placed one hand on her hip and praised them all. You all did well. But with a passion for victory, she immediately turned her attention to the Tianqing sect group and asked, "Tianqing sect, you can bring out your heavenly materials and earthly treasures now. Bring them out." Yunir appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she felt extremely uneasy and desperate. Do I really have to become Tao companions with this person? All 3 sect disciples opened their hands, revealing green herb sprouts, nervously raising them, giggling slightly. Everyone eagerly discussed, isn't little fish grass a Yuan rank herb? Bringing out such low-grade herbs just to make up numbers? Only 2 mid-grade spirit rank herbs? So stingy. Lin Yuyu burst into laughter at this display. Lu Yunir, is that all? Yunir was both scared and embarrassed, and also provoked by the opponent, so she had to order her teammates, quick, put them away. At this moment, Yuyu patted the young Ma Fa on the shoulder while remembering to congratulate him. Ma Fa, Martial Uncle Lin congratulates you. Ma Fa, who seemed like a righteous gentleman a second ago, turned into a lecherous pig the moment he saw the girl of his dreams. Looking at Yun'er, he praised, being able to become Dao companions with Elder Lu is definitely the happiest thing in my life. Only then did Anjing quietly approach her and report, Elder Lu, I still have one type of herb. This disciple's knowledge is limited. I'm unsure about this herb. Please, elders, take a look. As he spoke, he presented the brilliantly shining branch before everyone. However, Ma Fa just crossed his arms, showing disdain. What herb? Don't think you can make up the numbers with such trash without losing face. Victory and defeat are already decided. Ha ha. Suddenly, at this moment, Bai Jie exclaimed excitedly, Wait, am I seeing things correctly? It seems to be the immortal rank 9 red primordial flower. Hearing this, the crowd immediately became much more lively. What? An immortal rank herb? Heavens! It really is an immortal rank herb. There's an immortal rank herb in this secret realm? Lu Yunir was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly as if finding hope. She said gently, It really is the immortal rank 9 red primordial flower. With this in hand, victory is certainly ours. However, Lin Yuyu unexpectedly approached, grabbing Anjing's wrist tightly, questioning angrily, Impossible! Where did you get the 9 red primordial flower? Anjing awkwardly scratched his face. This is something I picked up near the pool. This place is quiet. Fusing herbs here won't be disturbed by anyone. Anjing sat cross-legged and ordered, System fuse. After the system finished fusing, Anjing reached towards the purple flower and exclaimed, Success! Unexpectedly, it's an immortal rank spirit herb. The system this time is truly amazing. Lin Yuyu was stunned, speechless. How could this be? Just picked it up? How can this luck defy the laws of nature so much? The people around also buzzed with discussion. Unbelievable to actually pick up a heavenly material and earthly treasure stock. An incredible event. Didn't they recently say immortal herbs are guarded by wild beasts? How could it be obtained so easily? Someone in the crowd guessed, this kid must be the reincarnation of a luck spirit. Some even cried sadly, lamenting, so hateful. Why didn't I encounter such an opportunity? Number 21 received a thumbs up, like praise mixed with sarcasm. Number 21, you really are a lucky bastard. Wu Ming agreed, indeed, indeed. Didn't expect you to help our Tianqing sect turn defeat into victory. But Wang Xin was filled with jealousy and envy. Unfair. This brat is just too lucky. The great elder laughed heartily and praised number 27. You are truly outstanding. Lu Yunir crossed her arms and declared, Lin Yuyu, it seems you have lost. Yunir pointed at Anjing and said, This type of immortal rank herb is enough to surpass all the heavenly and earthly treasures collected by the disciples of the Feihua sect. Yuyu stammered, This, someone interjected, surely not. I fear even searching the entire secret realm wouldn't yield a second stalk of this treasure. Bai Jie added, Not just the Feihua sect, but I fear all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from everyone combined cannot compare to this immortal rank herb. Yuyu was furious, gritting her teeth. Damn it, how could I lose? Is heaven deliberately opposing me? Yunir immediately reminded her, Lin Yuyu, before you pressed step by step. Now you've lost. Are you planning to break the agreement? Lin Yu furrowed her brow and replied, Who said I'm breaking the agreement? This Lin Yu always keeps her word. This agreement will definitely be upheld. Yunir placed her hand on Anjing's shoulder, gently suggesting, My junior brother has never had a Dao companion before, but he is an outstanding person. I think you are very suitable to become her Dao companion. A brother spoke up, wondering, truly outstanding? Anjing let out a sigh. Yunir thought to herself, I only want senior sister. Lin Yu looked at Anjing and said, You come with me. I have something to discuss privately with you. The people around blushed with envy. This kid is so lucky. Why isn't it me? The bald man felt annoyed. Lin Yuyu is an immortal rank spirit. Her future is boundless. Anjing looked awkward and confused. He thought to himself, what's this about? Lin Yu, let Anjing decide for himself. Whether you come or not, I will wait for you over there. If the time limit passes, then so be it. Anjing thought, all right, so serious. What should I say? Anjing turned to ask his senior sister's opinion, but Yunir quickly signaled him to go. Go teach your future Dao companion well. Anjing turned around and replied, all right, I understand. In a corner of the forest, Anjing arrived where Lin Yu was. He bowed and said, greetings, Elder Lin. Lin Yu immediately got straight to the point. I can become your Dao companion, but I have one condition. Anjing wondered, condition? What condition? Lin Yu answered, give me the immortal rank herb in your hand. Lin Yu rejoiced internally. This immortal rank herb is so precious. This brat will surely not agree to give it to me. As soon as he opens his mouth, I can reject the offer to be his Dao companion. Anjing happily agreed, all right, you can take it. Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. You? Anjing placed the flower in Lin Yu's hand, gently saying, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Lin Yu seemed flustered. But this is an immortal rank herb. Are you really giving it to me? Anjing waved his hand, affirming it to her. Lin Yu blushed, thinking deeply. He really gave the immortal rank herb to me. She watched Anjing's retreating figure, wondering, so do I really have to become his Dao companion? Anjing had returned to Yunir's side. Seeing Anjing, Yunir said, junior brother, get ready. We also have to return. Anjing quickly replied, all right, senior sister. Anjing climbed onto the spirit beast's back and held onto Yunir tightly. She blushed shyly, then told herself, well, this time it's thanks to junior brother. Wu Ming, seeing the two being intimate from afar, was furious. This number 27 really knows how to climb the social ladder. The sky was clear blue with brilliant golden sunlight. Amidst the towering mountains, a figure moved silently. Yunir wondered, junior brother, what were you and Lin Yuyu talking about? Anjing recounted the event. Elder Lin didn't say much, just told me she wanted the immortal rank herb. Yunir was startled, asking in surprise, you already gave it to her? Anjing replied, it's fine. That thing is useless to me anyway. Yunir asked again with a confused expression, what? Touching the spirit beast's fur with her hand. She grumbled, that's a priceless heavenly material and earthly treasure. You just give it away like that? Anjing scratched his head, embarrassed. If senior sister said she wanted it, would you give it to me too? Anjing answered without hesitation, if senior sister wants it, I will definitely give it to you. Yunir puffed her cheeks, her face flushed red, still looking adorable. She blamed herself. Lu Yunir, what's wrong with you? Why are you getting jealous of Lin Yuyu? Suddenly a shout rang out, assassins! A group of people were assaulted by thousands of blades rushing towards them. They panicked, not knowing what to do, unable to escape. Someone yelled, ambush! The great elder of the Tianqing sect quickly performed a technique and warned, the enemy is attacking, everyone be careful. The throwing knives were too powerful, causing the shield to crack. He panicked. The force is truly terrifying. Yunir observed the situation, frowning as she realized the attackers were very strong. The trial in the secret realm has exhausted the disciples' strength. It seems the opponent chose to strike at this exact moment. Yunir shouted loudly, which rat dares to ambush our Tianqing sect? A group of people dressed in black appeared. The leader ordered, we have waited here for a long time. Today, capture everyone from the Tianqing sect and bring them back to me. The underlings replied, understood in unison, and began attacking fiercely. The great elder could barely hold on anymore. He was extremely shocked, unexpectedly able to penetrate my defensive shield. This is the 10,000 flower scatter. The defensive layer was destroyed, sending everyone flying back from the shockwave. The great elder yelled, we're done for. The disciples called out worriedly, elder! The disciples groaned, so dizzy. Someone behind sat up, quickly asking, elder, are you all right? The person next to him grumbled, damn it. Consciousness is fading. The leader observed the situation, then signaled. Why did they fall so easily? Truly boring. Capture them all. The underlings acted quickly. One kicked the unconscious person and cursed, passed out like a dead pig. Truly useless. The one standing beside crossed his arms smugly. Didn't expect to achieve the goal so easily. Another reported, "This batch is wrapped up." Yunir was also hit. She struggled to support her body but felt completely exhausted without any strength left. As for Anjing, he lay face down, pretending to be unconscious. He thought inwardly, "I want to see what these people are really up to." The leader casually wondered, "Tian King Sect, all just a bunch of good-for-nothings. I wonder what the master wants with them." Then he ordered, "Go back to headquarters." An underling rushed towards Yunir and Anjing. "Get into the bag obediently for me." The men in black quickly packed up and moved out. Anjing wondered, who are they really? Then he turned and was startled, vibrating slightly. "Wow, I'm too close to senior sister." Unexpectedly, Yunir's chest was right before Anjing's eyes. Anjing apologized awkwardly. "Senior sister, I didn't mean to. It's just this space bag is too small. I didn't want to offend you, sister." A while later, the black-clothed men arrived at their destination. The leader reminded, "We're here. Carry them in carefully." The group carried the hostages inside. They paid respects and reported, "Great Elder, the Tian King Sect members have been captured." Zhang Shicheng praised them and then instructed, "Very good. The Tian King Sect is nothing. Locking them on the 3rd floor is enough." The leader obeyed. The group threw the sacks down. Reaching the 3rd floor, they tossed the sacks haphazardly. The leader ordered, "Stay here, all of you. Let's go." One carefully said, "Wait, just in case, light another chi-breaking incense." He took out an incense stick and lit it. That one added, "This fragrance is the same type as before. It can either make people unconscious or strip their cultivation." They opened the sack. The purpose was to check everyone to ensure no one was missed. After checking thoroughly, they left. "All right, let's go to Elder Wen, as you command." And Jing saw the opportunity had arrived. He quickly grabbed the hand of an unlucky fellow. That one said in surprise, "What? You brat, you're not unconscious?" And Jing interrogated, "Who exactly are you? What is the purpose of bringing us Tian King Sect disciples here?" He didn't answer but just said vaguely, "Purpose? Kid, you'll find out later." The unlucky black-clothed man pulled his hand away. He shouted and then began to attack. And Jing sneered, "Courting death?" And Jing countered the move, using his hand to bend the man's arm backward. He groaned in pain. His companions shouted worriedly, "Deacon!" Anjing threatened in a harsh voice, "Who exactly are you? If you don't speak, I will turn you into dust right now." The deacon replied fearfully, I'll talk. We are people from the Zhui men. The great elder ordered us to capture you inside the Tongtian Baota. As for other matters, I don't know." Anjing realized something and asked again, "You said this place is the Tongtian Baota?" According to Anjing's knowledge, the Tongtian Baota was one of the 4 great fierce lands of the Yuheng Sect region. It was said this pagoda was created by demons, with formations inside designed to deal with the human race. The demon phantoms on the highest floor of the pagoda possessed peak strength, extremely ferocious and terrifying. For hundreds of years, countless cultivators had died in this Tongtian Baota, including top experts of the Yimai Yuheng lineage. The deacon nodded and continued, "That's right. This place is the Tongtian Baota." And Jing asked if there were still people imprisoned on the pagoda floors, and who they were. The deacon shook his head and replied, "I don't know either. I'm only responsible for the task the elder assigned." And Jing rested his chin on his hand, pondering, what is the Zhumen expert's purpose in bringing the Tian King Sect people here? The restless deacon secretly plotted to assassinate Anjing. Anjing wasn't surprised at all. He easily caught the blade. The man was shocked. "How is this possible?" Anjing forcefully broke the blade. He glanced at him coldly, "Bringing death upon yourself." Anjing controlled the fragments of the blade, slashing them straight at the man. The deacon fell, showing no signs of life. Anjing planned, "I must see what exactly this Zhumen is up to." Inside the prison cell, Cherry Blossom eyes slowly opened. Yu felt her head aching as if struck by a hammer. She held her head, wondering, "Where is this? Why does my head hurt so much?" Zhang Shicheng stood with his hands clasped, saying, "Worthy of an immortal grade spirit root." Inhaling 3 soul-bewitching incense sticks, yet waking up in less than half a shichen, 1 hour. Yu couldn't believe it, exclaiming, 3 soul-bewitching incense sticks? She slowly stood up, facing Zhang Shicheng. The medicinal properties of this incense are extremely potent. It damages the divine sense and is incredibly difficult to refine. Who exactly are you? Zhang Shicheng said proudly, "You, The current head of the Feihua sect have extraordinary knowledge. Have you heard of Zhang Shicheng? Yu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The great elder of the Zhua men, you brought people from my Feihua sect here. What exactly is your purpose? He spread his hands confidently declaring, the purpose of my Zhua men is very simple, to gain control over the entire Yuheng region. The Feihua sect, one of the sects in the Yuheng region, must naturally submit to my Zhua men. Yu Yu angrily pointed at the old man, cursing, Bah! Let my Feihua sect be guard dogs for your Zhua men? Who the hell do you think you are? Zhang Shicheng shouted loudly, impudent. Lin Yu, don't think you can refuse kindness when offered. I am not negotiating with you. The lives of countless Feihua sect disciples are still in my hands. Are you truly not afraid? As he spoke, dozens of iron chains appeared in his hands, seemingly locking everyone's souls. Yu Yu was furious, but she just stood there, clenching her fists, thinking helplessly, despicable villain. Resisting recklessly will likely cost all the disciples their lives. This matter requires careful long-term planning. Zhang Shicheng turned away but didn't forget to threaten, Don't worry, I will give you time. Just think carefully. Yu Yu watched helplessly, her eyes filled with indignation and hatred. She watched his retreating figure thinking, I've fallen victim to the Zhu men's schemes. My body feels weak. These 3 soul-bewitching incense sticks are truly vicious. Beside a wall, Anjing watched Zhang Shicheng's movements. He thought, the Shuimen has really made a big move, able to capture all the disciples of the Yimai Yuheng sect in one go. What other purpose does this Zhang Shicheng have? Where is he rushing off to? Zhang Shicheng grimly walked up to a stone wall. He raised his hand, pressed a mark on the wall, causing it to move. Stairs leading to a secret chamber appeared before him. He stepped down. Then he reached a gap, raised his hand to gently open it, and whispered, Everything has been done according to the senior's instructions. All the young descendants of the Yimai Yuheng sect, including Lin Yu, Bai Jie, and Lu Yunir, are imprisoned in the pagoda. A pair of fiery red eyes appeared, replying, Zhang Shicheng, you have done very well. My master will reward you. A purple beam shone down on Zhang Shicheng. He shouted joyfully, This is my master's reward? It feels like my whole being is ascending. So comfortable. This feeling of overflowing power is truly wonderful. He continuously exclaimed, Master is wise. Thank you, Master. Zhang Shicheng is willing to serve like an buffalo or horse. Even if my head falls and blood spills, I will not refuse. I am willing to die for Master. Feeling the abundant power circulating within him, Zhang Shicheng exclaimed happily, My cultivation realm has increased. This energy not only raises my cultivation level, but also extends my lifespan. Decades of cultivation are not equal to one reward from my master. Anjing watched from the side thinking, this purple light can actually increase Zhang Shicheng's lifespan? Then who is this being? Those red eyes spoke again, asking, Is Lin Yu willing to surrender? Zhang Shicheng replied, Temporarily, she is still unwilling to surrender, but her disciples are all in our hands. I will definitely persuade her. Then he clasped his hands again, saying, Rest assured, Your Excellency. Not only Lin Yu, but the entire Yimai Yuheng lineage is already in the hands of our Shua men, all for the master's use. The small god's eye replied, Good. Go. Be careful. Don't let any mistakes happen. The master is waiting for good news from you. Zhang Shicheng clasped his hands and bowed his head, respectfully saying, Yes. Zhang Shicheng will definitely not disappoint the master. At this moment, Shaoqi shouted loudly, There's an eavesdropper! Someone, show yourself now! Anjing appeared and said, Zhang Shicheng, you are truly audacious, to dare imprison all the Yimai Yuheng disciples here. Are you really not afraid of losing your life? The old man looked at him and said, This attire belongs to a Tianqing sect disciple. Seeing this, Shaoqi shouted loudly, Zhang Shicheng, the one following behind you, why haven't you killed him yet? Zhang Shicheng thought inwardly, How can he still move freely like this? Could the 3 soul-bewitching incense sticks be ineffective? Then Zhang Shicheng replied, Yes, I will finish him now. Holding his sword, he ran towards Anjing while saying, Kid, I don't know how you dispelled the 3 soul-bewitching incense sticks. You can only blame your bad luck. Ha ha, can't escape so you stopped struggling? Probably scared stiff. Forget it. You're about to meet King Yama anyway. Finishing his words, Zhang Shicheng swung his sword towards Anjing. He yelled, "Take this!" Anjing raised one hand to block the sword and said, "Is that all? It seems the strength your master gave you is nothing special." Seeing Anjing block the sword with just one hand, Zhang Shicheng exclaimed in panic, "How is this possible? How could this kid block my blade so easily?" Anjing spoke, "Zhang Shicheng, if you want to live, hand over the antidote, and tell me who is behind you. If you insist on aiding the tyrant, today I will eliminate evil for the people." Hearing this, the old man furiously shouted, Kid, you are truly arrogant. You are just a Tianqing Sect disciple, yet you dare demand my submission?" Green energy streams appeared around the two of them. Meanwhile, Zhang Shicheng continued speaking, "Master is the strongest. How can his great cause be peered at by you? I will send you on your way." Anjing blocked the sword with 2 fingers and asked, "Are you sure this is your final answer? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." He struck Shicheng with a palm, saying, "Since you want to die, don't blame others." Zhang Shicheng was knocked back. Xiaoqi shouted, "Impudent! Useless thing!" The old man asked in panic, "Your Excellency, why are red energy streams appearing on your body?" Anjing spoke unexpectedly. "The dignified great elder of the Chui men is being killed by his own master. Truly ironic. Your master is truly ruthless. All gifts of fate come with a hidden price. That is the consequence of riding a tiger." Xiaoqi said, "You're not bad. Submit to me, and I will give you everything you want." Anjing sneered in reply, "Give me everything I want, then I want you dead, all right?" A jade-green energy stream enveloped by lightning shot forward. Xiaoqi yelled, "Courting death?" Anjing retorted, "Who dies is yet to be known." He swung his sword, and the green energy streams instantly exploded on the spot. Xiaoqi was both worried and thinking, why can't I see through this person's strength? He pointed his sword at it and said firmly, "Pretending to be gods and ghosts. I want to see what kind of deity you are." The sword flew, stabbing straight into Xiaoqi. Green light flashed. Xiaoqi was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Ah, you can actually see my true form?" Anjing asked curiously, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose?" Xiaoqi replied frankly, "I want to destroy you." Saying so, it stuck out its long tongue forward. Anjing quickly retreated, muttering with disgust. And then, with just one decisive sword strike, he easily sliced Xiaoqi's tongue in 2, causing green fluid from the wound to splatter everywhere. Having lost half its tongue, Xiaoqi writhed on the ground, rolling back and forth in agony. At this moment, the tip of Anjing's sword was enveloped in a gentle green light. He approached Xiaoqi, placing his sword against its neck, and asked, "What is your purpose?" Xiaoqi cried fearfully, earnestly pleading, "I'll talk! I'll talk! Above me, I have an 8,000-year-old mother. Below, I have a 100-year-old child. Please don't kill me." Anjing thought about what it had just said. 1,000-year-old mother, 100-year-old child. Thinking of that, his expression became puzzled. Then he angrily shouted, "Hurry up and talk!" Xiaoqi immediately recounted, "I am a kind-hearted demon, alone and helpless in Yaocheng, the demon city. One day, a crack appeared in Yaocheng. The southern demon lord, upon learning of this, was extremely curious, so he caught several demons and threw them into the crack. I was among the first group sent in. The other demons all died. Only I was lucky enough to survive." Anjing asked curiously, "The crack you mentioned, between the demon race and the human race, where is it?" Xiaoqi answered, "Yaocheng, it's said to be the dwelling place of demons. Inside, there are many terrifying and ferocious demons. Under the leadership of the powerful demon master in the demon domain, they invaded the human territory, causing countless human experts to be massacred, devastating life. Yes, those cracks separated, but they will close again very quickly. I can't go home anymore." Saying this, Xiaoqi's tone dropped, sadness flickering in its eyes. Then it couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into sobs. Seeing this, Anjing crossed his arms, looking cold, and said, "Shut up." Xiaoqi quickly wiped its tears. Anjing wondered, "Why did you tell Zhang Shicheng to capture all the Yimai Yuheng disciples?" Xiaoqi immediately replied, "If I can't return to Yaocheng, I plan to build my own force among humans, find reliable helpers. Zhang Shicheng said he could help me subdue human geniuses for me to use as I please." I rashly listened to his enticement. Hearing its situation, Anjing immediately offered an idea. "Such a good frog. I'll give you a choice. Right now, you have 2 paths. one is death. Before Anjing could finish his sentence, Xiaoqi quickly held up 2 fingers and replied, I choose the second one. The second one. Trust me. I sincerely submit to you, Your Excellency. Anjing pointed aside and asked about the type of bewildering incense the people trapped in the pagoda were affected by. Can you dispel that bewildering incense? Xiaoqi shook its head continuously, saying it couldn't be dispelled. But I heard Zhang Shicheng say that just wait a while. The effect of these 3 soul-bewitching incense sticks will automatically disappear. Anjing sighed in relief, then replied, Dispel on its own? Then take me to the crack connecting to the demon race now. Hearing this, Xiaoqi beamed brightly, saying, The demon race crack is at the top of the pagoda. I will take Your Excellency there now. Anjing rested his sword on the ground, sternly reminding, I hope you can be smarter. Don't try any tricks. Xiaoqi gaped in panic, then quickly replied, No, absolutely not. If Your Excellency tells me to go west, I will definitely not go east. Xiaoqi and Anjing climbed the stairs together. Suddenly, Anjing turned and asked, What is your strength level in the demon domain? It immediately replied, This little one is just a poor, low-level resident in the demon domain. Anjing showed surprise, then asked again, Oh? So you're very weak? Then what do you think of me? Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoqi pointed upwards with its toe and flattered, Your Excellency, even placed in the demon domain, you are a first-class expert. Demons with powerful bloodlines are born with high strength. When they mature, they reach the peak. The limits of some intelligent heavens mandate demons are also higher. The strength of demons in the demon domain is not much inferior to humans, also having 9 realms. The difference is that a demon's strength is determined by bloodline, while human strength is unrelated to bloodline. Your Excellency is truly a 1 in 10,000 expert. Anjing glanced at Xiaoqi and reminded, Less flattery. Lead the way for me. A while later, they reached the top of the pagoda. The architecture here was built entirely of stone. Anjing asked, The spatial crack is here, right? Xiaoqi replied, Yes. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. Anjing urged, Hurry up. Xiaoqi spat out a strange object. The object flew into the air, forming a vortex. Xiaoqi explained that the spatial crack required their group leader to personally activate it. The object on Xiaoqi's tongue glowed increasingly brighter, hazy beams of light spreading everywhere. The crack gradually became clearer. Xiaoqi looked up and said, This is the place. Originally, I came to this world through this crack. Perhaps the other demons in the pagoda also came out from here. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. Black vortices gradually appeared, emitting gloomy beams of light. Anjing wondered, Oh, what is this? Xiaoqi laughed loudly with pride, saying, This is the vanguard sent by our great king. Kid, you're dead for sure. The aura emanating grew increasingly intense. Xiaoqi quickly turned and fled. Anjing said angrily, So much for a treacherous demon. Anjing's expression was tense, wondering about the demon's aura. At this moment, inside the pagoda, Lu Yunir woke up, placing her hand on her forehead, looking around blankly and wondering, What happened? Why did I suddenly faint? The other cultivators also woke up simultaneously. One spoke up, asking, What exactly happened? Another also replied in confusion, Indeed, where is this? Lu Yunir slowly walked down to the basement level. As she walked, she said, The one who brought us here is the elder of the Shuimen, Zhang Shicheng. All the cultivators in the basement turned their eyes towards her. Suddenly, Lu Yunir showed surprise. She exclaimed, Zhang Shicheng of the Shuimen? This person is a 4th realm expert. Bai Jie explained worriedly, Xuehe and Yuheng He, we are sworn enemies. The Western domain competition is about to begin. Suddenly assassinating us is precisely to stop us, causing Yuheng He to lose completely in the Western domain competition. The Baiyun sect member looked at him and asked, What should we do now? Perhaps this place is full of Zhumen experts or traps everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed startled to realize there was a powerful aura seemingly coming from above. Tianxing Tong panicked, exclaiming, Zhu Jianmen said, This is the aura of a demon. Around them, everyone was extremely surprised. They wondered, Demons? Are there really demons appearing here? Lin Yu quickly moved forward. She urged, Let's hurry and see. This aura indicates something major has happened. The Tianqing sect member turned to Lu Yunir and said, Let's go see too. She immediately replied, Okay. Everyone rushed out of the tunnel. Lin Yuyu reminded anxiously. Hurry up, the aura is becoming clearer and clearer. Wu Ming stood blankly watching everyone leave. He innocently scratched his head, feeling like something was missing. Could it be I haven't eaten today? Number 21 quickly pulled him along, saying, Let's go quickly. When we get out, we'll go eat. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, laughing and saying, So this is the human world? It approached Anjing, its eyes full of craving, drool dripping. It said, The smell of fresh blood and flesh. There's another human here. Shaoqi hid behind a pillar, urging, Quick, kill him. Anjing remained calm, launching a move from his finger. He said, Want to eat me? Let's see if you have the ability first. The beam shot straight into the center of the monster's forehead. It screamed in agony, Ah! Then the monster's head exploded in midair in an instant. Seeing this scene, Shaoqi stammered in fear. How? How can he be so strong? Someone appeared, their feet landing on the ground. Anjing quickly pulled up his scarf to cover his face. Lu Yunir's group arrived. Seeing him, Yunir said, It's him. Wu Ming said, It's that mysterious senior expert. Seeing the group approach, Anjing thought, Why are they here? Anjing stood before the monster's corpse, his back to the crowd. Lin Yuyu pointed, asking, Who is he? The great elder said he was the expert who helped Tianqing Sect overcome difficulties. Everyone started discussing, What? That person is really him? It's said the demon sect is desperately searching for his whereabouts. Yuyu observed silently, thinking, So he is that extremely mysterious expert. Yuyu heard this person could kill an elder of the demon sect Earth branch. He must be a fifth realm expert. Yunir smiled, thinking joyfully, He finally appeared. This time I must ask him clearly. Number 21 said to Wu Ming, Do you find this back view somewhat familiar? Wu Ming said, Of course. He once helped Tianqing Sect overcome difficulties. Back then, he caused carnage in the main hall. You witnessed his extraordinary power, so naturally it looks familiar. Yunir watched Anjing's retreating figure, her heart filled with restless thoughts, unsure how to express them. Bai Jie pointed his sword at the black patch on the ceiling, where tendrils protruded, asking, What is that? Bai Jie continued, The demon aura seems to be spilling out from there. From that place, countless monsters appeared, cheering that they finally reached the human world. Shouts echoed everywhere, flesh and blood, fresh flesh and blood. The place filled with the monsters' bloodlust. They started fighting among themselves. Get out of my way, all food is mine. The people from Tianqing Sect trembled, terrified. Wu Ming said, So scary. And number 21 concluded that this group was the monsters recorded in ancient texts. Yuyu summoned her weapon, a golden sickle. She calmly said, Everyone, don't panic. Join me in exterminating these demons first. She held the sickle firmly in her hand. Yuyu powerfully swung a wide arc towards the monsters in front. The monsters saw Yuyu drooling and saying, This is an immortal-grade spirit root. They stared intently at Yuyu and said, What? Immortal-grade spirit root? Then it's mine. Yuyu remained calm within the created barrier. Everyone in Tianqing Sect drew their swords, preparing to fight the monsters. A cobra opened its mouth wide to swallow the person in front. Seeing the terrifying sight, this person trembled in fear. Very quickly, the snake lunged and swallowed the person. Wu Ming and number 21 saw their fellow disciple being eaten and were terrified. Wu Ming and number 21 saw their fellow disciple being eaten and were terrified, tears streaming down. Wu Ming exclaimed, Truly terrifying. A giant bear-like monster was attacking Bai Jie. He fought back fiercely and asked, Where is that expert? Mafa said, Surely he hasn't run away? Yunir immediately said to the guard, Impossible! He is definitely not that kind of person. The great elder said, Why impossible? It's often said you know the person, you know the face, but not the heart. He believed these demons were so powerful. It's best to quickly find a way to escape from here. Yuyu firmly objected, No! This crack has opened. If we don't quickly kill all these demons and close the crack, they will swarm here later. At that time, Yuheng. He will face an unimaginable disaster. Yuyu asked the great elder, Where is the disciple Anjing of your Tianqing sect? Yunir looked around searching, saying she didn't know either. Perhaps it wasn't like that. In another space, Anjing was performing martial arts, flashing swords surrounding him. He fought the monsters alone. Anjing smiled confidently. The swords circled, protecting him. Any monster that approached was cut to pieces. The demons roared, "That human is too strong! Everyone, charge!" Anjing just raised his hand, shooting a beam of light towards them, and said, "You are courting death." A powerful beam erupted, annihilating all the monsters. A pair of eyes opened, full of malice. A large monster appeared in the form of a monk, standing before Anjing. It laughed and said, "Oh ho ho, kid, you are very brave to dare stand before me." Anjing smiled triumphantly, saying he had found it. He sensed a demon with powerful strength and finally found it. This demon said, "Dare to block the path of the Asura clan? Human, are you truly not afraid of death?" Anjing replied, "No one is not afraid of death. I am certainly no exception, but you absolutely cannot control my life or death." Elder Asura said, "Is that so? It seems our Asura clan hasn't appeared in the world for a long time, making humans forget about us." The monster stared intently and said, "Today I will use your blood to awaken the humans' fear of my Asura clan." At the top floor of the pagoda, monsters appeared in increasing numbers. Yu said these demons were just the vanguard. They must destroy them and seal the cracks. Otherwise, when the main demon army arrives, things will become very troublesome. Yunir said worriedly, "That's right. We need to seal these cracks." A demon in the form of a warrior laughed and said, "Just relying on you lot, you want to close the cracks? Don't you know the one who opened the crack this time is an elder of the Asura clan? Not to mention, you haven't even reached the 4th realm." Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "What? The Asura clan?" Wuming turned pale and said, "Elder, what is this Asura clan? Are they very powerful?" The elder replied, "This Asura clan is more than just powerful." He continued, "It's rumored there are 9 great royal clans in the demon domain. Among them, Asura is one. Back then, when the demon domain swept through our human race, the Asura clan was the vanguard. At that time, the Asura emperor was a top expert of the 7th realm. The number of human experts who died at the hands of the Asura emperor was countless." The elder recalled, telling that in just one night, there were rumors that 3 human sects were annihilated. Thousands of cultivators were slaughtered. All humans turned pale with fear upon hearing the name Asura. Everyone hearing this was terrified. Number 21 spoke of the 7th realm expert, Heavens. "Does our Yimai Yuheng lineage have such an expert?" Yu said fearfully, "This Asura clan is actually that powerful." Wuming sweated and said, "Continuously killing thousands of cultivators in one night." Yunir just gritted her teeth silently. The image of a red-skinned demon with 6 arms, in the posture of a meditating cultivator, appeared. The warrior demon said proudly, "This time, our Asura elder is personally guarding. How can you possibly stop us?" The elder said this time they were done for. Perhaps it really is the Asura elder behind everything. It's unclear what this elder's strength is, but they must quickly find and destroy him. Yu attacked and said, "Leave it to me." The powerful beam from her palm directly attacked the warrior demon in front. The demon resisted the attack, gritting its teeth, saying, "Just relying on you." Yu's fist advanced, blocked by the demon's hand. The clash created a loud noise. Yu was pushed back a distance by the demon's strength. She said tensely, "This demon actually has the strength of the 3rd realm?" Bai Jie also said this demon's strength was too great. Elder Lin, the strongest among them, was also pushed back. Wuming said, "Isn't that Asura elder even more powerful? Then this time they are really done for. Should we run first?" Yunir clenched her fists, contemplating. Hearing Wuming say that, she shot him a warning glance. Seeing that, Wuming realized his mistake, saying he was wrong. The image of the Asura elder in another space, observing everyone's actions through an orb. The Tianqing sect elder gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, Wuming isn't wrong. The Asura elder is definitely even more terrifying. If we don't leave right now, I fear there won't be another chance." On Anjing's side, Elder Asura was concentrating his power. Powerful streams of light surrounded him. Anjing said he could feel this demon's strength was formidable. The demon laughed loudly, satisfied, saying, "Are you scared now? Want to curry favor with me? But it's too late." Anjing calmly said that over the years, he had met countless experts. He calmly summoned the sword in his hand, saying they weren't strong enough to force him to use his full power. "Therefore, I still don't know my true strength." Anjing swung the sword in his hand, saying, "I hope today you can provide the answer for me." The sword emitted a powerful beam of light, shooting straight to attack the demon. The demon also began casting spells. The Azure palm technique was unleashed, a giant fist appearing right above its head. The fist clashed head-on with the beam from the sword. The demon's fist directly collided with the sword. It exclaimed in startled panic, This sword energy is truly sharp." At this moment, the demon was defeated by the sword. The light from the sword caused it to vanish. The demon was shattered into tiny pieces by the sword, the items on its body scattered everywhere. The other demons sat watching, silent, not saying a word. A green-faced demon sat on a chair, rubbing its chin, and said, "Why is this Sha La taking so long to scout? Still no news?" At this moment, a beam of light pierced through space ahead, appearing right above their heads. One pointed up and said, "What's that ahead?" The powerful beam drew closer and closer to them. The one sitting on the chair suddenly jumped up and said, "Not good!" They began to panic and scream, "Someone's attacking!" At this moment, the beam was very close to where they stood. A loud explosion rang out, a pillar of smoke rising high like a nuclear explosion. The forms of the demons gradually faded within the thick smoke. Everything around was gloomy. An arm punched through the rubble, powerfully rising. The demon leader stood up from the ruins, covering one eye, and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Anjing held his sword, standing amidst the demon bones, saying this was his full strength. Then he smiled in denial. "No, I still haven't used my full strength." At the top floor of the pagoda, light enveloped the surroundings. Everyone panicked, not knowing what to do. The demon race is about to invade the human race. This time we are really in danger. At this moment, a circle of light appeared again, directly attacking the horde of monsters. Seeing this, the warrior demon laughed gleefully. A long-faced owl flew over. It announced that the elder seemed to have passed away. The image of the demon elder lying motionless, eyes tightly shut, limbs stiff. The warrior demon loudly asked, "How is this possible? Who could kill him? Silence all of you. Whoever dares disturb the Dragon Lord will be killed without mercy." Bai Jie said, "What's wrong with these demons? They seem to be panicking." The Tianqing sect elder said joyfully, "It seems the Asura elder has been killed." Everyone wondered, who is the killer? Yu said, "Even the weakest Asura elder has reached the 5th realm. Only the Feihua sect ancestor is strong enough to fight him." At this moment, Anjing appeared behind the warrior demon. Wu Ming joyfully pointed forward, saying, "It's that expert. He definitely killed him, for sure." Yunir said joyfully, "It must be him." Seeing this, the warrior demon turned around and asked, "Who are you?" He panicked, sweating as he thought, "When did I enter the void crack? Could the elder really have been killed by this person?" Anjing pointed coldly, light shining on the demon. "Who I am doesn't matter," he said. Anjing launched an orb with countless light beams shining everywhere, spreading outwards. The demon was destroyed by the light beams, vanishing without a trace. As for the warrior demon, it was beaten badly, falling crashing to the ground, terrified and bewildered. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, "Strong! So strong!" Yu asked. "What kind of power is this? Just a casual flick of a finger is already so terrifying." Bai Jie exclaimed in amazement, "Heavens! Yu Heng, he actually has such an expert? We must report everything that happened today to the sect master." Yu thought this mysterious expert absolutely cannot be messed with. The warrior demon said fearfully, "Don't kill him. He knows secrets, he knows the locations, the difference of the void rift." Anjing coldly said through his mask, "You're just a small pawn. What secrets could you possibly know?" With that, he mercilessly ended his life. He turned his back, saying he had to leave. Yunir immediately said, "Wait a moment." Anjing stood with his back turned amidst the hazy smoke. Yunir asked, "Have we met before?" She asked who he truly was. Anjing waved his hand, saying, "Strangers at the horizon are not considered guests. Meeting again doesn't mean we've ever known each other." She persisted, "Wait." The elder asked Yunir, "Do you know this mysterious person?" Yunir replied, "No, I just feel a sense of familiarity." She said she felt very close to him. Lin Yu skeptically said, "Your Sky Azure sect is merely a second-rate sect. How could you possibly know such an expert?" Yunir angrily turned to look at Lin Yu and said, "Lin Yu." Oh, Lin Yu crossed her arms, saying, "Am I wrong?" Yunir was angry but couldn't retort. She thought, right, how could someone like that appear in the Sky Azure sect? But then, why did he help the Sky Azure sect so many times? Bai Jie watched the two girls glare at each other and said, "All right, stop saying these things. Let's leave this place quickly." Lin Yuyu spoke up. "This matter still needs to be reported to the sect masters of various sects and the Jade River Holy Palace. The Grand Elder is right. This must be reported back to the Holy Palace. Finally, demons have appeared, and this void rift might be related to demonic beasts infiltrating the human race." Everyone stood around discussing animatedly. Lin Yuyu asked again, "Where is Anjing of your Sky Azure sect? Why don't I see him?" Yunir asked, "Where is junior brother?" Wu Ming scratched his head, looked around and said, "I don't know. Could he have died already? When I woke up, he wasn't here anymore." People started murmuring, "Could Anjing really be dead? Maybe someone murdered him. His luck was supposed to be very good." Zai 21 shook his head and said, "What good is luck? In this world, you still have to rely on strength." Yunir said worriedly, "Oh no." She said angrily, "Nonsense! Junior brother has great luck. How could he die prematurely?" Lin Yuyu held a flower in her hand and gently chanted an incantation. She entered a space, seeing the figure of a man before her. Lin Yuyu silently clenched the flower, mentally calling Anjing's name. Anjing appeared from behind, smiling happily. "Great. I finally found everyone." Yunir was also overjoyed. "Junior brother." Yunir asked 27, "Anjing, where did you run off to? We thought you were dead." Anjing rubbed his head, smiling. "I don't know where I went either. After waking up, I looked for everyone and finally ended up here." Lin Yuyu said coldly, "Since you're fine, we'll leave first." Everyone started leaving the treasure tower. People said that surviving this ordeal was thanks to that mysterious expert. Someone asked, "What should we do about this tower?" Yunir said, "The heaven-connecting treasure tower is an evil place created by demons. Of course, it must be destroyed." As soon as she finished speaking, she conjured flames in her palm. Lin Yuyu also said, "Everyone, let's destroy it together." Everyone gathered and launched attacks to destroy the treasure tower. The tower was engulfed in a sea of fire. However, when the fire died down, the tower still stood tall, completely unaffected. People exclaimed it was impossible. This heaven-connecting tower isn't something easily destroyed. However, they continued to pour their power into destroying the tower, encouraging each other to persevere. Lin Yuyu unleashed a palm strike, saying angrily, "Damn it! With our combined strength, can we really not destroy this demonic tower?" Wu Ming reminded Anjing, 27, "What are you standing there spacing out for? Hurry up and help." He immediately ignited flames in his hand and said, "All right." He thought, with the strength of these people, it's completely insufficient to destroy this heaven-connecting treasure tower. I should lend them a hand. The flame from Anjing's hand gently spread forward. The flame enveloped the entire treasure tower. Then the top of the treasure tower burst into violent flames. Everyone cheered happily. "It's burning! The heaven-connecting treasure tower is burning! Finally, this demonic tower is destroyed." Yunir wondered suspiciously. "What's happening? Why did the flames suddenly erupt?" She turned back to look at Anjing, wondering if someone had secretly intervened. Lin Yuyu was also suspicious, asking herself why the flames suddenly flared up so intensely. "What's going on?" Anjing thought, bewildered. "What's with these two women? Why are they looking at me?" Then the tower burned fiercely, exploded, and sent debris flying everywhere. Yunir quickly warned everyone to be careful. At this moment, a large black vortex appeared in the sky, emitting bright red light, the gate leading to the demon realm. Bai Jie said, unexpectedly, "Even though the heaven-connecting treasure tower is destroyed, the path through it still exists." From within the dark vortex, pairs of glowing red eyes watched. The demons laughed loudly. "Human cultivators, just you wait. Our demon race will descend upon this place sooner or later." And Jing retorted, "Braggarts. If you come, we'll just annihilate all of you." 3 days later at the temple, Anjing was sitting and cultivating. He thought that this trip outside had helped him understand more about the vastness of the world. Within the demon race, there are surely more powerful beings, perhaps even those I am no match for. He continued thinking that he should still hide his strength, not revealing it until he was absolutely invincible. However, he recalled the image of Lin Yuyu, her blushing face, her bright smile. Besides, the new harvest is Lin Yuyu. Comparing her to senior sister, Yunir, they are indeed completely different extremes. He thought and chuckled. The crow saw this and said, laughing so happily, Go get married. Holding someone left and right, isn't that more fun? Anjing said angrily. This black crow really makes no sound when it arrives and leaves no trace when it goes. I thought you got lost in the secret realm. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside, calling, 27, are you awake? Wu Ming entered and said, 27, hurry up. Let me take you to see a beauty. He asked in surprise, a beautiful girl? Zai, 21, cheerfully told the newly initiated junior sister, I heard you are very beautiful. Wu Ming put his arm around Anjing's shoulder, saying, let's go quickly. He continued, we are senior brothers. We must help the junior sister get acquainted with the sect a bit. We can't let those other senior brothers snatch her first. At the Sky Azure Sect square, a large crowd had gathered. Everyone was gathered around a beautiful girl with pink hair. Junior sister Bai Jie, let me take you for a walk around the sect to get acquainted, one person offered. Or let me take you to the scripture pavilion to choose a cultivation technique, another said. Junior sister, my cat knows how to do backflips, Zai 21 said. Everyone is really enthusiastic, Wu Ming said angrily. Damn it, we're late. Those brats got here first. Anjing stood behind, covering his mouth with a long yawn. Bai Jie smiled happily. Senior brother's kindness, Bai Jie accepts. Then she suddenly focused her attention on one person. Bai Jie approached and said, is this senior brother Wu Ming? Wu Ming was surprised. Ah yes, that's me. Bai Jie said, senior brother, could you take me for a walk? I want to get acquainted with the Sky Azure Sect a bit. She thought to herself, this Wu Ming is the disciple with the best aptitude among the recently promoted outer disciples of the Sky Azure Sect. He might very well be the mysterious person who intervened multiple times. Wu Ming thought in surprise. Such a good thing actually fell into my lap? Seeing this, Bai Jie wondered, senior brother, you don't want to? Wu Ming replied, how could I not? I want to. Junior sister, follow me. Wu Ming was thrilled, his face full of confidence. Indeed, a handsome man is like a firefly in the dark, shining wherever he goes. A senior brother nearby was sulking. Aya, where do I fall short? Why is that kid Wu Ming so lucky? This is so boring. Liu Yao saw Anjing and called out, Anjing. Anjing asked, Elder Liu Yao, what do you need me for? Liu Yao said, I have something I need your help with. Anjing readily agreed, what is it? As long as I can help, I will. Liu Yao patted Anjing's shoulder, saying, 27, I really didn't misjudge you. Just for that sentence. From now on in the Sky Azure Sect, I will protect you. Then, she pulled Anjing away, saying, follow me. Outside, Anjing asked, Elder Liu, we've left the Sky Azure Sect. What exactly do you want to do? Liu Yao was evasive. You'll know when we get there. 2 hours later, they were both in front of Liu Yao's house. Anjing wondered, your Liu Manor? Liu Yao said, it's my home. Anjing asked, Elder Liu, what do you mean by bringing me to your home? Liu Yao explained, my father is forcing me to get married, but I don't want to. Anjing was confused. What is this about? Liu Yao suggested, if you pretend to be my Dao companion today, you can cut off their intention of forcing me to marry someone else. Anjing said, isn't this too careless? I'm afraid we'll be exposed. Liu Yao suddenly thought of the image of a mysterious man with a covered face. Liu Yao expressed her feelings. Since we're already here, you have to help me. You know I already have someone in my heart, that mysterious man in our Sky Azure Sect. In this lifetime, if it's not him, it's no one else. Anjing felt helpless because he was that mysterious man. Anjing asked, senior sister, have you ever thought, what if that mysterious person is an old man? Liu Yao vehemently objected, unacceptable. He is the great hero in my heart. He must be handsome like a jade tree in the wind, young and dashing, extraordinarily handsome. Anjing thought gleefully, I completely agree with your description. Just then, Liu Yao's father walked out and asked, Yaoer, you're back? Liu Yao ran over to greet them, father, older brother. Liu Yao's older brother asked, who is he? Liu Yao replied, my Dao companion. Anjing could only resign himself, thinking, it seems things have already been clearly arranged for me. The father said angrily, Yaoer, don't fool around. Liu Yao replied tensely, I'm not fooling around. He is my Dao companion. The brother also shouted angrily, Kid, let go of my little sister. Liu Yao's father also yelled, Kid, this is the Liu family. Stay away from my daughter. Anjing was confused. Liu Yao was clearly pulling me. What do you mean by telling me to let go? Liu Yao's brother intended to rush forward. Why haven't you let go yet? Anjing worriedly said, Elder Liu, maybe we should retreat first. Liu Yao firmly refused. No retreating. 7. Don't be afraid of them. We are righteous and upright. Liu Yao's brother leaped up, intending to hit Anjing, truly seeking death. Liu Yao blocked him. Stop! But the brother had too much momentum and couldn't control himself. This isn't good. The father immediately shouted, What do you think you're doing, rebellious son? You dare hit your own sister? The brother panicked. I didn't mean to. Anjing behind them sighed, and used his internal energy. Then he channeled power into Liu Yao's back. The brother was immediately knocked backward. The father worriedly ran over to check on his daughter, Yaoer. Are you all right? Liu Yao replied, I'm fine. I hadn't even used force yet, and older brother already flew backward. The brother sat up, weakly coughing a few times. Why did you hit me so hard? Liu Yao was surprised. I didn't even know I was that powerful since when. Then a guest arrived, family head Lu, long time no see. It was the Supreme Elder and Xie Tianfei, and Jing asked, Who are these people? Liu Yao's brother replied, That's little sister's fiancé, the #1 prodigy of the Jade River Sect. Anjing looked at the Supreme Elder, wondering, Who is that old man? He seems to have an extraordinary aura. Family head Liu said, If we're not mistaken, this person is likely the Supreme Elder of the Jade River Sect. Unexpectedly, this elder has appeared here. Anjing wondered, weren't the Sect Master and young Sect Master of the Jade River Sect killed at the Sky Azure Sect? Liu Yao's father said, You don't know. The Jade River Sect Master is just a figurehead. The ones truly in power are the 3 Supreme Elders. They control both the Jade Sect and the River Sect. The incident where a mysterious person in the Sky Azure Sect killed the Elders caused a shock throughout the Jade Expanse River region. The Supreme Elder must have come out of seclusion to investigate this matter. Liu Yao's brother held his head, sighing, little sister became a disciple of the Sky Azure Sect. This is troublesome now. Xie Tianfei saw Liu Yao. He said, Unexpectedly, my fiancé is also here. Liu Yao glared back at Xie Tianfei. Seeing Xie Tianfei looking at her, Liu Yao said, Xie Tianfei, an arranged marriage doesn't count. Let's cancel the engagement. Xie Tianfei asked, Why cancel it? I, Xie Tianfei, am the #1 prodigy of the Jade River Sect. Am I not worthy of you? Liu Yao was firm. That's right, you are not worthy of me. Liu Yao's father turned to scold her. Yaoer, insolent! How can you speak like that? Supreme Elder, young Master Z, Yaoer is just sulking. Let's go inside and talk. Xie Tianfei felt slighted. No need. Let's make it clear right here. He shouted, Liu Yao, tell me clearly, where am I unworthy of you? Liu Yao replied, Nowhere on your entire body is worthy of me. To tell you the truth, I already have another man. Liu Yao pointed towards Anjing, saying, It's that kid. Xie Tianfei said, I might look ordinary, but how can you compare to me? Liu Yu retorted, Why should I compare him to you? She went and linked arms with Anjing. It depends on my preference. Now you can give up hope. Xie Tianfei was furious, shouting, Kid, you dare make me a cuckold? Anjing explained, Big brother, I wasn't the one who initiated it. Xie Tianfei rushed forward to attack Anjing, shouting, I must kill you! Liu Yao stood protectively in front, stopping him. He's just an ordinary outer disciple of the Sky Azure Sect with weak strength. If you have any issues, target me. Xie Tianfei became even angrier. You actually value a mediocre outer disciple? This enrages me even more. Move aside! He forcefully pushed Liu Yao aside. And attacked Anjing, die for me! Liu Yao shouted. You dare! She worried. It's over. The gap between 27 and Xie Tianfei is too large. However, Anjing simply leaped up lightly, easily dodging Xie Tianfei's attack, leaving him astonished. You could actually dodge that? Liu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily 27 dodged it. Xie Tianfei raised his fist. Kid again! Liu Yao stood aside, cursing. Xie Tianfei, you bastard! Stop it! Hearing this, Xie Tianfei said, Still dare to protect him? Today I must kill him right in front of you. Anjing had an idea. Forget it, let's run first. And he turned and fled. Xie Tianfei chased after him. Don't run, Liu Yao said to her father and brother. What are you two standing there dazed for? If anything happens to 27, I won't let you two off. Liu Yao's father ordered, Chase them. And so, the family of 2 or 3 chased after them. Anjing ran outside, reached a tree, and sat down to rest. Should be fine now. That guy probably couldn't keep up. But Xie Tianfei's voice rang out, Kid, keep running. He had caught up to Anjing again. Anjing was quite surprised. So he actually caught up. Xie Tianfei said confidently. You didn't expect this, right? Thought running fast could shake me off? Too naive. I have an ancient tracking artifact. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will still find you. Anjing sighed. Originally, I was going to spare your life, but unexpectedly, you sought death yourself. Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I can only subdue you. Xie Tianfei laughed loudly. Ha ha! Is there something wrong with your head? You're being chased by me, yet you dare talk about subduing me? Now I've decided not to kill you quickly. I want to torture you. He controlled the ancient tracker. Go on. That bee-like thing immediately attacked Anjing. Anjing watched the bee intently. Xie Tianfei said smugly, Kid, once the poison insect enters your body, living will be worse than death. Anjing caught the bee between two fingers. He said, Is that all? Xie Tianfei was surprised again. What? You could actually catch my poison insect? Anjing crushed the poison bee. Xie Tianfei was horrified. He was furious, gasping, You killed the poison insect I painstakingly raised for 10 years. Xie Tianfei rushed forward to attack Anjing, yelling, I will kill you! Anjing easily dodged. He grabbed Xie Tianfei's hand, leaving him stunned. No, impossible! Anjing said nothing is impossible. Then Anjing gripped Xie Tianfei's arm and threw him to the ground. Xie Tianfei wondered, Ultimately, what is your strength? I have no resistance at all. How is this possible? Xie Tianfei scrambled up, saying, I don't believe it. He attacked Anjing again. I must kill you! Before he could attack, Anjing raised his leg. He was kicked hard in the back, sending him sprawling to the ground, spitting blood. In the forest, Anjing had just knocked down Xie Tianfei, leaving him rolling on the ground. Just because Xie Tianfei refused to heed Anjing's warning, now regret was too late. A voice echoed from somewhere, ordering Xie Tianfei to kill the kid Anjing, then quickly go to the Sky Azure Sect to investigate the cause of the Sect Master's death. Then, a man with a scruffy beard suddenly appeared in front of Anjing. He seemed surprised to see Xie Tianfei lying motionless. He couldn't believe Xie Tianfei was dead and asked who had done it. He turned to ask Anjing who had killed his only personal disciple. Anjing very calmly admitted that he was the one who did it. The old man didn't believe that a young man like Anjing could take down Xie Tianfei and kept questioning him insistently. Anjing firmly maintained that he did it, but the other man scoffed, thinking what could Anjing possibly be to kill Xie Tianfei? The old man started to act, advancing towards Anjing with fiery fists. Yet Anjing only needed a light flick of his hand, and the other man flew backward into the air in astonishment. Only now did he believe that Anjing truly had the strength to kill Xie Tianfei. Anjing's ability was finally acknowledged, truly refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Anjing decided to let the old man go on the condition that he wouldn't cause trouble for him from now on. But Anjing had killed the trusted disciple of that bearded old man. Could he really accept it? He gritted his teeth and threatened that if Anjing didn't have the strength to destroy the Jade River Sect, the Jade River Sect would definitely kill everyone he knew. Anjing lost his patience, immediately glaring and preparing to unleash his power. A mystical blue aura enveloped Anjing, terrifying the old man immensely. Just as Anjing was about to strike, the old man, fearing death, agreed to the deal. But Anjing didn't let those words register and prepared to finish him off. Suddenly, a voice called out. It was Lu Yao's group that had interrupted Anjing. Just a little longer, and that bearded old man would have been done for. Anjing immediately withdrew his power to avoid revealing his abilities. Lu Yao asked what happened. Why is Xie Tianfei dead? Who did this? The old man had just escaped death, but still didn't know better, directly pointing at Anjing, saying he was the one who did it. Lu Yao didn't believe the old man's words, even though he claimed to have witnessed it himself. Liu Yao's group was flabbergasted and immediately questioned Anjing if he was the one who did it. Anjing simply replied with one phrase, "It wasn't me." His voice was extremely calm. The bearded old man was furious, thinking the kid Anjing was deceiving everyone. Anjing pretended to be naive, defending himself by saying he was just an odd-job disciple. How could he possibly have such great ability? Liu Yao spoke up, asking the bearded old man, their supreme elder, if there might be some misunderstanding. Anjing is really just an odd-job disciple of the Sky Azure Sect. How could he be a match for Xie Tianfei? The supreme elder insisted there was no misunderstanding. But Liu Yao's group truly didn't believe the elder's words. They thought that Kid Anjing's strength was nothing special. Perhaps this old elder had seen wrong. The old man explained repeatedly, But no one listened, becoming extremely angry. He unleashed his power on Liu Yao's group, thinking they were treating him like a fool. Then he pulled Liu Yao towards him and threatened the two accompanying her not to come closer, or he would kill her. The man accompanying Liu Yao, her brother, was extremely panicked, not understanding what the Supreme Elder meant. The Supreme Elder with the scruffy beard thought Anjing's strength was too formidable, so he would need a hostage to be able to leave. With that said, he dragged Liu Yao along and fled, and he added that when he returned to the Jade River Sect, he would come back to destroy the Azure Sect. The people who came with Liu Yao, her father and brother, were now helpless, unsure what to do, and preparing to give chase to save Liu Yao. The two of them hurriedly left to chase after that elder, leaving only Anjing standing still. Anjing crossed his arms, thinking, "It seems today I'll have to go on a killing spree, deep in the dense forest with lush trees." The Supreme Elder landed to rest after fleeing for a while, not seeing Anjing chasing him. Liu Yao angrily demanded he release her, otherwise the Azure Sect wouldn't let it go. That detestable Supreme Elder dared to mock that the Azure Sect was nothing. If not for some mysterious backer, it would have been destroyed long ago. Liu Yao still firmly resisted, retorting that the old man was truly shamelessly boasting. The Supreme Elder struck Liu Yao hard on the back of her neck. Liu Yao then fainted, falling to the ground. That hateful old man finally knew the identity of that mysterious person. Now, he needed to deal with him. Suddenly, Anjing was leaning against the tree behind the elder's back, having arrived unnoticed. Then he asked if the old man had the capability. The Supreme Elder was extremely panicked. How could Anjing chase him so quickly? Anjing didn't want to talk much, just wanted to quickly send that old man to the western heaven, death. Seeing this, the Supreme Elder resorted to dirty tricks, threatening Anjing not to come over, or he would kill Liu Yao. Anjing gripped his sword tightly. Let's see if his hand is faster or Anjing's sword is faster. The old man hesitated, waiting to see if Anjing dared to strike. Anjing's sword began to glow. Energy from somewhere was summoned by him. Anjing's power was steadily increasing. Anjing decisively swung his sword. A wave of energy slashed past the Supreme Elder. He realized he wasn't injured at all, and laughed mockingly, ridiculing Anjing. "So you're just a kid who likes to brag." But while laughing, his eyes suddenly widened in fear. The Supreme Elder clutched his neck. Anjing held the short saber, intending to attack the old man before him with eyes full of anger. Still bragging at a time like this? The man from the Jade River Sect still stubbornly asserted to Anjing while feeling the wound on his neck, "You can't kill me." Anjing found it ridiculous, looked straight at the old man and said sternly, "Give me a reason." He pointed at Anjing, uttering threats without considering the consequences he would bear. "If you kill me, the entire Jade River Sect from top to bottom will not let you go." Faced with the arrogance of the unrighteous sect's elder, Anjing could no longer hold back and struck directly. "I will annihilate the entire Jade River Sect from top to bottom." A wave of power rushed straight towards the old man with terrifying might, sending him flying far away in agony. He screamed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" But the old man couldn't endure for long, finally collapsing under Anjing's fierce sword strike. The first threat had been eliminated, and now it was time for him to target the second. Next, he would go to the Jade River Sect. Without hesitation, Anjing immediately headed to the Jade River Sect to settle the grudges between them, and at the same time, clean up this unruly sect. This sect always caused trouble. It was time for it to be eradicated. Right after Anjing left, two people suddenly appeared to investigate the situation. The two were astonished and horrified to witness the elder's body lying in a pool of blood, exclaiming, "That's the Supreme Elder." The son anxiously said to his father, "Father, check on Yaoer's condition first." Liu Yao's father was worried seeing his daughter unconscious. He hurriedly shook her awake, his face tense. "Yaoer, wake up." Liu Yao struggled to open her eyes, then calmly reassured him. "Father, I'm fine." With a horrified expression, her father immediately asked about what had happened earlier. "Yaoer, who killed the Supreme Elder? Do you know?" Liu Yao, still not fully conscious after being knocked out, cried out in pain. "Ouch!" With eyes full of astonishment and shock, she couldn't believe what she had just heard, then exclaimed, "Supreme Elder? He's dead?" She rubbed her head, vaguely trying to recall the events. Then she recounted to her father, I'm not sure. I just know I was knocked out by the Supreme Elder. Liu Yao's older brother looked doubtful, chin in hand, speculating, strange, who saved you? Liu Yao suddenly remembered something and tensely asked her father and brother, right, where's 27? Wasn't he with you two? Pointing into the distance, her brother explained the current situation. That kid is probably still behind, hasn't caught up yet. Doubts rising in her heart, Liu Yao thought to herself, could it be everything was done by 27? Liu Yao couldn't believe it was true. She shook her head, trying to compose herself, thinking, impossible. What am I thinking? Anjing had now arrived at the Jade River Sect, hands on his hips smugly, saying, arrived. He looked at the sign clearly displaying the sect's name and confirmed again, this must be the place. Suddenly a voice from afar interrupted Anjing's thoughts. Halt! Who goes there? Two members of the Jade River Sect came out to investigate upon noticing the appearance of the stranger, Anjing. Anjing directly asked the two young men without any hesitation, is this the Jade River Sect? One person answered Anjing's question. Of course, it's the Jade River Sect. The other one started acting intimidating. Kid, this isn't a place for strolling. Anjing replied with a stern and determined gaze. I didn't come here to play. The Jade River Sect member didn't understand Anjing's intention, frowning and reiterating the rules. Here, don't even think about trying to join the Jade River Sect. Now is not the time for recruiting disciples. Besides, looking at you like this, you don't have the qualifications to enter the Jade River Sect. Anjing maintained the same tone and gaze, replying, I'm not joining the Jade River Sect either. The person on the other side started getting annoyed. Then what did you come here for? Speak quickly. Big brother doesn't have time for idle chat with you. Without beating around the bush, Anjing went straight to his main purpose for being there. I came to destroy the Jade River Sect. Hearing this, the man burst out laughing mockingly. Destroy the Jade River Sect? What a joke. He paused, pondering Anjing's serious words and expression, momentarily confused. Realizing the intention of the person before him, this man tried to contain himself but lost his composure, shouting, What? You said destroy the Jade River Sect? Anjing raised his eyes and emphasized to him again, Is there a problem? This person gradually lost control, fists clenched as if wanting to strike Anjing directly, shouting loudly, Fuck! That's a big problem. Destroy the Jade River Sect? Are you sick? He angrily raised his hand, aiming at Anjing to take him down. Anjing swiftly parried the blow decisively and easily. The guy was sent flying far back by Anjing's devastatingly powerful strike, accompanied by the bewilderment of the person standing nearby. The remaining person trembled, fearfully pointing at Anjing, trying to utter threats. You insolent, you audacious! Anjing extended his hand, gesturing provocatively, then said to the other person, You, come here, I have some questions for you. He slowly backed away in terror, his heart pounding. Not wanting to face this mysterious person, he quickly turned and fled for his life, constantly shouting, I don't know anything. Don't ask me. How could Anjing let this kid escape? He instantly appeared right in front of him, to his utter astonishment, quite agile. He stood before the kid who was about to flee, saying, You can't escape. Despite trying hard, he still couldn't change his predetermined fate. He could only exclaim in horror, Don't come here. The terrified kid held out his hands in front, trembling and begging, Don't come here, fearing Anjing's sudden attack because his power was too terrifying. He ran for his life inside to call for help from allies within the sect. I'll call senior brothers and elders to deal with you, he said. Once again, Anjing acted to stop this guy, not letting him escape his sight. He continued to warn the stubborn kid who didn't understand the situation, then grabbed his collar, pulling him closer. He continued to warn the stubborn kid who didn't understand the situation, then grabbed his collar, pulling him closer. I told you, you can't escape. The kid cried in fear, flailing his arms and legs, struggling to escape this mysterious person with high martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Anjing was still quite amused. The kid panicked, pleading, Wah! Don't look for me! He immediately knelt down, apologizing to Anjing, begging for a way out. Tears streamed down his face. This guy no longer held his previous arrogance, but was now obedient like a puppy, hurriedly begging, Big brother, please spare me. I'm just a small fry in the Jade River Sect. Anjing didn't like to talk much. His eyes, full of killing intent, stared straight at him and said, Answer my question." This guy squeezed his eyes shut, his whole body trembling, begging to follow all of Anjing's instructions. "Big brother, please ask." Anjing crossed his arms before the trembling kid, asking directly, "Is the Jade River Sect colluding with the Demon Sect?" Turning his face away due to the difficult question, this person tensely and timidly replied, "This isn't easy to answer." Anjing's eyes flashed with anger and overwhelming killing intent. He fiercely reiterated the crux of the question just posed: "If you can't answer, what use are you?" At this moment, he truly gave in, wholeheartedly serving Anjing, not daring to make another mistake. "Don't, big brother, I know everything." Anjing was walking over. Faced with the unbelievable truth just revealed, Anjing couldn't maintain his composure and exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder Zun of the Demon Sect is hiding in the Jade River Sect?" The red-headed guy lowered his head, struggling to recount the situation to Anjing. "Yes, according to what I know, things don't just stop there." Knowing the turmoil and complexity of the Jade River Sect, he tried hard to persuade and beg Anjing to give up his intention. "Big brother, please stop. Destroying the Jade River Sect isn't something you can do." Anjing was furious, frowning, clearly showing his indignation, asking back, "What does Elder Zun of the Demon Sect intend to do?" Another difficult question made the other person afraid to face it, avoiding eye contact, turning away, hesitantly replying, "This," while still muttering something under his breath. The flame of anger within Anjing reached its limit. He swung his hand, intending to teach this guy a lesson for not following his instructions. "You still dare to dawdle?" he growled. He had no choice but to confess. The story gradually unfolded with the final crucial detail. The Jade River Sect captured over 100 young boys and girls to offer to Elder Zun of the Demon Sect. Anjing was stunned by that shocking answer. "What?" He clenched his fists, trying to suppress the fury about to erupt, and yelled, "This matter is too serious." The other person fearfully pointed at the bodies of fellow sect members strewn in front and said, "It really is serious that Li Qiu Dan, the one you just killed, participated in capturing those young boys and girls lying over there." Anjing shouted in horror, realizing the evil and rottenness from within this place. "The Jade River Sect dares to do such depraved things. Is there anything else? Quickly tell me." This person continued his unfinished story from last month. The Jade River Sect massacred an entire small town. It was to refine bloodline pills to offer to the Supreme Elder for consumption. Gritting his teeth in pain, Anjing's anger reached its peak. A bunch of scum deserving death. The fire of fury raged intensely within him. He clenched his fists, shouting, "All of you from the Jade River Sect must die!" This person hastily defended himself to find a way out. "Big brother, what does this have to do with us? We didn't participate in anything at all. I was originally just a small fish, not concerned with worldly affairs." Anjing questioned the words of the person before him. "Then why do you know about this matter so clearly?" This person pointed at himself, stammering another truth to him. "Big brother, to be honest, I am the grandson of the Jade River Sect's Supreme Elder, but he has many grandchildren, so he definitely can't remember having one like me." Hearing this, Anjing immediately wondered, asking the kid in front, "The Supreme Grand Elder?" He started connecting the information he had, pondering something. "Which Supreme Grand Elder? From what I know, your Jade River Sect has 3 of them." This sect kid quickly saved himself by telling Anjing something else. "That 3rd elder, Big Brother. It's just that recently Grandpa and young sect master Zi Tianfei went out and haven't returned yet." Anjing didn't stop but continued asking, "Such a coincidence? Wasn't your grandfather exiled?" Now it was this kid's turn to wonder about Anjing. "How do you know about this?" Having gathered enough information, Anjing spared his life and left, leaving the kid alone, saying, "Sorry to bother you." The kid watched Anjing's receding figure, his heart filled with lingering shock and amazement. He thought to himself, "This nameless powerhouse is a bit strange. But does he really want to destroy the Jade River Sect? That's surely impossible." Anjing went deeper into the Jade River Sect to completely eradicate the evil roots of this unrighteous sect. "Halt quickly. Your face looks very unfamiliar. Which path do you belong to?" The people inside were confused, seeing a stranger brazenly enter without permission. Anjing introduced his origin to everyone, stating he belonged to the Yama Hall of Hell King. The other person heard this in astonishment, pointed at Anjing to drive him away, shouting loudly, "Yama Hall! A kid like you dares to call yourself Yama? Are you trying to provoke me?" Standing imposingly and confidently, Anjing braced his hands, powerfully declaring to the sect, "Today, I am the incarnation of Yama, here to eradicate your Jade River sect." Everyone present boiled with anger at Anjing's arrogant words, clamoring and targeting the stranger who feared neither heaven nor earth, insolently ordering, "Seize him for me." One person suddenly disappeared and rushed towards Anjing to capture him, simultaneously threatening, "That kid! Don't cause trouble!" Anjing roared majestically, "Get lost!" Surrounding Anjing was a wave of power with terrifying repulsive force, causing anyone trying to approach to be thrown backward. The leader turned back, ordering everyone to engage and charge straight in, bravely attacking in unison. Members of the Jade River sect lay scattered at Anjing's feet, covered in blood, amidst a horrifying scene of slaughter that had just ended. Among the fallen crowd, one person still struggled to get up, screaming desperately for help from the sect. "Hurry! Inform the elders! There's a bandit causing chaos here!" The sound of heavy footsteps on the brick floor gradually approached where Anjing was standing. Behind him were the sect masters of the inhumane faction, speaking out to correct the offender. "Who are you to dare come to our Jade River sect and cause chaos?" Anjing also directly condemned those hiding behind the name of a righteous sect, saying, "Your group's crimes are heinous. Today, you must definitely face punishment." Unable to tolerate the smug kid, a sect elder's expression immediately changed. He gathered his strength to attack, heading straight for Anjing, unleashing a warning move, "Audacious maniac!" Anjing, with just a light slash of his blade past the one wanting to eliminate him, sent him back to where he came from. Before realizing what kind of attack it was, the old man fell rolling on the ground, spitting blood, exclaiming in panic, "What? You?" The remaining people knew the kid in front was not easy to deal with, so they simultaneously rushed forward for a life-or-death struggle, determined to take him down. Anjing focused, analyzing every move of the old sect members planning to attack him, calmly bypassing them one by one. Another slash was unleashed, this time ending 2 lives without any mistakes or difficulty. On the other side, the old man gasped in pain. What kind of expert is he? The old man beside him shouted loudly to inform those inside, urging them to quickly call the head of the Jade Sect faction out to fight. "Quickly go inform expert Zun of the Demon Sect and the Supreme Elder immediately."